Halfway through our Malta adventure here, and we are into Group B action. And today, Sweetie United, they are the 10th team to arrive in this ECS. Be interesting to see what they bring. They are the giant killers of this competition. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Malta, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big week in European cricket. It is week 2 here in Malta, and we are into the Group B action now. And we have 4 T10 matches coming to you every day this week from the Master Cricket Ground. Tell you what, the sun's out. It is a beautiful atmosphere for cricket. You could not get better weather than this, and I don't think you can get better cricket entertainment than this either. And we're starting today with match 25, and in this one, it'll be Malta Day. They are returning. They're taking on Sweetie United. Sweetie's first game in this competition. Let's see what happens at the toss. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with the 2 captains.
Okay, Sweetie to call. Edge is the call. Tails. Okay. Alright, good luck guys. All the best. Cheers.
So it is Muthu Kumaran of Malta Day that has won the toss, and he's elected to bowl first. Interesting that they want to chase. We saw them go 1-1 on the weekend, and yeah, that was an interesting one. Their batting just kind of misfired in the second game, so maybe a little bit gun shy. They want to know exactly what they have to do. I think that Azim Sati is always the key to their batting lineup. Also, I think Cornelius Yunus, he's the left-hander, didn't quite find his time, and let's see if he can rediscover it this morning. And we know that a lot of people watch from the Malta Day Hospital. It is a huge facility here in Malta, so I want to say a big good morning to you guys. Hopefully you enjoy the game, and hopefully your team does okay. Let's talk about Sweetie United though. We know that they have had some good performances in ECS cricket before. I still remember their upset win over Marsa, who were table toppers last year, and they beat them in the quarterfinal. Yeah, but Sweetie United probably open up with Kazim Mohammed, and I think Anil Kadir probably will open with him. So they'll get the opportunity to go out there first, and let's see what kind of runs they can put on the board. I think they will be missing Imran Amir this morning, but yeah, I think it should be a really competitive match. I know Sweetie United's a few different names in there, but I think they're very capable, and I think they're going to enjoy this format. Let's talk about the weather. I mentioned it briefly already, but I can tell you it is beautiful once again. It is pretty much a copy-paste job on last week. We're expecting a maximum temperature of about 24. Currently, it's about 21 degrees, and as you can see, there's a lot of blue sky. There's a lot of sunshine out here, and I just can't wait to get it started. Well, it's also going to be a bit of a spooky day in the commentary box. I know that Rico Full has got a few Halloween decorations up there as well. Rico, very good morning to you. I can tell you the news from the toss here in match 25 is that Malta Day, they've won the toss. They're going to bowl first. Let's see what happens. It's over to you. Let's get the day started.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu, and a very good morning to you all, cricket lovers around the world, wherever you're tuning in from. Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, Aibo1, and welcome to Malta. Welcome to the Malta International Cricket Ground. Doesn't it look a picture as we get ready for our first match on match day 7, and Malta Day I take it on Sweetie United. So welcome back to Sweetie United. Really looking forward to seeing Sweetie United. They were very, very good. Made a good introduction the last time we saw them, and well, word has it they picked up a few players along the way as well, so it's going to be an interesting start. I think these two teams Malta Day, remember when we saw them last week, they made a good introduction. And they got a win in what was an epic of a match against the Southern Crusaders. Malta Day were 89 for 5, and the Southern Crusaders, well, they missed out by just 2 runs. They needed Southern Crusaders 10 of 12 at one point, but couldn't get them, and lost by 2. And the hero was Sathi, who not only did he score 50 runs, but he bowled pretty well as well, 2 for 22. He was the player of the match, so he's certainly one to watch there, Azim Sathi. No wonder he's got 166 fantasy runs to his name. Look out for the wicketkeeper, Sam Aquilina, their captain. He's very good behind the stumps as well. Maybe he's going to make his mark with the bat here today. Bat versus ball all is saying Malta Day 87 to 82. Favourites to win this one. Malta Day, their second match yesterday, they did get a bit blown away, didn't they? They only managed 62 for 9. And it was all thanks to Vidusha the Shusha from Southern Crusaders. He had a very, very good match. Player of the match took 3 for 7. Southern Crusaders winning that one by 9 wickets with 22 balls to go. So Malta Day started with a win, but then had a disappointing defeat. And once again, like a few of the teams in this series, relying probably predominantly on 1 or 2 batters. And certainly they need Azim Sathi to be at their best today. Electing to field first, which is strange because we saw that on day 6. On day 1 of Group B, they wanted to have a bat first, so maybe just doing things a little bit different in this one. Maybe to do with the conditions early on, can be a little bit dewy, but I have to say today, it's a very warm start, nice and sunny. You can see most of the clouds have already burnt away. So let's see how this goes. It looks like Rinsi Jacob is going to be bowling first up, and he's bowling to Qasim Mohammed. And he's joined in the middle by Anil Kadir, who's at the non-strikers end. Good morning to our umpires, Stefan Gooch, and also Andy Nowdy. Here's the first ball. And, well, maybe not. And, yeah, happy Halloween to everybody. Like I said, it's going to be a thriller of a day. I can just feel it. It's going to be an absolute class encounter. And, well, why don't we just start the way this day is going to go on? Why are vampires that bad at art? Because they can only draw blood. And there's the first ball. And it's not a good one. It's a wide one. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days, folks. So, look, bright and early, let's have a Halloween theme to today. To everybody on the chat. A lot of people on there quite early, Kai Bai. So, come on, let's have some of your best Halloween jokes. And it is trick-or-treat day, after all. And let us know what you're doing for Halloween. You having a Halloween party? Here comes Jacob once more. It's going to be another wide ball. So, you could start off with, say, bowler having a bit of a nightmare, maybe. Yeah, happy Halloween to everybody. Undoubtedly the creepiest and most ghostly holiday of them all. A day of spooky decorations that fill windows and porches and screams that can be heard all down the town. This one's pretty full and will be called a no ball, surely. I'm looking at the umpires and, well, he's giving him out. So I reckon this is dipped. Dipped viciously, and LBW is the signal. Let's have a look first of all, full on. I mean, it's dead straight. And that, oh, you know what? I'd like to see this side on if I may, because he's deep in his crease. And, well, what do you reckon, folks? We do say waist or above. So, I mean, it does look like it's going to go on to hit the top of off stump. So, well, there you go. I suppose it's easy. I was going to show you the bruise, and I reckon, well, that's certainly, for me, that umpire's call, I think it has dipped. It looked like it was going to be quite a high one, but it dips enough, hits him on front, and that's the first wicket. I didn't expect that. So the only runs at the moment have been extras. Nothing off the bat, and yeah, you know I'm going to say it. You know I'm going to say it. Qasim Mohammed, he's had a nightmare start. Well, it's Halloween after all. Well, that one looks dangerous. And that was too spicy. He says, ouch. Well, he's going to have to go for 0. And, well, 0 off, 1 ball. That's a golden duck. It's a bit of a Halloween duck, because all the other balls weren't legal delivery. So his first ball golden. LBW. It wasn't the best ball that I think Jacob has ever bowled. Oh my word, it's definitely a Swee United nightmare. This is going down the leg side. The batter Gul lets it hit his pad and on it goes to the stump. So it's 2-2. We could be starting day 7, day 2 of Group B with a hat-trick. And it's gonna a very unlikely one of that. So new batter, Adnan Gul, he comes out and he's bowled, playing on off his pad to what was a delivery that really should have been whipped away. Jacob has 2 in 2. And, there we go. We've already had Devendra Negi that's taken a hat-trick here. He did that over 2 overs, the last 2 balls. The first ball of the first over and then the first 2 balls of his second. So his name is up there. Afridi. Waka Afridi. Now comes out to face the music. I do not think he expected to be out there so early. So there we go. Batter has a look around. Hat-trick delivery. Only runs on the board, courtesy of extras. 2 wides to start off. And then LBW, bowled, and played and miss. So dot ball to Jacob. What a start it's been for him for Malta Day. And, well, the goons are out there. It's all very spooky stuff on this Halloween morning. What do mummies listen to on Halloween? That's an easy one. Think about it. After this ball. Played nicely, and this will be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Well, Waka Afridi plays a beautiful shot. A little bit short, outside the off. Doesn't try to hit it too hard. Times it nicely. That's a good shot. And once more, what do mummies listen to on Halloween? Yeah, you got it. Rap music. I tell you what, it's Swee United. They're in a bit of a rap at the moment here. Afridi, nice shot though. First runs off the bat. And he's been given more space to cut, but this time it's straight to the fielder, who's at backward point. He does his job well. Makes the stop, gets the throw in. Nice arm as well, straight into the gloves of the very tall, but efficient and skillful. Sam Aquilina behind the stumps, the captain. Jacob to finish the first. Hit hard, but doesn't beat the fielder. Couple of bounces as it goes to the man who is at long off. If you'd been inside the circle, be an opportunity to take a catch. Well, look, folks, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing that apart from one day last week, which was a 9.5 average run scored per over day, everything's been a bit low. It's been the bowlers very much on top, and the way today started, that trend could continue. We saw last week the highest, or the lowest, 7.3, and almost the highest, 9.5. And we finished with two days with the average scores about 8.8 and 7.9. Overall 8.9, but you can see that those scores have come down, and there's everybody, including myself, expecting them to go up. I was really expecting, when I saw this pitch and this outfield, it to be a lot higher scores. And it's not to be. It's very much being a case of that. Bowlers beating the bat, batters getting themselves out. There's a new bowler comes in and bowls the first delivery to Anil Kadir. And, so it's Sagar Arif. He's in the mood not to mess around, isn't he? And, that one, fair bit of movement from Arif. Not the right shot to be playing. Yeah, look at the body nowhere near the ball at all. Totally losing his shape. He wants to be aggressive, but at the same time, you don't want to just throw your wicket away. He elects to leave this one. A good choice. It's too wide. The first over did go for 8 runs, but got that 2 wickets as well. First that one for Qasim Mohammed. A few people were wondering whether it was too high or whether the number of things. Well, this one's high, and will it plug? No, it gets a friendly bounce as it goes over the boundary. So he gets lucky with this one. Does Anil Kadir. Let's see what his intent is. Anything that's there about his swinging. This time though, at least he's played it better. A little bit closer to him, but he gets the bat right under it and negotiates it over the players that are close on the offside. 4 runs. Well, I suppose it is Halloween, so it should be the day of the bat, shouldn't it? So let's see if the batting teams are going to be more profitable. Batting first. Oh, this one could have been curtains. It was an ugly shot. So he's not really picking and choosing, is he, on what the ball is. Just deciding that every ball is going to be hit for a boundary. So far, he's only managed it on 1 occasion. Needs to be maybe just a little bit more sensible here, this approach. But he won't be. Slices this one away, and the fielder does well. Well, there he is. There's our man. Salman Khan, the one, the only, the Papa Smurf of Malta. He's a lovely guy. He really is. It was wonderful talking to him on Saturday when we first saw him. He was 12th man on Saturday, but he's getting his opportunity today. And he is an entertainer. Hit well, and this will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona shaka lagya. Beautiful shot. And, well, early signs is saying that this guy, Waka Afridi, he can bat. He's played a beautiful cut shot for 4 runs through the covers. And now that one straight down the ground. That is a lovely shot. This is how the group is looking at the moment. The Knights won both their matches and they look good. Southern Crusaders, Malta Day, they shared the spoils on Saturday in that, well, quite a crazy match. The Southern Crusaders still don't know how they ended up losing the first time Malta Day and Southern Crusaders played. So, big one this. Malta Day looking to play catch up with the Knights. Sui United looking to register at some point on the board. My feeling, maybe again, the 2 teams are going to share the spoils here. 20 for 2, so good over. 12 coming off that one, good recovery. But Afridi looking the part. Kadir swinging widely. Jacobs to him. Starts with that full delivery. Just squeezes it inside. It'll be a dot. Yeah, that LBW, a few comments coming in about it. I mean, looking at it a few times, I mean, I'm going to just say it's umpire's call. I've seen them given, as in terms of LBW, and I've seen no ball also called on it. So it's just one of those. But both umpires, neither one of them did complain. It's another swing and a miss. And, well, on that note, it's worthwhile mentioning and introducing Vinny Sandhu, who, nice to see Vinny Sandhu is dressed up for Halloween as well. Liking the makeup, looking very scary this morning.
Yeah,
good
thank
morning,
you very much.
Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Great to be here. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, okay. With that LBW, I actually think it's out. I mean, because it literally, for me, the waist is the kind of the top of the trousers. That for me is what I think the waist is. Can't reach this one.
Depends
And
how you pull up your trousers.
Yeah, well, true. It hits him below the belt, just, right? And so I actually think, and then when you look at it side on, it's definitely not going over the top of the stumps. So
oh, no, it's not going over the top.
So I think it's a good decision. I'm going to say, I think it's a good decision. And I think it's one of those ones that, I probably would have given the batter the benefit of the doubt and probably would have given him a no ball if it had missed him, because I wasn't sure it was below the waist, which is kind of how the playing condition is written now. But that one, you could actually see it hit him in the trousers. So once it hits him, and it hit him below what I would call the belt, and yeah, it was a bit like a ball like this. It dropped a lot. Yeah, I think it was a good decision. And, I'm very pro giving those to the batter and calling them no balls. I think that they're not very good deliveries. But that one, I think, for me, conclusively, you can see where he's rubbing. He's rubbing his leg.
I think it's one of those, in honesty. Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's a good call, a brave call, but the right call by both the umpires. But I think it's one of those which, if the batter had come out a couple of steps and been hit by it, we would have all said, yeah, that's a no ball, there's a no ball. But because he stayed where he is inside his batting crease when the balls hit him, it's clear to see.
It pretty much hit him hit him on the crease, I thought.
Yeah.
Hit him on the crease.
Yeah.
So you're literally seeing where it's passing him, or not passing him, where it's hitting him.
And he's definitely hitting the top of the stumps.
And I think
There's
it's a
no
very
doubt about
good
that.
decision. I'll tell you why as well. After this ball from Renzi Jacob, it's his last ball. It'll be a dot ball. So
That's a
Was that a maiden?
That's
Yeah.
another maiden. So
Wow.
that's 2 maidens now in Malta. And I'll tell you what, so we've been to a lot of places we haven't seen a maiden. So there you go. That's another one. We've seen a 1-wicket maiden. That's a maiden as well. And I tell you what, Kadir, he is just swinging like a rusty gate, but not getting anything on the bat.
yeah, to the power play as well. So there's a tooth missing in over number 3. 2 wickets in the first over from Renzi Jacob, former Super King. So yeah, we've seen him playing for Super Kings before. Nice to see him getting a run here at Malta Day and becoming quite an important bowler, I think. So, sometimes as an umpire you'll see things that are a bit weird, and so you'll just give it not out on instinct. But I actually think when you go through the process there, I think it's out. I think it's hitting him in line with the stumps. It's hitting the stumps, and it's not too high, and it doesn't bounce. So I actually think it's a good call. It's one of those ones that, I think it's a very good bit of umpiring, actually, because it's so weird. But then you still have to apply the same processes, and often just because it's weird or a bit unusual, umpires will gravitate towards not out. But I think it's out, and really, batter shouldn't have missed it. Really, look where it hits him on the trousers, and he's standing up. Yeah, so I think it's a good decision. Look where it hits him.
Yep. Yeah, when you see that angle.
Look who he's rubbing. He's rubbing below his waist. I'm not saying it's a good ball. Speaking of bad balls,
Gundy. Oh, that is terrible, Winnie. I mean, Edward Thomas, so getting it all wrong here. And, Sam Aquilini, he's about 6 foot something, but even if he's diving full length, if he can't get to it, nobody can.
That is so wide. Sam just looked at that, and you're right, he's got a good reach for a keeper, but there's no way he was going to stop that one. Edward Thomas, who was actually really accurate on Saturday, but that's a bit of a Monday morning job from him. Let's see if he can sort it out.
Batter just changing his guard here. Look, a free.
Might want to draw a line about 2 metres outside the leg stump.
He's probably thinking, all right, I don't need to stand in front of these stumps. You know what's going to happen. This one's going to be an absolute jaffa.
Yeah, bowled very well the other day. But, 6 on the board for Thomas without even bowling the ball. Make that. It would have been another wide. Instead, it might be out.
Oh,
wow.
What a catch this is. Well, he's got all the zeros on his back. Well, forget that. Start giving him some points because that is an absolute corker. What a catch. This is tremendous. He actually runs in too far. And then, he's got a little bit lucky, I'm going to say here. Hay poquito de suerte. But what a catch. Afridi, who's looking the business, chases a wide ball, and he's been caught by, well, you got to say, this is what we call a jalebi catch. What a stunner.
How has this happened? I mean, it would have been a 7th run in wides before even bowls one. And 000, old Australian emergency line. Well, it was emergency on there because I think he misjudges it. Comes in, he's looking straight into the sun as well. That's an unbelievable catch. And we're only 3 overs in. We've seen a lot of controversy and action so far. I've only seen this kind of action right here on the European Cricket Network. But I've got to tell you what, that's an unbelievable catch. And look, removes the dangerous Waka Afridi, who batted really well to that point.
He looked good. He really looked good. And you can see he was after a couple of wides. I said this is going to be absolute corker. Well, it wasn't. It was a bad ball. It was another wide. But he gets back onto it. And what a catch that was. As the next delivery is a dot. So this is the ball that follows. Just saw that one bowled there to the new batter who comes out.
Oh, I don't even know how he reached that ball.
I watched
with the bat and also with the catch.
Gone. It's another. He just puts this straight into the hands of Sam Aquilina. So Hassan comes and goes. He goes for a 2-ball. And they're falling apart here now. I think Afridi looked the business. I think he was the man. Now he's gone. They're having a little bit of a mare here. Can somebody come out and steady the ship here for Swihi United?
Yeah, regulation edge. Sam Aquilina, it's really well balanced. Take that catch, makes it look very easy. So unfortunately, Fajan Hussain, he comes, he goes, 26 for 4. Yeah, the run rate is not the worst, But yeah, most of that damage was done by Wakar when he was there. 11 off 5. Still got Andal Cardia there, who's 6 off 12, but he's just playing a job where he's trying to hold up an end. Just fishing for that one a little bit, playing away from his body. Bit of extra bounce. Ball takes the outside edge. So Thomas, after looking like he couldn't hit a barn door really early in this over, has come back with 2 wickets now.
This one's just been worked away to the man in 45. So that'll bring Kadir back on. But Kadir, well, we just swung and missed at 6 deliveries from Jacob the last over. Can he get back onto this one? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, he went 6 off 6 to 6 off 12 now.
Hey, happy Halloween, by the way.
Yeah, happy Halloween. And I had a bit of a joke as well for you. I know I got distracted by all the stuff going on the field, but want to hear my little joke?
Go on, let's hear it.
What's the skeleton's favourite song?
Its favourite song? It's going to be something like Boney M or something, is it?
I was going to say, Bad to the Bone. And what's it? Okay.
Okay. Oh, you got another one? Another one's coming to your
related, because I know that Thomas is
wide.
going to help me out with a wide. So
Go
I've
on
still
then.
got one more ball. What's the skeleton's favourite dance?
Ah, okay.
Boney Maroney. That's it from me.
Okay.
Anyway, hello to everyone in the chat, and happy Halloween to you as well. Hopefully there's not too many spooky things going on the field. Hello to Helix and to Ian Johns as well. Another wide. Geez, been a few of them. And then for a guy that was pretty accurate, Thomas has just lost it a little bit this over. Let's have a look. This is a close call.
Yeah, it is a close call.
Yeah, it's umpire's call for that one. For me, may have grabbed a little bit of the line. I wanted to say, yeah, good morning to everybody else who's in there. No, I don't really feel I've got a cold this morning. Some people asking how's my voice going. Probably just haven't said too much over the last day or so. I've probably got it back, if anything. Anyway, it's the end of the 4th over, and the score is 30 for 4.
Yeah, 30 for 4. So, I mean, after that maiden, 10 came off that one, but 2 wickets as well. But the main one, I think, is the wicket of Waka Afridi. He did look good. He plays a really nice shot. Chased the wide one. Gets the edge. So, come on, let's have some of your Halloween jokes. Come on, Helix. Give us a Helix and Ian Johnson there. Good morning to you and Kai Bai. Come on. We want. Oh, we have got one from Kai Bai. Here, you can read that one out. You got that one? There's another skeleton one. You can do the skeleton
that's a
ones.
good one. Yeah. What do skeletons order at a restaurant? Spare ribs.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like that. That's a good one.
Good chance. Bit on the shoulder.
Speaking of spare ribs, there's almost broken ribs here for Anil Kadia, but yeah, let's get a bit of glove on this or a bit of bat. Certainly wasn't off the middle. Yeah, no, don't think so. Yeah, just struggling to deal at the moment. The top scorer is Wides along with Waka Afridi.
Oh, he's snookered himself in the middle, and well,
Wow.
somebody's put a spell on him. And how he does this is breakdancing. This is a batter doing a little bit of breakdancing here on Halloween.
Well,
Wait for this.
Running on this grass at this stage, a bit slippery, and Exhibit A there, it kind of helps him turn around quicker.
Yeah, we'll go back to it. He did a double bit of breakdancing. This one's played out just for a single.
I'd be running on the surface, not on the grass. And if you want to know why, just have a look at that bit of cricket. He goes, here's here. And then when he comes back, he goes the foot first slide, which you don't see too often. It's going to be old Grace Lightning there from Hari Krishnan.
Oh, beaut. That's an absolute beaut. From a man that has taken an absolute blinder of a catch. And he's having a good day, isn't he, Arif? And now he's, well, that's a beautiful delivery. It really is. I love the way he keeps his shape. Good follow through. Beats him again.
Needs a wider bat, doesn't he? And at the moment, this is Krishnan taking a leaf out of Kadir's book, really, to be honest. Hello to Vinny Fangirl saying, can we show you the commentary box? Well, good news for you. You're about to see it. Got to say, I like what we've done with the place here. Here's the last ball of the over. Get one. So, Mr. Kumaran does the fielding, tries to throw it away, but there'll be no extra runs. It's 32 for 4 after 5 overs. I want to say very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching around the world. Well, we've done a little bit with the place, and I like what you've done here. You've got some spooky...
Bit of spook.
Yeah, it looks pretty funny. So you got 3 skulls on your head today.
Yeah, I've got 3 skulls
Basically.
today. Yeah, they actually like. I don't know if you can see, they are lighting up a little bit. But I think if I get closer to this, yeah, we're doing a bit
does
of a
this
Halloween
mean we
theme
we get to go trick or treating tonight?
I reckon that's a good
What are we
idea.
gonna do?
Good idea.
Gotta say, I've liked it. A few people in costume around the island. I've noticed that as well over the weekend.
I
A
think
few
it's going to
parties
be
on Saturday
buzzing
nights as well.
tonight. It's going to be buzzing. We're in Salima. We're based around Salima. I reckon
Yeah.
it's going to be a party town in Salima tonight.
Yeah, Monday night. Time for a few parties. Anyway, I want to say very happy Halloween to you, and thanks for joining us. I like that you've gone with the orange as well.
Pumpkin.
Thought you might.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I've gone. Mine's kind of a bit more kind of licorice all sorts. Because I like candy. You know, I like, you know, getting into the
Get
candy.
your candies ready because.
Does that mean I can knock on all the hotel room doors tonight? Do you think I'll have some luck there?
It's not a bad idea.
Maybe
Not a bad idea.
Maybe I'll
Yeah,
just
but
buy
you got to
myself
dress
some
up.
lollies.
You got to dress up. I'll loan you these.
I've got a few spooky things I could wear. Anyway, nothing I can show you on television. Anyway, want to say a very warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to week 2 in Malta,
Yeah.
and we get to see Sweet United for the first time. Pretty much a worst case scenario start for them though, wasn't it? With the LBW first ball,
Ooh, yeah.
then the bowled second ball, just after a couple of wides. But yeah, I mean, how about that catch though from Saga Arif? I mean, that's the highlight for me so far. It's a ball that he almost needed like one of those big pool scoops to reach.
Crazy.
And Waka found a way to hit it, even though he's looking straight in the sun. He couldn't see. He sticks out the hand, and it just sticks.
It was an amazing catch. I
Yeah.
mean, we saw it develop. I mean, he ran in too early, and I'm thinking this one's going over him, but he sticks the hand out and takes a cracking catch. It was an absolute blinder, and at that point they were 2 for 2. And then Afridi came out, played some nice shots, but unfortunately he chases a wide one. So it's not been good at the moment. Nice to see lots of people on the chat as well enjoying things. That's a nice start here. Just holding this back. It's Nazir comes into the attack, but I'm waiting for the Papa Smurf. Come on, you've got to have Salman Khan have a ball, and I want him to get a wicket as well because he can certainly. He's the person to have playing on a Halloween match. Definitely is. He can give us a bit of everything. Up in the air, chance. He's going to be spinning viciously though, and nobody gets there right in the middle of that.
Well, if you want some spooky stuff, how about the Bermuda Triangle making an appearance here as the ball falls into the middle. Watch it fly through the sky. And yes, you're right. I think it might have been Ian that's saying the weather's fantastic in Malta. It is. And you see it right there with the blue sky. There to Ivan as well.
Full toss. It's been cracked and it will go. I think maybe just one bounce for. Yeah, it will be. Cuatro Carreras. Not a good delivery. He's eyeing up that bullseye over there. But doesn't quite get the full meat of the bat, but still it's a nice shot. Like the way he goes down on one knee, and that fielder just comes in the equation there, but he's far too wide. As far as Naeem to do anything about that. 4 runs, signalled very elegantly there by Andy Nowdy.
I like it. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Yeah, need some more of that, don't they? Here's another one from Ian. What happened to the man who got behind on payments to his exorcist? He got repossessed. That's very clever. Very, very clever.
So we're going to miss. This should be a wide. Is this a wide? All right, here we go. It's my turn.
Okay.
Why did Dracula take cold medicine? Why did he take medicine for a cold? Come on. It's pretty easy, this one.
It's easy because you know the answer.
It's a lovely shot. Ball! Kinnasona Shaka Lagya. Oh, look. A bit of the old helicopter there. Show us that again, Andy. I want to see that again. It's helicopter time here. Well, it is Halloween. It should be the day of the bat. Oh, yeah. I like it. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That was all in the wrists.
Oh, yeah.
Next one he misses, though.
I like it.
Yeah, that's promising from Krishnan, who's kind of evolved from slipping over twice in one ball to hitting, well, I think, shot of the day so far.
I think the foot stays down. This one probably should. Oh, well, I'm thinking this might have been a wide for me. Just gets back in time.
Yeah, I think he might have just been inside the line.
I think they're checking this. They might want to just recheck it. I did see at the corner wise. Stephen Good just on the old walkie-talkie. So I'll finish out. Why did Dracula take cold medicine? Because he was coughing too much. Come on.
Okay.
So look.
Definitely gets back for me.
Gets back.
Yep. But yeah, nicely done by Sam Aquilina though. As we get to the end of the 6th over, the score now is 45 for 4. Okay.
Do you see another thriller in the 90s here, 85, 80 to 90s? I do. It's going to be one of those, isn't it?
Do a lot of work to get, I think, up to 80s from here, because a lot hinges on Krishna, and Kadir's just hasn't got going.
Thomas, can he get his line right here? Did spray it around a little bit, but also did take 2 wickets. Sam Aquilina just adjusting the field. Thomas. This is going nowhere, I think, and good effort from the fielder, and it is our man, Salman Khan, Papa Smurf. Everybody wanted him to take this one because we knew it was going to be celebration time. He does well to get there, and he's reaching for it. They're difficult. It's away from his body.
I love that he can't pump the brakes, and so the other fielder goes, you know what, I'm just going to take it from here. Yeah, didn't get off his feet there, but I can understand that. He certainly hit it at pace. Now, there is something going on. I was going to mention it during this innings, that we're doing something now on a YouTube channel if you are watching on YouTube, and there's been a poll put in there at the moment. That if you'd like to, we get a lot of questions from people, how can we support ECN, how can we support ECN? Because I mean, it's a tough environment as well to keep doing what we're doing, bringing you so much cricket. I think it's about 1,200 matches of cricket this year. So yeah, you do have some options to support the channel now. Wait for this ball, which is going to be drilled down to Nazir for one. Yeah, so there are now 3 levels that you can join if you'd like to become a member. And the cool thing about this, it shows how long you've been a member, and we're hoping to add perks as we go along to some of our most valued customers. So we haven't made a lot of noise about this just yet because we're just starting out, and we wanted to give the people watching this morning a bit of an opportunity to get in early. So you can be a silver spanner, or you can be an ECN super fan, or you can be a member of the Golden Ball Club. So just to give you an idea of pricing, I can tell you in a second. But this is high, and there'll just be one. So yeah, so if you want to be a silver spanner, it's you can contribute €5 a month. I think it's $4.99, or an ECN super fan is $9.99 a month, or a Golden Ball Club if you're able to, then you can contribute $24.99 a month. It works out something like 20 cents a game or something like that. So wait for this ball, which should be gone. It's just outside him, and then he completely wipes himself out. Well, I hope he's all right there. He just didn't prepare to hit the ground, and I think Jay might have hurt himself here.
Yeah, I think he's landed very hard on his knees. You can see that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's getting okay. But yeah, I mean, look at the way when he hits the ground. Look how high he rebounds back. Watch this. He hits the ground. And boom. Oh, yeah, that's a nasty hit.
Yeah, it's pretty damp, so you can really get your knees stuck into the ground there. That's exactly what happens. Anyway, we've got plenty going on. Let's talk about the Crickathon question of the day. And it's pretty simple. What will be the highest partnership today? Will it be less than 30, or will it be between 30 and 40? Will it be 41 to 50, 51 to 60, or over 60? So well done to Saturday's winner, Selva Sheba from India. So I know we've got a lot of viewers in India. Congratulations to Selva for getting that one right. And anywhere in the world, doesn't matter where you are, you can go to crickathon.com to participate and get involved. And big thank you to HCL Software for their support of the ECN Crickathon. Yeah, so just quickly one more time on that. I mean, it's no obligation. No, everyone's got different financial circumstances. But, I mean, the more people that are able to contribute even a little bit, it certainly helps us to keep bringing you the cricket over the coming months and years, of course. So, yeah, I must admit, I was pretty early because I got the heads up. So I'm straight into the Golden Ball Club already. But, I certainly want to encourage everyone, if you would like to check that out and see what you get. You get some personalised perks. We're hoping to add to those as we go along. Anyway, let's get back to the action. And right now, watching Faisal Naeem in over number 8. You mentioned 85 to 95. I still think that's a long way off. Another kind of helicopter attempt from Krishna. This time doesn't really work out.
This one doesn't go where he expects it to go. And Papa Smurf, he's running after this one like he's chasing Smurfs. He's doing a bit of the Gargamel there. And got to watch for the spin here, Papa. But no damage done to get the one. It tries to turn that into a full toss. He does, but slices the bat. So Krishna gets a single. Oh, this is launched. This is big. Shaba. Well, that is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter Then the bowler Rasmalai, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Krishnan's been a bit of a game changer here because he's got really fast hands and really strong wrists. So that's where the power comes from here. And he just launches that one. That one goes miles over the boundary. Yeah, so handy runs. Yeah, he's the key for me for them getting that 80 plus. And we know that 82 is par in this tournament based on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, Krishna, I mean, it's nice to see Kadir, though, get one out of the middle as well. He's been swinging and missing, but he smashes that one big.
Yeah.
Can he go again, Kadir?
Yeah, Kadir's just saying, okay, Krishnan's going, so I'm going to go as well. I like it.
And he goes for another. Where does this end up? Just dropping short of the fielder. He's quite happy just to see it drop in front of him. Watch when you step back. Watch your shades. Yep, he doesn't step on him. That's good. Otherwise, that could have been another Halloween nightmare.
61 for 4 after 8 overs. I like this from Ian Johns. As we say, Kadir just cops that as it comes back in. Looks kind of in a dirty way down to the fielder, but he was just throwing it in. Hey, so Ian had one, especially for me, I think. And what do ghosts eat for supper? Spooketti. That's stretching it, I think. We're going very hard on the Halloween jokes earlier. I don't think we can keep this pace up.
Liking it. Come on, everybody get involved. It is Halloween. Let's have your Halloween. Halloween jokes, Halloween phrases, Halloween stories. And I tell you what, look who's coming on. It's Papa Smurf as well. This is what I've been waiting for. 61 for 4.
Let's roll.
Someone can't. This one gets dragged out towards mid-wicket.
So yeah, we call him Dancing Papa sometimes because if he does get a wicket, you know that he's going to be dancing. And I can't wait for that. Let's see. He's bowling the 9th, so he's a pretty good chance of getting one. You know the batter's going to be going for it.
This is hit pretty well. Nobody's catching this. This is out of here. Boom. Shaka. Lag gaya. Kinna sona. Bahut badhiya shot. Kidda swad aa gaya ki nahi. This is nice. Out of the middle. Uses his feet. And it goes the distance.
Yeah, it's a really good shot. I mean, you get that out in the middle, you get 6. If not, you're probably out. And so, yeah, Dancing Papa, not too happy with that outcome. And Kadir finally getting going.
Well, goes down the ground again. This time he's just going to dissect the 2 fielders. And I'm liking the fact, and I'm happy the fact the fielders saw each other come in there and withdrew the lunge, because otherwise there would have been a nasty collision here. But beautifully placed right in between the 2. Just here you see, he puts the brakes on because he thought, this could end badly.
Yeah, it was a good piece of placement. There was a fairly big gap between those 2, but he nailed it straight. Kadir's back up above a run of ball now for the first time that I can remember.
Yeah, and just going to get this over the fielders. Should be looking for 2. They will. This is the over that they need, the acceleration. They could maybe look for 3. And no, it's been tidied up by the fielder doing the backing up.
It's good running. I think when you have a batter that's having the better of a bowler here, then you want to get him on strike. Colleen pretty much gets tackled accidentally by Kadir as he comes through. I have a feeling this could be a wicket. I think we might see a dance here.
Oh, go on. I want to see a dance.
He's due to hit one to a fielder.
I want to see
You know he's going to go for it. Maybe get stumped.
Kadir hits this really well. It's going to be 4 runs, actually. It's a beautiful shot. I'm liking this. I mean, we're watching a batter who, when he was out there earlier, was swinging and missing, looking ugly. And now here he is, playing some glorious shots. He really is. That's a beautifully timed shot. Well executed, well placed, well timed.
I like the way he's hitting with good shape at the moment. Looks like he might have hurt his shoulder here.
Ooh, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay. Well, hopefully it's nothing too serious. Maybe just a little strain.
He's not popped it, has he?
I don't think he'd be letting Sam do that if he'd done any real structural damage to it.
We do have some players that we've seen them during our travels that have got tendency to pop out the shoulder and just pop it back in.
Right, last ball of the over. Will Dancing Papa get his wicket or not?
I don't think he will with this. Here's another one. Balle. And, well, Dancing Papa goes the distance once more. That over goes magical. And 22 off the over. So it's a bit of a nightmare start for Salman Khan. But that is exactly what Taswee United needed. And just like that, they're in that score, the 80s. You said it looked unlikely.
Yeah.
I told you.
Well, they had to bat well, and they have, to be honest. And that goes magical, and that's not what the plan was. Salman, challenging the batters, in particular, he bowled all 6 balls to Kadir, but Kadir had his measure, .64246. Anyway, now they're looking good for 90-odd. As we go to the last over, it's Naeem to bowl it.
Krishnan seemed to be quite happy just to push this down and, well, give the strike to Kadir. Krishnan was the one when he came. I mean, they both were sort of even Stevens. He was the one who looked like he was going to go big, and then Kadir out of nowhere comes out of the blocks. Now he's hitting the ball sweet. Looking to bring up a 50 here, Kadir. Oh, and this one goes right over the stumps. This was more of what we saw early on from him. Not a bad delivery, though. It was right there, just short of a length, straight. Kadir swinging and missing.
It's funny how time can come and go, hey. It also depends the bowler that you're facing. Sometimes you have the better of some bowlers and others have the better of you.
Oh, this is over and out again. Is another one. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 más, una cita grande. Así me gusta. Shaka time here. And, well, what a comeback this has been from the batters of United. It was 33 for 4 at the halfway point. And now they have got to the 90 score. 3 balls, 2 to go. This is in the zone as well. They're just bowling it where he likes it. And he is absolutely mashing it. Balle, sare, bolo, shaba for the batter. Because that is the 50 for Anil Kadir. And he moves on to 55 of 33 deliveries. Both अच्छी batting की थी, both ज़बरदस्ती batting, and 50 up. So Kadir doing the job for Sweet, and it's in the zone again. This time, oh well, it's a bit of a dolly catch which gets put down.
Doesn't want to run.
I'm not running. He's saying,
he's so confident now. I don't mind that. He's on a heater. I mean, it might be the best innings by someone that swung and missed in 6 balls in 1 over.
Yeah,
that I've ever seen. It's what a comeback it is from Kadir. He's 55 now. With a boundary, they can get to triple figures.
And he hits this as hard as he can, and it's enough. It's 6 more. Balle. That will be the end of the innings. He throws everything at this, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink. He gets another 6. He brings up the 100 for his side as well. 102 for 4. Vinny, I did not see that coming.
No, me neither. And here's the thing. They were 51 off 7 overs. They doubled their score in the last 3. And they finished 102. 51 off the last 3 overs. That's crazy. And, yeah, it was Naeem 10 in the 8th. And then someone with 22 in the 9th. 19 off the 10th. And, yeah, Kadir, wow, took a while to get going. But once he did, he was an unstoppable force. And so an unlikely 102 on the board, but it was an unlikely start as well, wasn't it? Very first ball, legal delivery at least. I think it was a dropping full toss for me. It hit him below the waist. You see where he's rubbing. It's one of those ones where I think the Brews would tell the story. I actually think it was a brave decision, but a correct decision from the umpire. Things didn't get much better from there. Another wicket second ball. So Renzi was on a hat-trick early. And really, Malta, they were all over Sweetie United early on. But that late innings fight back, I think, has put Sweetie in charge.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get to 100. Look, let's be fair, here in Malta, not too many teams have put 100 on the board and struggled to get a victory. So they have put themselves in the driving seat. But look, we haven't seen what they've got with the ball yet. So Malta Day, yeah, they're going to be disappointed because, like I said, I mean, that was a gundy ball, wasn't it? I mean, this was when the bowler was in all sorts of trouble here, Edwards. And then this was a wide ball, which he decides to chase. And what a catch, a jalebi catch there from Arif. That was sensational. And that was the 3rd wicket going down. And that was also Waka Afridi, who really did look the part. I'm telling you this now. I'm calling it early. Watch out for Waka Afridi. That boy can bat. And then there was 2 in 2. The new batter came and went. It was the first baller for Adnan Hassan. He went. And just like that, at the end of 5 overs, the score was 33. And you just thought, okay, where is this going to end? And I'll tell you what happened. And first of all, it was dancing all over the place. But what happened was 69 came off the final 5 overs. But it's not the final 5. It's what happened in the final 2 overs. It was quite amazing when the score jumped from the 8th over 61 to 102. Quite incredible. And the hitting, especially from that man, Kadir, was amazing. 41 runs came off the last 2 overs. So basically, that's a couple of magical overs on the spin. And we say it all happens in the ninth, and it did all happen in the ninth, as it was the dancing Smurf, Papa Smurf, who came in. And, well, that's what that one did. He also went the distance, and it was an absolute sensational comeback here. And you can see they're up and about. They're really happy with the way they've recovered there, and so they should be. At one point, they looked in all sorts of trouble. So, well, it's Halloween. It's got to be the day of the bat, hasn't it? Or maybe it will start with the day of the bat. Sweet United being made to bat first, and it looked like a good shout from Malta Day early on, but then they did not account for Anil Kadir, who at the beginning could not get bat on board. He couldn't, and then he turned it on, played some great shots, and I certainly did like Hari Krishna as well, and he was the man who was playing the helicopter shot. Look at the bowling figures there. Ranchi Jacob, can't take anything away from him. 2 for 8. There's also 2 wickets from Edward Thomas, though he had issue with the wides. But then there was those expensive ones as well. Unfortunately, it was Salman Khan, the dancing Papa. He went for 22. And then there was an expensive 19 runs of the last over from Naeem. His first over only went for 10. And what that means is we have a very interesting match on our hands to start the second week here at the Malta International Cricket Ground. And day 7 it is, and Sweet United, they're making their return. 102 for 4, 103 required by Malta Day. And, well, I'll leave you with this thought. Malta Day, when we saw them, they struggled to get past the sort of the 90 mark. They made 89 batting first, and then they made 62 batting first. So that tells you that this is a good score. Maybe a match for anyone as we have a look at Anil Kadir's wagon wheel. Both badaiyan Anil Kadir nu bahut achhi batting ki apni aaj half century puri kar li. So join us, me, Rika Fall and Mr. Maximo, as we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 25. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Malta and welcome back to this magnificent Malta International Cricket Ground where we've started day 2 of our FanCode European Cricket Series here in Malta, and currently we're day 2 of Group B action. It's match day 7 and we've seen Sweden United for the first time in the series and it's been a good start from them. It was a shaky start, but thanks to a fine half century from Anil Kadir, who went on to make 61 not out of 35 deliveries. They got to a score past 100, 102 for 4. And that means that Malta Day have got some work to do. They haven't gone past the 90 score. In 2 matches they batted first. They posted 89 on the board. And also, well, a disappointing 62 against the Southern Crusaders, winning one of those matches and losing one. So they're going to have to score more runs than they've had so far. One man that can do it for them. I think it's got to be Azim Sathi, who will be out there opening the batting. He's a good hitter off the ball, and he's got Cornelius Yunus with him as well, the left-hander. He's at the non-strikers end. But opportunity for us to see just how impressive is the bowling from Sweden United. If they've managed to pick up some more talent on the bowling front, it's going to be Asif Shah to start off. Let's see how he gets on. Here's the first delivery. And it's well, a lot of swing, but too much swing. Corner wide. Umpires in the middle. Our man in black, Stefan Gooch, who's at the bowler's end at the moment. And Andy Nowdy, who is at square leg. Andy Nowdy played a lot of cricket himself here in Malta. Played a lot for the overseas. Now one of our men in black. Hit firmly. Chance, but just over the man who's in the mid-off position. It's a nice shot to play in the power play. Sathi, he doesn't want to hang around, moves early, gets himself into the slot, hits it well. Well, it's an anxious look as he just sees this clear the fielder. They get 4 runs. Good positive start, good intent. The first runs off the bat, and it's a boundary from the tall, big, hard-hitting Sathi. Just getting that over the fielder. And that is Amrit Singh. And this is whacked away as well. Gandhi ball. Ball. Maybe that was a bullseye. Oh, what a beautiful shot. This is how quick he's onto this. Very quick. Quick hands. And a delightful shot from Azim Sathi. And only the fence stopping that one, hitting the target. So, 4 and a 6. He's certainly looking to get started here. Sathi, amazing start from him. Just little stroll around as he waits for the next delivery to come from Shah. Well hit, but no is the shout. As gets fielded in front of us there by Bilal Kadir. Halves this away, and the man at backward point. Oh, it's a tremendous effort. It really is. He's got a fair bit of ground to make up. That ball was hit really well. And he's sliding along the ground. Nice to see that. Nice to see that he actually goes for it. Look, gets the dive in. Gets a bit of hand on it, but he's unlucky there, you see. He gets the hand on it, but then as he's sliding past, he clocks a bit of his knee and goes over the boundary. 4 more runs. Oh, this is Gandhi. That's a no ball, and that will be another 4. What a start this is. That takes the score to 19. And, well, that will be 20, actually, with the no ball as well. So already gone magical. And it's a terrible start for the Sweden United bowler. Everything going wrong for Asif here. And Sathi now, as if he needed it, he's got a free hit. And he's got the license really to go the full Monty here. Can he get this one right? Just drops the bat onto it, and he's going to get 4 more, I think, is he? Or is the fielder going to be able to get to us now? Just slows up. But he will get a couple. It's well chased by Adnan Hassan. 22 off the first over. It's the perfect start, really, for Malta Day. And Sweden United know they've got to see the back of this man, Azim Sathi. He is so dangerous. Smash. That'll be 6 more. It's a full toss. And that's 28 off the first. So it's magical. Almost goes supersonic. And, well, Halloween, and that is the sort of horror start that Sweden United did not want. But it's sweet for Malta Day. Perfect start. Matches without a golden ball. We're in the 120 zone now. 120. Without that golden ball, are we going to get one this week? Is Group B going to deliver? We shall have to wait and see. As we see the end of a cracking over, a magical one as that. A good time to welcome back into our commentary position to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Good to be back. Bit of a tale of two starts, isn't it? When you think about the start that Sweden United had with the bat, which was pretty much awful, is how I describe it. They lost 2 wickets in the first over. They were 8 for 2 at this stage. Another day, yeah, Sathi's a danger man, isn't he? He faces all of the balls in that over, gets 26 off his own bat, plus a couple of extras. Now it's going to be Waka Afridi. Well, he was the one that kind of turned the tide a little bit for Sweden United with the bat before he went to a ridiculous catch. Caught by Sagara Reef down at third man. Anyway, Cornelius Yunus, here's a man that I think he can go large, but he didn't quite have his touch on Saturday. So left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order for Malta Day. Let's see if Cornelius can get moving on the Monday. Here's Afridi.
It's going to be a wide and more than just one because the wicketkeeper is not able to handle this, and it's another, well, disaster for Swee because this will end up being five wides, and not a bit of a half-hearted attempt, you have to say, from the wicketkeeper Anil Kadir.
Doesn't get off his feet, does he, Anil here, which is probably what you're wanting to see your keeper do. It wasn't a good ball by any means, just a lot of swing. I don't think Afridi was expecting it to swing that much. He gets it right. I mean, this is what the left-hand, right-hand combination does, doesn't it, Rico? You talk about it all the time. It forces the bowler to keep adjusting, especially with that new ball. This one, I don't know whether he holds it across the seam, maybe doesn't try and swing it. That one just goes right across Cornelius Yunus. Much better delivery.
Yeah, good delivery from Afridi. And, well, I know he was out to that, chasing a wide one to a freaky catch. This one's going to be another wide ball, so he just gets the line wrong again. But looks like a player, looks like somebody that certainly, if he can turn it on, it's going to be a key for Sweden United. But he's just got to get his line right here at the moment with the left-hander.
Yeah, I mean, he does get it through. He's slippery. You can see that Anil Kadir anticipated that one a bit better. But yeah, it's only one delivery really out of the 4 so far has been on target, so that's a concern. Yeah, pretty much with those 5 wides at the start of the first over, they're going at 33 and over, effectively.
Yep.
So he's putting a big dent in this total, kind of negating the big finish of Sweden United with the bat. We saw them double their score in the last 3 overs from 51 to 102.
Going to try to round the wicket here now to the lefty. And that's a better delivery, though. I do suspect... Oh, well, the finger does go up. I had a feeling this was doing too much. I thought it was going to go and miss leg stick, but hey, that's just my first impression. Let's look at it again. And I'm not standing where the umpire is full on. That is moving big.
Yeah, it's the modern game, though, isn't it?
Yeah, moving big.
Where does this hit him on the pad? It is swinging. It hits him pretty much in front of middle. I mean, look, I think that's probably umpire's call. In the old days, you'd say there's no way that's hitting the stumps. But, yeah, look where it hits him. Hits him on the back pad. I actually think it could be a good decision. I know what you're saying. That was actually my initial instinct as well, with the angle, with the movement he's been getting. But it does hit him a long way back. And if you actually look at where it hits him in front of middle stump. So, yeah, it's one of... I'm not convinced it's missing. To be fair,
he's doing too much for me.
Yeah.
I think he's doing. Looking at the angle, he goes pretty wide, and looking at the angle of it, I think that ball is going to naturally carry on swinging and going to miss.
That's what your cricket instinct tells you. But if you just look at the physics of it, I mean, it hits him in front of middle stump, and it hits him on the crease, and it wasn't swinging as much as some of the others. I actually think that that's probably umpire's call. I think you could make a case either way for that one. But that's modern cricket, and that's with ball tracking these days. We see a lot more balls are hitting the stumps than we previously thought.
Yeah.
It's one that could have gone either way. I mean, there was probably a debatable one in the first innings that people had an opinion about as well. So, kind of swings and roundabouts there, I suppose. But anyway, it's the breakthrough they needed. It's not the danger man Sathi who's done most of the damage so far, but it will be Srijay Patel that comes to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, I think it's a good wicket because Yunus could be the one who clicked here today. But they know that they can keep working away at the other end. It just puts more pressure on Sathi. And they're hoping that he's going to miss Q1. And, well, he's broken the stumps here now. Now, does he do this in all his action? They're asking.
It's definitely a legal attempt.
Run out. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. I think he could be in big trouble here.
Yeah, he's he's gone far too early. And, well, I think he's going to be given here. There's no reason not to, unless the team themselves or the captain from Sweden withdraws the appeal. It's going to be out here, because he does.
It's a bit lazy from Sathi. I mean, he's watching, but he's not acting with what his eyes are seeing, and he moves way too early. Again, I know people have opinions on this, but look, he's watching, and he's out well before he enters delivery stride or action.
Yep.
So you can see just the way the bowler dropped the ball, that tells me he's going through with this.
Yeah.
And again, it's lazy from Sathi, really. His only chance to be saved here is if the umpire decides that, or if the captain of the Sweet United team withdraws the appeal. I can't see that happening.
Well, they're in a bit of a huddle themselves. I get the feeling the umpire would have just gone to the captain or gone to the captain and said, look, do you want to go through with the appeal? If the captain said, yeah, they're going to look at it a few times. And, well, they don't have to look at it a few times for me. He's out. He is out. I mean, yeah, there you go. The finger gets given. So Sathi will go. This is going to leave a bit of a sour taste, of course. But, look, we've had a lot of discussions about this. We were talking about it last week. It's the laws of the game. You shouldn't be. It's the easiest thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, it actually is really easy not to leave early.
Keep your eye on the bowler. Once the ball's released, you go. He's a little bit lazy. He doesn't do that. All right, he's not. A lot of people will say, yeah, but he's not running down. He's not trying to cheat. He's not trying to gain a big advantage. The fact is, follow the laws of the game. Look, here he goes. And there you go. He said, look, he's out his crease. I want to ask the question.
I mean, the skill here for the bowler is to recognise that the batter has left before he's entered his delivery action. So there's nothing that deceptive about it. This is the thing. I know that that's something that we're seeing it's all coming into the game a bit more now, but it's a legal tactic, and to me, that's completely on Sathi. I mean, I know no one likes to see an innings end that way, but that was completely avoidable, and I don't think we'll see him getting out that way again. I just think with these kinds of run-outs backing up, they're going to get worse before they get better.
Yep.
Non-strikers have to realise that they're in the game. You look at Nazir, well, he's not going anywhere. The new batter. But, yeah, just make sure that arm goes over. As soon as the arm goes over, you're safe. You can leave. Right. But you got to watch the arm go over. If you don't, then that can happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the game. What can you say? This one, a lot of movement on this delivery. It really does come back a lot. And you can see there that Patel is just quite happy just to get bat onto ball and take the single. A lot of movement. Could have gone anywhere.
I suppose the other thing, I mean, I don't think you're ever expecting that, but I mean, you should be expecting it every time. If you expect it, then it won't happen to you, right? And the thing is, when you're at non-strikers end, you don't have that much to think about, right? Yeah. You're not having to worry about, okay, where are my feet going? Watch the ball, do this hard. Just watch that the bowler goes through with his action, and then we won't have any more problems with these. And I think, you got to realise also situationally that Sathi's got a bit of a target on his back. He's just smashed 26 runs off his bat in the first over, and they're looking for a way to get rid of him. They found one.
Yeah, he's the man. He's the wicket that you have to get. And, well, it is Halloween, so if it was going to happen, it was going to happen today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, it's given Sathi a fright, I'm pretty sure. Brings the game back into the balance, though, doesn't it?
Big time. It does, because Sathi, we know, well, they've got Sathi and Yunus, both the openers that we know can and have quite often in the past given Malta Day the perfect start and starts that taking them on to victories. Now somebody else is going to have to perform. Just have a look at the standings here of Group B.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, yeah, we can look at the table. The Knights, I mean, we'll see them this afternoon. and that should be a pretty interesting matches against the Crusaders. Yeah, I know. Look, that's going to dominate kind of our discussion for a little while, but yeah, I'll say it again. I played recently. I hadn't played in a while, and I said, look, as a non-striker, I've just got one thing to do really, and that's not leave early. It's not difficult, just to make sure the arm goes over. As soon as the arm goes over, then if the bowler holds onto the ball, they can't do it anymore. So that's what you got to understand.
Yeah.
That is deception then. But running in and not rolling your arm over, if you're out, I'm sorry, it's your fault. It's not the bowler's fault. The bowler saw an opportunity and took it.
Yep.
And that's, if Sathi's in at the other end by that much, by 4 inches, he's in and he doesn't
to me, and I've said this before and I say it again, I know a lot of people are not liking it, but to me, look, bear this in mind, okay, after this delivery. So, oh, gone, that's a really, really good catch. That's a fantastic catch from Anil Kadir, because this ball is going past him. Now, Kadir is having trouble. He had trouble when he was batting with his shoulder. Now he's landed badly again. And, yeah, there's an issue there with his shoulder. He can't even get himself up. But, this has gone past him. This is such a good catch. Really well done. But, look, bangs hard onto his shoulder. And you can see he's in pain. He's in agony. And he was showing a bit of pain when he was batting. He's up, but there's certainly an issue with his shoulder. But what a good catch that is, Vinny.
Yeah, it kind of clunked off the glove a bit. So it was an interesting one because it didn't come that quickly, but he still had to make good ground to his right. We saw him just clutching that shoulder when he was batting. So, yeah, Kadir pulling something out. And yeah, it's been such a momentum shifter. I'm going to come down to this. The final thing. A lot of the neutrals and the spectators are saying things that's on the bowler. If you're the batter in that situation, you've only got yourself to blame. If I got out in that fashion, I wouldn't blame the bowler. I'd blame myself.
Yeah.
And I think that's the shift which we're seeing happen. And it's a slightly uncomfortable shift because of the history of it. The history of it used to be that you could pretend to bowl and hold onto the ball and then wait for the guy to go and get him out. But they've outlawed that.
But isn't it the same as we see this one? That's a good delivery, dot ball. Too many extras so far. They need to tidy up. But to me, it's the same as a stumping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got the wicket-keeper standing up, the batter goes outside of his crease. Well, the wicket-keeper takes the bails off. Yeah. You don't call that unfair. Yeah. You don't turn around and say, he wasn't trying to gain advantage. He just lost his balance.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Exactly.
It's the same. It's just a different side of the field. So, guys and girls, I know there's a lot of controversy about it. People don't like it, but it's part of the game. The line is there.
Sathi didn't blame the bowler. Sathi is filthy at himself, not the bowler, because he knows that he was watching. He saw the guy not bowler and he left. He was dumb, and he knows it. He's a good player. Yeah. He won't do it again. I mean,
got to learn.
There's nothing wrong with it. That's unpopular opinion, maybe, but there's a line there. Stay behind it. Is not. You don't have to be good at. Don't even have to be good at cricket to stay behind the line until the guy goes over. You just have to watch. Anyway, I'll leave that one alone for a while. I think it's just okay.
Yeah, there's too many. I mean, just having a look at the extras. 11 extras already, 10 wide. So they're not doing themselves any favours. They're giving away a lot of runs as well. And also, don't forget, and depending how far this match goes, they could be struggling with time. This one's called a no ball. So I'm guessing this is a foot fault.
Same thing here. There's a line there for the bowler. And if he's just over, you don't see the umpire going, hey, just so you know, you're a bit over. Just watch yourself. And obviously there's nothing behind the line there. On the line's not good enough. So there'll be a free hit coming up. Last ball of the power play coming up as well.
Firmly hit, but straight to the... Oh, that's out. Oh, that is sensational. Absolutely sensational. You can be out of a free hit if you're running. The run out will count. Well, this is a absolute laser beam of a throw. Sensational action. What a throw this is. That is incredible from Waka Afridi.
So he's checked this because the bails have been knocked off, but it shouldn't matter because the stumps have been knocked over. You see? So because the stumps are knocked over, this should still be out. So he's knocked the bails off, but because the stumps are knocked over, then it's out.
Yeah.
So it's the same as knocking a stump clean out of the ground. So that's why it's actually pretty alert by Stefan Gooch. He notices that the bails have been removed, but because the stumps are knocked over completely, then that should still be out. I'll be curious to see if they get this right, because, yeah, this is a little known rule. And people think you have to have the ball in your hand and pull a stump out. That's one way to do it, but as long as the stump is completely removed, or in our sense, if they're completely knocked off their base, then it should be out.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bit of talk here which they're checking, but yeah, that's the way I understand it, because in the olden days you used to say, no, it can't be, you've got to get the ball and pick up the ball with the stump. That's the only way that it can be out.
Yeah,
but
that was a bit of a rumour.
Yeah,
if you look at the laws, if you knock a stump clean out of the ground, or if the stumps, and in our case we don't have stumps that really get knocked out easily, so if the stumps are completely knocked over, then that constitutes breaking the wicket. And so in the end, it's just a little bit of another brain snap, to be honest. And this time, Sridhar Patel hits the catch. Okay, it's a free hit. He probably knows it's a free hit, but he doesn't get going straight away. I think that if he does run straight away, he probably makes it. But, I mean, take nothing away from the throw. That was dead on, wasn't it?
It was splendid. Well, I said this. I mean, we saw him with the bat when he went out there, and I said this, Afridi looks like a player. He played some stunning shots. Then with the ball, all right, he had a few issues, but he did get the wicket. He was the man involved in the controversy with the run out at the bowler's end. But then, well, there's no controversy about this. This is just superb. It's just brilliant cricket.
To be honest, the bowler made it really tough for the fielder there, because he had to throw it that hard, didn't he? Because if he just hit the stumps then and didn't knock the stumps over, it wouldn't have been out. So it's actually good luck, I suppose. I think the fact he hit the stumps high up and hit the stumps on the full with the throw meant they actually fell over. But most of the time when you hit the stumps with the ball, they don't fall over.
Yeah.
So it was just kind of, I guess, more good luck than good management. But they do get another wicket, 44 for 4 now at the end of the power play. And what a free hit that was.
And it's all happening in the middle. Seeing some superb stuff. So here we go. Afridi, once who started everything off. Well, that's a beauty. Well, he's getting his rhythm now, isn't he? With the 3 over mark. Well, the score, not an issue. Wickets it is. It was all the 4s, 44 for 4. But now is who's going to be able to keep this score going. At the moment, it's the extras that's helping them more than anything else. It's well bowled, nicely dug out by the captain, Sam Aquilina, who's out there now. Can he put something together with Edward Thomas?
Yeah, Thomas often comes to rescue with his team in need, and that's what they need at the moment. So, yeah, this is Michael Afridi. Had a few control issues, didn't he, in his first over. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl. I think he'll like that.
Nicely played. In fact, it's a lovely shot, just using the pace of Afridi. There's a big gap that's been left out there, you know, which just surprises me. I reckon they're going to plug that pretty soon now. There's a big gap, and he's found it nicely. It's a lovely shot played there by Edward Thomas. 4 runs.
Yeah, really good. Uses the pace cleverly.
Still looking in that area. Let's see. Well, still no change, really.
Good morning, Luke, who's joined us as single. We had a question about why the on-field checked it. Yeah, well, because he wasn't sure what happened. So that's fair.
Yeah.
And he was right. He said, okay, the bail's been knocked off. Did the stumps come off their base, so lose contact with the ground when the batter was out of his crease? So that's why he referred it, and it was a correct decision from the off-field official. So yeah, it's well managed, I think. Because, yeah, the thing is then you've got to make the decision. It's not when the ball hits the stump necessarily. It's when the stumps first tilt up so that the bottom of the stumps isn't in contact with the ground. So, yeah, I think it's worth checking. It's a good spot because a lot of umpires may have just given that out, not noticing that the bails have been knocked off. And that's why it was referred. But, yeah, this is actually a little-known rule in all cricket. Wait for the end of the over. They're 51 for 4 after 4. So if that was to happen in, say you were playing in a turf pitch and the stumps are knocked into the ground, if you throw the ball at the stumps and you knock the stump out of the ground completely, then that counts. So if the bails are off, if you knock a stump out completely, then yeah, that's fine. But the thing is, you don't see that often on a turf wicket because it's pretty hard to knock a stump out just with the throw. But that is the rule. If you go check it, it's actually always been the rule. But the reason you're taught to kind of lift one out, because that's normally, they're hard to get out of the ground normally, right? So that's why, if you're holding the ball, that's what you get taught.
So Bilal Qadir back to complete his second ball. Once again, starting with a wide. That's better. That's where he has to be. That's one thing that Sui United, especially with the ball, have to sort out. And Sui United, well, they're wearing the colour of the day as well. They've got the pumpkin orange. Once more. In the air, this is firmly struck. Work to be done by the fielder out there. Does well. Gets the throw in.
Yeah, well, put it
Nice
this
to
way.
see.
If the Sweet United are doing trick or treat, I think they're more on the trick side of things at the moment.
They certainly are.
They've got a few tricks up their sleeve, don't they?
Yeah, that was Amrit Singh doing some fielding. Nice to give him a shout out because he's been looking after us, hasn't he? Oh, well, if he picks this up cleanly, there was trouble. But he doesn't, the fielder. And Bilal says, just there. I want you just there. We'll have him next time. Yeah, he's been driving us around. It's a big shout out to Amrit Singh. He's been getting us to and from the ground. Short. Goes for the pull shot. And, we'll get the single. But you can see here now, though they had a great start, but now with Azim Sathi gone, it's all tiki-taka, and they'll be grateful for all the extras that they're getting. But pretty soon, they're going to need more than those extras. That rate, though, I mean, look, it's under 10, so it's not a biggie, not a big ask. But they just need to find a way to go, and picking up the boundary like this every so often will help. And that's another one. We've got a boundary in the last over. So one more here, and again a nice shot. Just sort of digs this one out, but look, like the way he uses his wrist and lets the bat swivel in the hands and guides that to 4 more. Once again in that area, I think they've got to think about plugging that gap. They need a backward point in.
Yeah, it's an interesting required rate here. Uh-oh, could be trouble. Yeah, okay, gets into pocket of space. So I'm going to say, if they get one boundary and over, I feel like they probably stay in control of the chase. But if they don't, then I think they could get out of hand pretty quickly. Anyway, I want to say very, very good morning to you at the halfway point of this chase, 59 for 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Full, and it is Halloween, so got a few decorations up. And yeah, I was going to say, Sweet United, more trick than treat so far in this response. But, I mean, they've done kind of what's required, I suppose, to get them back in the game after it was a pretty explosive start, wasn't it, by Malta Day?
Yeah, it's an explosive start, but I still think, I mean, this looks like a good partnership. Both the batters, they look like they've got their heads on. They look like they're pretty tuned up to this. And I think you're right. They've worked out. Take the singles. Just look for that one bad ball, that one boundary, and they're getting a fair number of extras as well. They'd be pretty happy at the moment, but they wouldn't want to lose another wicket.
Yeah, well, I always think it's great in cricket that everyone has opinions. If you'd like to send me yours, within reason, you can send me a message at Mr. Maximo, and you also get Rico at Rico Full. Thanks so much for all the messages. I mean, still trying to go 3 at a time, trying to get back to everybody. Still got a few from ECC I'm catching up on, but yeah, don't forget also to follow us on social media at European Cricket, and if you haven't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. And yeah, we certainly appreciate all the support out there. A lot of cricket going on in the world. I want to say hello to Mayur Patel, who's out there, and to everybody else for joining us. And Helix asking, Vinny and Rico, do you have a trick or treat bucket on the table? We don't just yet, but I wouldn't mind if people want to bring us treats.
Treats?
I
thought you were looking after your figure. I thought you were on a bit of a diet now.
Have been just trying to be a little bit more sensible, but only a little bit. Only got to get through another 6 weeks of the season. Anyway, 59 for 4, so they're ahead of the rate for now. But just remember how many came off that first over. It was 28, wasn't it? 28 came off that.
28 off the first.
31 off the next 4. Rajan Hussain with the ball. He likes it.
This is definitely a Halloween type of appeal. This is all the ghosts and the screams of Halloween in one, and it's going down the leg. Watch the appeal.
Certainly, it's going down leg. But I'd like to count. I'd like to count how many finger points here from the beginning. There was at least 8 or 9. Then he ends up looking like a jack-o'-lantern with a big smile. Leg by a call. Back to Thomas on strike.
This time he doesn't appeal. He behaves himself. And maybe this time he's saying to the umpire, this one is going down leg. 60 on the board. That rate starting to just gradually climb up. You just get the feeling here, Sweet United, they're looking for 2 good overs. 2 good overs from them. They can close this game. Whereas Malta Day, they just know they get 1 good one. Look, see, this has been the issue for Sweet. They get 1 good over Malta Day with the bat, another magical one. Then everything is in their favour. But those extras, that's now 16 extras. That was the 13th wide. And time will also be an issue. You know, if you keep bowling wide, you've got to bowl them again. Get the ball, it'd be another wide.
Yeah, this was an issue, wasn't it? Back in the second over, we had quite a few wides. Remember from Waka Afridi. But no real excuses now. You got two right-handers at the crease. You just got to settle into that offside channel. Something we saw the Knights doing very well on Saturday.
That's another one. Good take there from the keeper. Nice to see that Anil Kadir just moving around a little bit more freely. He was a little bit stuck in his mark earlier, but he's moving around nicely now again. I think that take there saving certainly 4 runs for his side, but this is not good bowling. And not helping the cause at all here. You just get the feeling that Sweehy, if they do end up losing this match, as this one has been hit big, it's coming our way somewhere. I knew that. We're just to the left of us.
Yeah, that was another laptop buster.
Got a bit of mud on that one. Yeah. There you go. You can have that clean it up.
We know which one's the shiny side. It does take a fair bit of mud. This is a really powerful shot. I mean, there you go. That was our little trick there. I was making sure that your laptops were going to be fine, but I spotted it was just going to be wide of us.
You didn't spot that.
Thank you, Anders,
we
for
didn't
showing
see
the
that
panic.
until it bounced.
No.
We didn't see it until it came down.
I was fairly confident. Protect the equipment, rule 1, a rule that you forgot last week in Croatia.
I protect myself first, then the equipment. Well, this one is a chance. Big moment. Taken, no mistakes, and guess who is our man again? Well, I'll tell you what, this guy, I said it before, Waka Afridi, he's a player. He's one to look out for. And, he's doing everything at the moment, scoring runs, taking wickets, running people out, and now doing the catching as well.
Yeah, so 6 and out situation. Geez, Thomas got all of that one before, this time not as much. And yeah, you can see that big Afridi style celebration. And coming from none other than Waka Afridi. So 5th wicket falls. A handy little contribution, but I'm sure he wishes he stayed around there longer, Thomas. But he will have to go as he departs for 14. The 4 and a 6 and his knock, 69 for 5.
Yeah, Sam Aquilina is having a chat. This one, well, there it was. Well, I don't know where you were going. I was looking to see if I could catch the ball. And, that was a 6.
Well,
and that
I
was
knew
a
that
wicket.
you wouldn't be protecting your equipment. So when I saw it was on your side, I just quickly had a look, but then I was cool.
No, you weren't.
I knew that. If you look at me, I get down, I have a look, and then I back away because I know that, yes, that's fine. It's missing the cube.
Okay, who's in now? Kumaran has got to see if he can get
I have
going.
a perfect 6 out of 6 catches this year.
Have you?
5 of them were in the commentary
How
box.
many devices have you lost this year?
No, I'm on a
Are
clean
you all right?
sheet. And
You've
don't
been
jinx me. Hold
lucky
on.
this year.
Touch wood. You know they do in Europe? Sometimes they knock their teeth for touch wood. Yeah. Protect the equipment. Especially if it belongs to you. Here we go.
No run. And you can see Sam Aquilina is now sensing that he needs to try and get as much strike as possible. But look, I think here, with just the ball to go, you don't really, or he really doesn't want to take a single. He'd rather this ball go to the boundary. That rate, well, it's going up and down like a bit of a yo-yo at the moment. And a bit of a nothing shot. They do take the single. I don't think that was the best result.
Well, I just noticed something. That when we talked about protecting the equipment, did that ball hit the Frederick Constant timer? Because it looks like it's stuck. Maybe it hit the clock. I'm sure that'll get fixed soon enough. But anyway, it takes us to the end of another over. The score is 70 for 5 after 6. So yeah, pretty interesting game. I mean, pretty lucky. Well, I suppose you make your own luck, but Sweet United certainly went bang, bang, bang in the last 3 overs. And they got from 51 to 102. As it is, 33 required. So 8.25 and over. It's not such an onerous one, but I just do think the wicket of Thomas hurts him a little bit. It's up to the captain now to try and pick up the slack. It's Muthu Kumaran who's out there. Be facing up. And there we go. There you go. The clock's moving again. So it just must have gotten stuck for a second. Anyway, let's get into over number 7. This is where, as a fielding team, if you just get one good over, 5 or less, and sneak one through, then suddenly you're probably ahead in the game.
Yeah, no run.
I like that fielding position. I know you do too. They've got the mid-wicket, the cover in pretty tight, saving that single.
I think this is where they've sensed that it's Sam Aquilina that wants to get on strike. He's the one that can still hurt them. Maybe he's the one that can still hit the boundaries. They want to try and keep him off strike. This one will be a wide, but that's the issue. I mean, Sweden United, if they do go on to lose this match, it will be because of extras. I can tell you that here now. And also because they haven't set the right field here in the offside. Huge gap between the third man inside the circle and point. Huge gap. Better delivery. Not taken cleanly by the keeper, Kadir, but still nice. A bit of away movement from Kasim Mohammed.
Bit of a high risk, low return shot, really. That's one I think you've got to try and hit through the offside. Even if you don't get all of it, you can still slice it away behind point.
Do you get the feeling, I mean, unless I'm missing a fielder somewhere, let's see this delivery.
Yeah, 4 outfielders only.
Yeah, 4. And every time they move one out somewhere different, they're bringing one in. So have they got this wrong? They think they can only have 4 out?
Well, they must know.
Because they moved in the long off to push back the man at square. So
yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, I think might be an oversight. I'd have third man back if I had to have one.
So now you got square leg, third man. Maybe they got it right. No, they still just got the 4.
They've still got 4 outfielders.
See, this is where the backward point for me has got to go back.
Yeah.
Push the backward point back
I'd be
on the boundary.
Probably going third man or backward point, one of them.
Goes towards square. One bounce, pick up. Nicely done. Just a single. That's it. Ones are a win here for Sweehi. Dots are even better. What can Kumaran do here? They need a boundary. As you said before, in looking to get a boundary of every over to stay in it. And he hits this pretty well straight in the air, but no power in the shot. Enough to take one. Golina looking to go again if you can. You can't.
Yeah, Aquilina. Last ball of the over, facing up. Gets a wide, so 75. Plus he's had me off this so far to 5, I think. So I was talking about an over like this, just to push that rate maybe towards the 10 mark or so. So yeah, it's been a pretty good over. And there's still not going to be a boundary off it. So
maybe there will be. Oh, he does really well. He does really, really well. And that's Arslan Ahmed chasing. And just look, this is the way to do it. Forget your feet. Get dirty. Get down. You can on this outfield. Just flicks this back. Just watch this here. The foot is fine. Great work.
Excellent. Yeah, I thought there'd be no chance that would go to the boundary, but it did roll for quite a while. So there'll be a couple there. And so it'll take us to the end of the over. Score 77 for 5 after 7. This is what's coming up next. It's match 26. And we have these 2 teams. There's not too much between them. I think that's what we're seeing now. And starting in around about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. Mudda Day winning the toss, selecting to bowl first. So, yeah, it's going to be similar kind of situation here where they will be chasing. So join us for that. And it's the second of 4 matches today. Have a close one here, though. French cut, and I think this probably will run for 4. It does. So the boundary they needed comes from somewhere. Unintentional, but effective from Muthu Kumaran.
4 more runs. That's what they've got to do. Keep getting these runs. I mean, Malta Day, remember the victory they got against the Southern Crusaders the first time we saw them. They put 89 on the board, and they defended it. Southern Crusaders were cruising. They really were. Michael Gunteleka, the Crusaders captain, 44 he scored, and when he went out, I think they needed something like 4 and over. They needed 10 of the last 12 deliveries, and they weren't able to get it. So Malta Day, they make a habit of winning matches. Well, this one is a run lost out, so they've got a bonus of picking up 4 with the French cut. They then lose out on 1 here, so it's a good result for Sui United. Hassan, here's the bowler.
I still think this could be a really close one. So coming around the wicket.
When that go-to ball went to 120, can we stop it there? Can we stop it going upwards there and reset it? Oh, bowled, beautifully bowled, good delivery, and he's liking it as well. He's absolutely pumped. Here's Adian Hassan. Well, he was the man who gave it the big LBW feel last time. Well, you don't have to go up for LBW or anything if you hit the timber, and he does. Chuck the foot style. Ale, he says. Ale. Both अच्छी bowling. Dundee chucked it there. There come off the bows, and that is the end of another batter. So he came, Kumaran. He got a valuable 7 of the 9 balls that he faced, but that will be his number. He has to go, so the wicketkeeper, captain Sana Colina, will have to welcome another batter and hope that somebody else can stay there with him. But well bowled there from Hassan.
Renzi Jacob, I know he's played a fair bit of cricket for the Super Kings, but he's never actually batted before.
Never?
In an ECS. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I looked it up. It's, yeah, it just wasn't required. So it's his first bat in ECN cricket. He's taken a bunch of wickets. Bowled well.
Let's see how he starts then, shall we? As Hassan comes into it. Hassan to Jacobs for the first time. And he'll lump the run. Sana Colina.
I love this from the bowler.
One is, the bowler just takes this as it comes into his head, one hand grab, and then says, "Oi, yaar ki kar raha? Koi piche nahi hega." Look at this. Just now he gives him the lecture. So what are you doing? There's nobody behind. La la. It could have been extra runs. He's absolutely right as well.
Yeah.
Singles don't hurt them.
True. I think he probably would have been backed up and wouldn't be in a second. But anyway, Aquilina faces up.
He will have to go and get big, but he's not going to get done by an absolute beauty. And that one there could be the match. It's full, it's straight, it's knocking him out. And Jagade Fatte style, the captain, Sam Aquilina, has to go. And he's trying to play down the leg side to a straight ball. He knows it. It's timber. The castle has been raided. Castle Tutgi. Another one goes. Jabardasti bowling from Adnan Hassan, and he takes another wicket. That's fantastically done. He's 3 for 15 with the ball to go.
Yeah. So just being on target, making a big difference. Aquilina kind of takes the bait, goes across the line, misses out. Now for me, it's advantage. Sweet United. And I've been told that we're missing a bit of the supporting info, but we'll try and sort that out as soon as possible. Looks like everything's okay on the screen right now. There's 3 for 15, good figures. Last ball of the over.
Down the leg side, can't be out. He's going up for it. Of course he is. He wants another.
Yeah, pitches outside leg stump. As soon as it bounces to the right of the stumps, can't be out. Don't think it was hitting anyway, to be honest. But
good over though.
Very good over. That's the kind of over they needed. And there were only 5 off that. There were 2 wickets as well. So Adnan Hussain coming up with the goods in the 8th, 82 for 7. So now pretty much need 10 and 10 to force a result. And yeah, just have a look at this reply. How much of it was the first over? Then after that, the threat was neutralised one way or another. And since then, it's been a very different story. So it all happens in the 9th, and I'm sure Mudday will be hoping it all happens on the scoreboard. It's going to be Qasim Muhammad to bowl.
It did all happen in the 9th when it was Sui United batting, because they took 22 off that 9th over. Smashed the ball all over the place, and it was unlucky for Salman Khan, the dancing papa. So can Mudday do something here? That's a good delivery. Just sneaks it inside. That's Qasim, and he knew it as well. Just gives that the umpire a little look there to say, don't you dare, because that's fine. So dot ball, gold dust. Mohammed once more. And this time the slow delivery, clever. Good variations.
Yeah, they need to get 10 at least off this over, I think, to be in with a chance. That's a good delivery. That's the channel I think you need to bowl, especially the lower order here. Renzi make a name for himself with the bat. Yeah.
More swinging and missing. And, he wants a big shot, doesn't he? Wants to try and find a boundary. It's not there.
Bit of outswing maybe, just a touch, but Renzi completely losing his shape. He's looking up at the beautiful blue sky.
He's backing away, and he has to go to the ball this time. He comes down, and this ball will go into that area we're talking about, the backward point, the 2 fielders between them. They do stop it and go for 2.
That's something, but it's hard to see them really being in the contest unless they can get a boundary this over. It's been a tale of 2 innings, really. They've been reverses. Strong first 3 overs in this innings for the batting side.
Could be. Oh, wow, he would have been gone. And, not sure whether that was the smartest move. You're better off just going with the dot, but this is just automatic reaction. But look, little back flick. This would have been something sensational.
Yeah, look, to be honest, it probably would have been run out the second time as well, I reckon, when he does come through for the run. So a riff gets an opportunity.
And, well, if the wicketkeeper was able to take this cleanly, maybe an interesting. What do you think of this one again? Is the wicketkeeper allowed to be moving as much as this when the ball is being bowled?
I think you're allowed to make a movement as long as you're not coming up to the actual stumps within arm's reach of the stumps. So yeah, I think you're just reacting. If the batter's charging, then I think you're certainly allowed to kind of start moving towards the stumps. But what you can't do is you can't go from keeping back to keeping up.
Yeah.
So I think that's actually fine. Anyway, it's 85 for 7 after 9, and they've left themselves a pretty big mountain to climb, haven't they, Malta Day? They need 18 off this last over. It's hard to see it happening. Jacob 4 off 6, and Arif yet to score. Again, maybe a big filthy 5 wides or something might be a game changer. Asif Shah is going to bowl. He bowled the first over. They went for 28, don't forget. Very different proposition right now. The first ball's the dot, and I think for me, that pretty much ices it. Unless we see something dramatic. You've got to hand it to Sweet United. They found a way.
They did find a way. I mean, they used whatever they could legally. This one just gets a bit on this, but the fielder does well. I mean, it's unfortunate because that's a lose-lose situation. It would have been one and another delivery had to be bowled. Ends up hitting the pad and they just get the one. Well, I say just get the one, now they get another.
I think that, no, well, the thing is, I think the argument is this ball's dead. Let's see what happens here, because I think here, for me now, the ball's dead because he's literally just trying to throw it back to the bowler and the batters are trying to, not kind of really trying to advance the play. So, yeah, they're saying that's just I think that's a good decision.
I think also you have to, the umpire at a particular point says, right, okay, nothing else is happening, ball is dead, and giving the signal
He's not
to the
throwing to
scorers.
the bowler in effect to try and like take the play further. So I actually think that's a good decision. Just one leg by.
Yeah, good decision. Good understanding between the umpires and the third umpire as well, Sam Williams. This one just gets dug out. It'll be a single. So where are we at here now? I think only if all these deliveries find their way to a boundary do they have an opportunity. Looks like we're looking at 16 required or 3. So, yep, boundaries required. Well, that's not going to be one of them. Comes down the track, gets a little bit of a slice onto it. They will take a 2, but the wild throw, they'll get the 2. But 2 what doesn't help them really. 2 doesn't help them at all. Takes the equation to now with 2 balls to come. They need 14 runs. I'm sure they took 2 there. I'm not sure why it's gone 15, unless I'm missing something.
Going to make a what's the word? Controversial opinion.
The viewer.
Player of the match, Wakra Afridi, for running out Sathi. Good look at the result.
Listen, he's done more than that as well. Come on.
I'm just saying.
Give him a...
If you want to pinpoint one moment in this game that turned it,
Yeah,
I think that's it.
You got to go with the batting there, haven't you, Anil Kadir?
Yeah, I think so.
That's very well bowled, and that will be the end of the match. They're asking the question for the stumping because he's not trying to run, and now the bat is down. So it won't be, but it will be a dot, and it's going to be a winning start for Sweehy United. They win this one, posting 102, thanks to a very good fine knock from the opener who batted all the way through the innings. Anil Kadir made 61 or 35, and in reply, well, Malta Day, they replied with a bang, 28 coming off the first over from Arif Shah. But then after that, well, they got themselves back into the match because we saw that Azim Sathi was run out in, some people would say, controversial circumstances. And then, well, despite giving stat loads of extras, the Sweet United did manage to contain Malta Day. So win this one by 14 runs. It's not a huge margin. It just goes to show that if some things had gone their way, little things, well, some things did go their way, like that. That went Malta Day's way. But Sweet United, what they did manage to do is, in the important times, get things right. That was a little nudge that went away to the boundaries, and they made a really good, electrifying start. I mean, I mentioned the first over. This was the LBW, which I still think that one was a tight call, but umpire's call.
And yeah, I know what you're saying there. I just think if they hit him on the front pad, and I completely agree with you. I think the fact that hit him on the back pad on the crease, and actually if you see the line it hits him,
here's a big moment.
It's possible. And there you go. He's only out by a bit, but you only have to be. And Sathi, he's only got himself to blame. Look, he's looking up, and Afridi's saying, "Hey, why are you trying to steal ground off me? Because I don't want you to." And that's one way of stopping it. And so yeah, when it comes down to it, whatever your opinion is, it's completely legal and it's completely avoidable from a batter's point of view as well. That was a good catch, wasn't it? Although you can worry a little bit about Anil Kadir, the way that his shoulder's holding up. We'll probably see him opening the batting in the second match coming up. And when it came down to it, they just got the wickets they needed, didn't they, to get into the middle order. I mean, this guy, Edward Thomas, he is also a bit of a game changer potentially. This was an amazing bit of fielding though as well. Off the free hit, Srijay Patel completely wipes himself out. It was a bit of a controversial one because the bails were knocked off, but he does knock the stumps off the base, which is what's required under the playing conditions. So yeah, Thomas came out there, and when he banged the huge six that made us scared, I thought, well, this is game on, really. They needed a hero, and Edward Thomas just seems like a kind of backs the wall kind of player. I mean, they went absolute miles, Rico, but then when Thomas went next ball, it just spelt more and more trouble. See there, I just had a little peek. Thought that was gone. And, well, happy Halloween. We were scared, but the next ball, he was gone, and that was another game-changing moment.
Yeah, it was, and there he is, Afridi taking the catch, and Dan Oros just saw her on the bottom of the screen as well, taking the picture of that one, so look out for that on the social media. But yeah, I mean, when that wicket went down, it was all one-way traffic, and Adnan, well, he bowled really well, just getting the ball in the right areas and knocking the stumps over. But the big wicket, I think, is when he got the wicket of Sam Aquilina, because if he was still there, I mean, things could have happened, because in the end, that margin of victory was only 14 runs, so just a couple of boundaries could have made all the difference. And it was the captain, Sam Aquilina, that could have done it for them. But it weren't to be, and it ends up being a good victory by Sui United. I mean, it's the first time we've seen them, so I'm expecting to see a bit more of them, expecting them to get better. Certainly looking forward to seeing Anil Kadir out there again. Let's see if he can stay in the good form. It took him a while to get going, and I'm looking forward to seeing Waka Afridi out there more with the bat as well. Though I do think there's going to be one or two Malta Day guys that are going to be after him, especially after that run out. But
yeah,
here's
you better
the two
watch
teams
your
again.
back if you're Sweet United. But like I say, it's very avoidable. I mean, you just have to watch, and then it won't happen. Anyway, so this is coming up in around about 15 minutes' time right here on the European Cricket Network, as we see some beautiful pictures of Malta. It is an island with all these little elements to it. I love it. And unfortunately, a few too many little scores for the Malta Day side in response. They've already lost more matches in this series than they did in the group stage last time. But anyway, Sathi with 26 before he was run out at the non-strikers end. Edward Thomas with 14. No one else cracked double digits. And despite 24 extras, I suppose 5 of them leg byes, but still 19. No balls and wides, too many. They fell 14 runs short in the end. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. Adjan Hassan bowled really well, I thought, and he targeted the stumps at a key time, 3 for 15. Also wickets for Waka Afridi and Kadir. But Afridi with the 2 runners, they were pretty influential as well. Also, Qasim Muhammad, I think he held his nerve towards the end of the innings. He only went for 8 runs. So we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the second match of the day, which will be a spicy rematch. And once again, it'll be Sweetie United, who will be setting the pace in match 26 when we return. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full as well. Hopefully you're having a spooky day wherever you're watching around the world. We'll see you shortly for more action right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Master Cricket Ground on a very special Halloween day here in the European Cricket Series. Now it's time for the second match of the day, and well, a team that look a bit like pumpkins, Sweet United, they're on the park this morning and they're taking on Malta Day. Once again, it's match 26 on the way. Stefan Gooch is ready for the coin toss. Let's see who wins it.
Malta Day to call.
So heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
Yeah, we're going to bowl.
Okay. Yeah, mate. All the best. Have a good go.
So it is Malta Day that have won the toss, and it was Sam Aquilina standing in there at the toss. He's decided that once again they want to bowl first. They certainly had a good start, didn't they, to the morning, but the way that Sweet United rebound towards the end of their innings really showed you that they have a bit of firepower in there. In fact, they doubled their score in the last 3 overs, getting to 102. Well, Malta Day, we know that they've been a bit inconsistent with the bat. Let's see what they bring this time in the chase. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing someone like Azim Sathi. I know that I've mentioned him a few times already today, but he's certainly a guy I think holds the key to their batting. As far as the Sweet United batting though, of course, no Imran Amir at the moment for them, so Anil Carter became very important for them. And I think his half century was a cornerstone of their innings, but he did take a while to get going. I think he'll want to get going a little bit quicker this time, and he'll have the chance because they will be batting first after getting sent in match 26. It's Malta Day winning the toss and electing to bowl. Let's go over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of the second match of the day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu giving us the details about the two teams being led out this time by Andy Nowdy and Tim Wheeler. So a big welcome to our men in black as the teams take the field of play. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard, and already you can see that Azim Sathi from Malta Day, he's certainly racking up the fantasy points, as well as Edward Thomas, who had a good game, and Renzi Jacobs as well. And on the other side, Sweet United just making their first appearance, having won that match against Malta Day, and El Qadir certainly got some points racking up for him. He did bowl very, very well indeed. But this one, look out for, again, the two openers. So it will be Kasim, who's going to be out there once more along with Anil. But also, I think certainly from what I saw, Waqar Afridi, he looks like somebody that can really handle the bat really well. And if he can spend some time out there in the middle, I think he can score big runs. Malta Day, once again, they were unable to get into the 90s. The scores that they've scored with the bat so far have only been in the 80s, 89, 62, and today in the earlier match between the two, chasing 103, they got to 88. So really, they're looking to try and contain and keep this score under 90. I think that's what they're looking to do. It's going to be Renzi Jacob to start off again. It bowled very well, and no change at all from the opening lineup for Sweet United. Their game with Kasim Mohammed and Anil Qadir. As we wait for our official timekeeper, Frederique Constant from Geneva, to give the umpires the thumbs up to start this match number 2 on day 7. Just cloud, just a bit of cloud cover, so not seeing the sun so much at the moment. Pretty sure it will make its way out in no time at all as we see the first delivery. It's a good start, nice teasing delivery in good areas. And that's another thing, isn't it, with Malta Day? If they're a team that are not scoring too many runs, they have to be spot on in the field. They have to make sure that they don't give too many runs away to compensate for the fact that they don't score too many. Mohammed faces his second delivery, goes for this one, gets a fair chunk of it, but doesn't time it quite right. They should be looking for 2, and they do. They get there quite easily. Once again, nice shot to be playing early on in the innings in the power play, hitting it over the top of the infield. Very warm welcome back to all of our viewers around the world. The global cricket family growing all the time. It's lovely to have you with us as well on this very special day. It's Halloween. Slower delivery, goes for the slow Yorker. It's nicely worked away. So Qasim Mohammed hands the strike now to Anil Qadir. Qadir made 61, not out in 35 deliveries. Didn't start well. In fact, he was swinging blindly, you have to say, at the start. I think at one point he was on I think he'd played out something like 7 or 8 deliveries without getting bat onto ball. He's had a bit of a knock now, so he should be seeing it pretty well. And he hits this pretty well, just a little bit too short. And he gets the room that he wants. And it's almost like a pull over the mid-wicket area. Just drops back and hits this pretty well. Plenty of effort, plenty of might. Once again, in the power play, good shot as that Kookaburra goes over the boundary rope. 4 runs for the first boundary of the innings, coming to a man that hit plenty on his way to a fine 50 in the first match when he batted all the way through the innings. Man has been dropped back in mid-wicket now. And that's well bowled. You can see with the battery, that goes a long way down the leg side and then takes himself away from the delivery. He's not able to even offer a shot because I don't think he would have got there. It's a good comeback from Jacob. Up in the air, nobody's catching this. It goes all the way, bang, into the banner there. And it's another one. 6 more, and well, he's got a 4. And now he smashes this into the, well, 1 game, 1 family banner of the Cricket Malta logo and the European Cricket Network. And this is where we are as that over comes to an end. 13 off the first. And we are into our second week in Malta. This Saturday we will know who's going to be crowned the champions here, and then after that we go back to Spain, but this time not Cardiff, we go to Barcelona where we've got a 5-week event which will be also the end of our season, which finishes on the 11th of December, a Sunday, so that those finals will be on a Sunday, and then we have a 7-week break. So I hope you can stay with us all the way to the end. I certainly loved all of your input all through the year. And maybe we'll have a little bit of a party in Barcelona, as this one is down the leg side. The batter, the non-striker, does not even want to think about taking the single. And that's Anil Kadir. It's not his call. The striker say yeah, Kadir saying nay. Arif. This one he tries to stop with his foot. This time they will go and complete the single as the sun comes out again and starts to caress this beautiful cricket ground here at this Marsa complex. A lovely complex. We've seen a few times the archery field to our left. Chance. Oh, he puts it down. It's a big opportunity to get Anil Kadir early. And Arif, who took a one-handed stunner earlier, 2 hands to this, and down it goes. That's an absolute dolly. And you can see he's gutted. Arif missing out and dropping the opportunity to get Kadir. This has been firmly hit to the fielder. He's going to have to get his skates on here, and he's gone. This is out. Well, he drops him the ball before, and it's Sathi, Azim Sathi. Well, I can tell you what, Sathi is pumped. And you don't want to be messing around with him. He was the non-striker that was run out earlier, and now he gets his right on the money, and that's a good wicket to get. So they do get the wicket of Kadir. Really, really good. We've seen some great fielding. That's the second direct hit we've seen in the 2 contests between these 2 guys. We saw earlier that it was Waka Afridi who was involved in the direct run out, and this time is the chance for another big player, Azim Sathi, and he gets Anil Kadir. So Kadir, who they could not get out first time round, you've got to say here, he sort of gets himself out. That is really lazy running. And you know what, there's one thing I will say after this delivery, this is just played out, and again, hesitant running, but they do get there. So Afridi has to get his skates on. But look, remember the ball before he got on strike, he didn't want to take the run, he's just leaning on his back. It was an easy single. So he doesn't want to run, does he, Afridi? And he runs poorly there as well. He hits the ball and just thinks he's got all the time in the world. It's a great direct hit from Sathi, sees the end of him. First time he's out today. And he went for 10 and 5 deliveries. Nicely bowled. Ball played down to the man at third. It's Papa Smurf, or the Dancing Smurf. So hopefully we'll see him in action as well a bit later. So end of 2 overs, 15 on the board. Very good over, just a 2-1 from it. And of course, there was that run out as well. So we have a look at the standings here. You can see that overseas, they lost both their matches on day 1 on Saturday. But Malta Day, Sui United now, as long as the Crusaders all on 2 points. Which one of these two teams can go up and be sitting at the top along with the Knights on 4 points? Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series in Malta as we welcome back Vinny Sandhu into the commentary position.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back. Let's get into it. And it's going to start with a big swing and a miss. Not the first, not the last we'll see today. And yeah, once again, we see a run out impacting the game. And got to say, Kadir has been brilliant today, but Sathi got his measure. Here's Edward Thomas. He was wayward early, but did chip him with a couple of wickets. Scraps the pad. No, doesn't. Down the leg side, so it'll be called wide. And don't forget, yeah, we had an interesting start today. It was Kazim Muhammad, the man that was LBW off of rank full toss that was dropping. It dropped just below the waist and it was going to drop onto the stumps. So that's how he was out the first time today. Now he goes the uppercut and he should get a boundary here. He will. So that's a good shot. I think there's nobody back there. I like the way that he goes with the line of the ball and he hits it pretty well. It just wasn't a very good one from Thomas.
Yeah, nice shot. Gets right under it, doesn't he? And I like the way that he gets the big oomph on it as he comes from under and up to hit that away firmly. 4 runs, good hit. And now gets more width. This time, oh, it's a bit of a misfield. I think he gets a bit of fingers on this and it does slow it down. And that is Sathi, who, well, stops the boundary maybe, but does concede the 2.
So yeah, Thomas is a funny one for me. Just completely lost the plot first thing this morning. But we've all had a case of the Monday mornings, haven't we, at times? Now this is short and it's hit a long way, I think. It's going, it's gone. Maximo Kasim, well, he wakes up and he is certainly putting the foot down. 4 and 6, pick up 6, and Sweet United picking up the pace here.
Yeah, nice hit. To hit it full and hard. And it gets clean over that rope. So yeah, he's looking to make amends. He's probably thinking, okay, remember he was LBW, that talking point in the first match. Was it, wasn't it? Was it too high? Was it a no ball? Well, he's looking to put that behind him here now. And with Anil Kadir going early, he wants to play a few shots of his own. That's nicely played again. Works this to that to a Riff, who's at backward point. That's the area where he took that stunning catch. And the catch that he took was off the man who comes on strike here now. That's Waka Afridi.
Yeah, Waka Afridi's impressed me. He hasn't quite had the results he wants so far, but he's very capable, doesn't he? Oh, this one, I think it's put down.
This
Must
is
have
a
been.
snick.
Well, that's about as easy as it gets, really. And Sam Makalina is a very experienced wicket keeper, but he just clangs this. There's no other way to say it. And if you gave him that catch 1,000 times, I think 999 times he catches it. But sometimes, you know, it's true. Sometimes the nick can just put you off. Your heart races, actually, because you recognise, actually, this one matters. If he misses that, I'm sure he catches it 1,000 out of 1,000, but he just freaks out. And, yeah, Aquilina, very unlike him. So chance goes down 29 for 1 at the end of 3 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sitter, wasn't it? And you're absolutely right. I think you could have put him in that position 1,000 times and he takes it. But maybe he just thinks it's too easy. I don't know, but down it goes.
I'm trying to put myself in his boots. I kind of know this feeling. And this is pulled away, and it's a pretty good shot. It's like a front foot pull shot, really, from Kazim Muhammad. But he spots the length early, and he's certainly settling in. He moves into the 20s.
That's a delightful shot, isn't it? He gets himself in a position early. And once he's in that position, he's able to hit through the line of the ball. So the field is changing quickly. 3 men now on the leg side, all on the boundary. Nobody inside. And just checking. Yeah, 3 out there. That means that this is always an easy hit.
He's looking good, isn't he, now? It just looks composed. Kasim Muhammad looks like he's settling in. Yeah, just going back to that drop catch. How can I describe it? imagine you see like somebody you like and your heart skips a beat for a second, right? That's kind of the feeling. You got a fraction of a second where there's a little nick, and it really is no deflection, right? This is in the air. Well, here's Dancing Papa, and he's going to wipe himself out. Well, get up, because the ball's still on the field. Now it's not. So 4 runs, and we almost had it smurfed down as Dancing Papa. Well, you can't really criticise his effort here. It was always going over him, but he tried his best to pull off a miracle catch in the same region that Saga Aroof pulled off a miracle catch earlier today.
Yeah, he does his best, doesn't he? He ends up doing the backward roll, getting himself back on his feet, but that one was always going past him.
Yeah, so just going back to that. I don't want to harp on it for Aquilina's sake because he wants to put that behind him as soon as possible. But yeah, I think, it can make you seize up just for a second.
Yeah.
Because you suddenly think, oh, this matters. And normally you probably catch it with your eyes closed. And that's why he has hard hands. This should be gone. Nazir drops an absolute sitter now. Well, that's twice that Afridi's been dropped. And I just don't think he's a player you can afford to drop once. Never mind twice. And that was in and out of Nazir's breadbasket.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, he looks like a good player, doesn't he? He's been dropped on 0. Straightforward catch, and that is also straightforward. And look at the reaction from Aroof. Saga Aroof cannot believe it. They've dropped him twice.
This is going to be, well, an unbelievable catch, really. He goes with 2. It ends up in 1. And it's Jacob, I think. He doesn't even believe he's caught this. So we've seen 2 absolute sitters go down. And then we've seen Jacob just pull this one out of the air into the fingertips. And guess what? It's the end of Kasim Mohammed. He'll be wondering where all the luck went. Well, I'll tell you where it went. It went to the other end. And now he's gone.
He just like plucked that out of the sky. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Kasim Mohammed is thinking, I've crunched this. And he's taken a one-handed blinder. You've given 2 dollies and you're still there. That's how this game goes. It can be so cruel for the Barra, can't it? And Kasim Mohammed, he'll go, well, he's made a fine 23 of just 14 deliveries, but he has to depart. And he can't believe it because he's absolutely walloped this. He really has. And what a good catch that is from Jacob. He just makes it look so easy.
Well, he didn't really know too much about the catch, except that it landed in his right hand. He put both hands up, and it just lodged in, like, not even the middle of his hand. It was like in his fingertips, really. Amazing stuff. Anyway, here's Krishnan. He won't be facing, though, because it was the end of the over, 39-2. Jacob's going to hold on to the ball. And now he bowls too short, and this is whacked away. Afridi, well, he was dropped once, twice. It's not so nice, because this one, Maximo, is out of the ground.
Well, this is huge. Just look how high this hits the netting here. This is probably the biggest hook pull shot we've seen. That is hitting right high up the top of the net. It's over that palm tree, and luckily it drops this side of the ground. That is a massive hit.
Yeah, almost bullseye territory, isn't it?
Oh, look at that little shimmy.
Little shimmy. He wants more. And now I think he probably thinks this one's going to be pitched up. He might go down the ground mid-offs up. Oh, he's dropped there a moment ago. Oh, it's a slower ball. And it's a full toss. Overcompensation. And back-to-back Maximos as Afridi is up and away.
Yeah, well, he's rocking and rolling now. Dropped on 0, dropped on 4. Well, he puts a beautiful hook shot in place first. And this one is a slower delivery. But look, there's no disguising this. He sees it early. His eyes light up. And he punishes it. It's another one that hits the fence there on the leg side.
Yeah, Renzi trying something, and unfortunately didn't work for him. I want to say good morning to Neil. Going back to Papa's, well, not really his drop, but his attempt, saying Papa don't catch. Bit of a play on the Madonna song, I think. Nice one, Neil. Anyway, here's Jacob. Comeback ball. Now it's pitched up, and this is going to go the same way. Maximo, 6-6-6, and once again, he was expecting something full. He got it, and he is looking super dangerous. The 50s come up in this over, and now Sweet United, they are motoring.
Hi. Jabardasti batting. That has been launched. That is a Bizaway supersonic hit. 6 more. And, well, you don't drop good players because they punish you. They dropped him twice, and now he just hit 3 big 6s on the spin. And he's racing along. And now he moves into the 20s, 23 of just 8 deliveries. As, well, that ball has disappeared. So another one comes in from somewhere. Where's that one ended up, I wonder?
Yeah, Jacob's gone the journey now, hasn't he? This is a guy that was dropped on 0 and 4. Now he's 23 off 8. Oh, now he misses out on a full toss. This is one where he just gets carried away with the leg side. When the mid-off's up, the cover's up, the point's up even. That's where he needs to hit this, but he spots another full toss and, yeah, just makes a wrong option, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, he's got more shots than that.
Yeah.
He looks like a batter's got more shots than that. He's just getting a little bit carried away, isn't he?
Bad ball, but bad option from the batter as well. Now he gets another slow ball, full toss. Adios, Pelota, and I think that one could be actually out of here. Well, bullseye, and this one is going to nestle near the tennis courts. Well, that's all the discarded equipment, and I think this Kookaburra, you can put that in that park, because this one has gone a long, long way.
Well, I hope that handyman wasn't having a siesta, because this is in his zone. It goes right over the fences. Bang. Wake up, handyman. You got some work to do. Can you start by giving us our ball back,
Is
please?
there an extra table down there that we can use? I just realised. Anyway, this over has gone badly. Let me get my abacus out.
4 sixes and a dot.
Yeah, I know it's gone magical, but how bad is it? Assess the damage. It's gone for 24. Yeah, 4 sixes and a dot. And really, the dot should have gone as well.
Yep. Here we go. Will it go supersonic?
Now he's having to take one. Tell you what, if I was a Freedy, I'll be watching my back at the non-striker's end. Just saying. Saying, you know, you've had a bit of luck so far. Again, he shouldn't fall for it. Anyway, it's the end of the over. And the score is 64, I believe. 64 for 2 after 5 overs it is. Anyway, very happy Halloween to all of you out there. Hope you had a great weekend.
Yep,
And
hope you
I
did.
think I mentioned that yesterday my parents arrived in Malta. The first time they've been out of Australia for a while. So they've been having a look around the island, and tell you what, they loved it. How could you not? I mean, the weather at this time of year is absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, it was beautiful yesterday. I did a bit of you yesterday. Went for a nice walk and stopped off and had to have an ice cream.
You got to do it.
The ice creams here are what? It's like being in Italy. There's so many of them as
Well,
well.
we're pretty close to Italy. That's the
Selection,
thing.
Yeah, it was good. And it's what I liked about Malta, and as I was taking the walk down yesterday, is how cosmopolitan it is.
It really
I was
is.
walking, I had a lot of conversation with Spanish people, a lot of
Mhm.
Spanish being spoken. Obviously, a lot of people out there from the UK. You mentioned from Italy. Just visitors from all around the world.
And a lot of Swedish influence as well. I noticed
Yeah,
that around the island. But that's what I really love about it. It's a real melting pot. It's a beautiful place to be. And we're just really excited that you're here and you can join in this experience as we head into week 2 of Malta. Another thing that we've launched today are levels if you want to contribute to the ECN financially and just a small monthly payment. I think there's 3 options. I've gone straight to the Golden Ball Club because I mean that's coming out of my own pocket. I don't mind because I certainly want to kind of set an example that I'm also interested in supporting the ECN. Obviously, it's something that's been developing all the way along. So if you're in a position to do it, we'd appreciate it. There's no obligation, of course, but we've had a lot of people asking, how can we contribute, because we get a lot of enjoyment out of ECN. So that's just one way you can do it, either the Silver Spanner level or the ECN Super Fan, or you can be a part of the Golden Ball Club. And Golden Ball Club members, we're working on something that's kind of special. But yeah, first we're just rolling it out there a little bit quietly, but obviously it's something that you can sign up for. You can cancel any time, but I think it works out. Even the Golden Ball Club, I think it works out 20 cents a game. I think I can probably spare 20 cents a game, to be honest. Anyway, here's Michael Nazir, who's going to bowl over number 6. Now here's the thing with Afridi slamming the ball. The 2 drops that he got dropped on were absolute sitters. There's no way around it. And Nazir's one of the guys that dropped one. And so now he has to deal with the lingering consequences of that. And it's Afridi who's going to be facing up in the 6th over.
Yeah, just checking that field. 3 men on the leg side. Hung off and cover on the off. And this one is just beautifully played. I mean, the placement on this is great. And remember when he was eyeing up those big shots down the cow corner, we said, look, he's a better player than that. He can play all the shots. Well, there you go. That's the demonstration of it. And as I said, they have got a man who's sweeping the offside, and then they got long off on the boundary. But this is just played beautifully right in between them. So once again, Nazir now, he's pushed his one man sort of right on the 30-yard circle in the area where that one went. But This is going to be called a wide. So it's trying to find a way or somewhere to bowl to Freddie. I mean, the only thing I haven't really seen him do is hit straight down the ground. So maybe just pitch a few up, see what he does with those.
You see what Nazir's doing. He's trying to take away the leg side from Waka. But you can see from that drive to start the over that he's very capable. That's the one that he didn't go for this time. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. We know this is coming.
But to be honest,
we know this is coming.
I would be waiting until Freddie's hit the other end. If you probably got one. But I mean, that is a really good example. Let's talk about the times it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And it's as simple as watching.
Yep.
It's not some sort of super tactic. That's the biggest thing that probably annoys me about this debate. Anyway, this is in the air, and this is going to go miles. Forget it. Maximal. And that one's bounced all the way into the car park. Well, hopefully they don't set off the alarms, but something quite alarming happening right now. Afridi, after having a couple of chances, he's certainly making the most of the lives, and he's going great guns.
Yeah, he just gets down on one knee here, doesn't he, as he puts that away. It's a beautiful shot. And manos arriba from the arbitro. Tim Wheeler putting him up as he signals that it's another Maximo. And Afridi, he's racing along. This one has to be fetched from the car park. And Fielder returning back with it here now. Just bounces to our left as it goes over.
Going back to what we were saying, if you missed it earlier, we saw Sathi, who'd made a really good start for Malta today, get run out backing up. And yeah, like I said, the thing that annoys me the most, I think, is that people think it's some kind of super tactic that there's no defence for, but there's a very simple defence for it. It's just watch. All right, that's what you saw. Even though technically Krishnan, he's got his bat in his wrong hand. He should have his bat in the left hand, which is the inside hand. But see, look, well, time he wasn't watching, but the time before he was watching, probably thinks he won't do it twice. But that's all you got to do. It's so simple. So yeah, I'm blaming the batters. And I know, yeah, neutrals, I think people maybe haven't played a lot of cricket. They maybe have a different opinion, which is a legitimate opinion as well. But I just think it's super easy not to get run out that way. It just involves paying a bit of attention. All right, he's asking for a stump that's not there.
I tell you what, if I'm ever lost, I'm not asking Tim Wheeler for directions. That's for sure. he's going to send me all over the place.
All right, this is in the air. Now, you got to catch this one now. Big moment in the game, and he does catch it. Yeah, and he spikes it. He's had about enough. Srijay Patel. And, yeah, it's Krishnan who, well, he was watchful at the other end. This time, he faces the ball, and he's going to have to go. So, 77 for 3. And Krishnan tries to get in on the act straight away. You can't really blame him. He's hit some good balls this morning. This one more up than across. And Srijay, well, he spikes it.
Yeah, it's a really good catch. Goes a long way up. And we know that Hari Krishnan, he can hit the ball big. He likes to play the old helicopter shot. But this one goes high up like a helicopter. But it's been well taken. The catching hasn't been at their best. But at least this time, he is taken. It's another batter that's thinking, how come they're catching me and not catching you, buddy? Well, Waka Afridi saying, well, I don't know. Well caught.
If you want to know where all the luck's gone, just look 22 yards away. You'll find it. But, I mean, probably doesn't hurt him that much because they've still got Afridi there. He's up and going. If you can't be good, be quick. You know, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. He only uses up one ball. It will be Bilal Qadir that comes to the crease at number 5. Into the over as well, so we won't be facing up. Waqar will be facing. And now it's Sathi who's going to bowl. We were just talking about him.
Here we go. Watch out if you're a non-striker.
Yeah, I think you might be waiting for Afridi to get down that end.
Lovely shot.
Yeah, he's a player, isn't he? I mean, this is just a good drive. Straight down. It bangs off to the side screen. One bounce 4. And Sathi is just slot bowling, really. And certainly a pretty authoritative strike there as Waqar carries on his merry way.
This one goes into the swamp. And it's going to come back a little bit muddy. Yeah, so that's why I think Michael Nazir says, I'm going to roll this back and get some of the mud off it.
Look, it wasn't into the very wet part of the swamp, just a slightly wet part.
Wide ball.
Yeah, pushed a little too wide. Aquilina blocks it. So yeah, Afridi dropped on 0 and 4. He's moved to 45 on it now. I'm saying, I'm going to put my keeper's hat on. This is the worst feeling when you drop someone on naught and they just start smashing around the place. I mean, Nazir himself dropped one as well. Now, it gets a bit funky and just lean on this one for one. There's Dancing Papa. But yeah, I wonder if we'll see an over from Salman again. It was a bit expensive earlier. Sati will be on a mission, I'm sure. I mean, this is looking at really dangerous score now for Freedy stays there. I mean, they're on 130 pace at the moment.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen those kind of scores during this tournament.
Freedy is still there. They lost 4 wickets last time round, so there's batters there we haven't quite seen as well. Just dabs this away.
We had a few Halloween jokes popping up now and again. We haven't read all of them out, but I love this from Kai Bay.
He steps right across here. I'm surprised there's not a bit of appeal here.
No, he hits it.
No, it's giving us leg by.
Really?
Yeah. It's giving us leg by.
No way.
Yeah, no, it's giving us leg
No
by.
one.
Nobody
I
appeals.
was sure he hit that.
It's giving us leg by.
Really?
Yep.
Oh,
Have a
wow.
look. You can check it out. That was definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got that one back. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, that was one that I was sure came off the bat, because if it didn't, well, don't know if you don't ask. This will just be a rare dot. No, Kai Bay, I was distracted by this. He said, how's everyone holding up? It's just crazy out there. I've killed 25 zombies so far, and why the heck are they all carrying candy? That's a little bit dark. Anyway. Well,
Leave the little zombies alone. They're harmless.
loads up on this.
Oh, he doesn't want to take the single because he knows it's,
Yeah.
it's too early for that for me.
I
It's
don't
too
know.
early
He's
to
on,
do.
the
I mean,
guy's flying, and he wants to strike.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah, we'll come back to that in a second as we get to the end of the 7th over. 85 for 3. Well, we're not too far away now, believe it or not, from the ECL. It'll be the second tournament that we do on ECN. It'll be one of our marquee tournaments in 2023. It's the biggest ever with 31 clubs involved. It'll be slightly compressed format in 4 weeks, but it'll be really exciting because every third day is finals day. We have 6 groups, and then the 6 winners will join Pakakare in a super exciting championship week. It'll be 7 clubs that are involved. This is the Champions League of European cricket, and it all starts on the 27th of February at the Khartoum Oval. And we don't have official word about whether it be under lights or not just yet, but I certainly hope so, because I think they were a great addition in the ECC in 2022. So if you like those kinds of tournaments, you'll certainly enjoy that. And in due course, you can find out more about it on our website, europeancricket.com. Yeah, Spain qualifier, I think. I don't know if it's this weekend. It'll be decided, as this is not a good delivery. It'll be 5 wides, and so they're compounding their own problems. As you can see, this isn't the first time Thomas has served one of these up today. Aquilina goes down leg side but can't quite get there.
Yeah, it's not a good start at all from Thomas's second over. It's a dirty wide and 5 of them, and this is going to be another one. And
yeah, it'll be called.
There's nowhere that Waka is going to run.
I've got a couple of questions. First things first, I don't mind a Freedy turning it down. I just think that he's the kind of guy, he's established that he can hit boundaries in multiples, and that's been a rarity.
Yeah, just think it's weird with 18 balls to go. I mean, you're basically
Just
not
realised
allowing the
this
other batter to get any
is-
runs.
Maybe it's just bounced just before the line, that's why. Maybe just after the line, that's why it's called a wide. Anyway, next one doesn't really matter. It would have been a free hit. Doesn't matter because it's out of here. Maximo, and that brings up the 50 for Waka Afridi. Well, sometimes the universe hands you a lifeline, and it certainly did. And that is one of the innings of the tournament so far. He brings up his 50 off only 20 deliveries with 6 Maximos and 3 fours. And he's really put Sweetie United in a strong position to take all the points this morning.
Yeah, I mean, he looks classy. All right, he's had some luck. Un poquito de suerte, 2 veces. He's been put down, but he makes it count when he has to. Yeah, it's been a really, really good innings. He's been aggressive. He's played all the shots, and he's very confident as well.
Yeah, I'll take the one. Here's the reason, going back to the first point I was making, that I think it's fair enough for him to not take it, because he's already established that Kadir has played out 2 dots and would have got a 1.
So why take the one there?
No, well, because he was
Still
hoping,
3 balls to
but
go.
he's not saying he wants to face every ball, right? He's not saying he wants to face every ball, but I think sometimes facing the first ball of an over can put you in charge of that over. What happens if Kadir kind of goes dot 1, puts him behind the 8 ball?
Yeah.
But he's, I can understand it, is what I'm saying. And yeah, you're relying on Kadir then to get a 1. And what if he doesn't? You just saw him whack a 6. So now he wants to whack another one, and he will. Maximo, yet another. He's 60 now. Jeez, he's batting so well. That one actually brings up the 100 as well for Sweetie United. And in a low-scoring tournament, these kinds of scores have been few and far between. And he just moseys down, gets that on the full, and he escorts it out of the Master Cricket Ground.
That's a beautiful shot, because I tell you what, a lot of batters get this wrong. Look at the one. Look at his shape. He walks down, doesn't run down, keeps his head and his shape beautifully, and hits it a good full swing through the ball. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. That's a cracking shot.
It's a teaser for Santhi as well on the boundary. It was just over his head. Couple to come. Now he goes offside. But there's no deep cover. And, well, it's Renzi that gets hands to it. This time it's not the sticky fingers. And he'll just get the one. So now we're in the same situation again where, I mean, number one, he was just dropped again. And that was a bit of a tougher one. I can understand that one. I actually didn't think Renzi was going to get there, but he did get hands to it. And Tim Wheeler almost wears it. But yeah, will they take a single here? Might as well just go for it. He misses. So no decision to make. At the end of 8 overs, it's 106 for 3. Had a question from Maya Patel about what's the format for ECL in 2023. And basically, you saw the groups there. There's 5 teams per group. But instead of groups being Monday to Friday, they're actually only 3 days each. So groups A, C, and E will be Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. And groups B, D, and F will be Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. So instead of the teams playing each other twice and playing 8 games and then finals, they'll just play 4 games and then finals. So teams will play 2 matches on the first day of their group. They'll play 2 matches on the second day, and then the bottom team will drop out. The top 4 will play in the same format. So that is basically the format. Santhi's back. Big swing and a miss, first up from Afridi. But that means that we'll have 6 group winners and Pack Care in Championship Week. So we'll have a 7-team Championship Week, which is going to be really exciting. And that will just be a round-robin format, 21 matches. And then also the finals day. So it should be excellent. Full toss, he's been good with these. And this is going to go all the way. Maximo! Another 6. And yeah, just don't serve up full tosses. Afridi, he's ready for them. He really hasn't missed out too many.
No, he doesn't miss out on this. Spends that over the rope. And Santhi, he's gutted with himself that he's bowled it. You can see he turns around and kicks the floor in disgust. He's annoyed, and he should be.
Sometimes you can just tell a guy's a player, can't you? And that's the feeling we had about him.
Yeah.
Yorks himself this time, though. It takes 1.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've said this before. He came out. He only scored 11 in the first match, faced 5 balls. And from that, I said, this guy can play. And then we saw him with the ball, moving the ball around big. We saw him in the field. This one will be just another single. They do take it.
Yeah, still
goals,
3 to
don't
come
forget
in the
the
over.
direct run out as well. Yeah, he's a player.
Yeah, Maya's saying, looking forward to that format. Sounds good. Yeah, I like it because every 3rd day is finals day. So I mean, think about how much time we spent waiting for finals day. This time we'll have it come around a little bit quicker. Yeah, have some more of this. This is gone again. Maximo says Cadenas as Afridi swings himself into the 70s. This is fast becoming one of the innings of the tournament. Tell you what, Sam Aquilina, he's not enjoying watching that too much. He dropped him on 0, Nazir dropped him on 4. They went absolute sitters. And right now, it's not quite, you've dropped the World Cup territory, but Afridi is making them pay. All happening in the 9th. Santhi's got 1 more ball to deliver here. Now he wants 1, but it's pretty close. Is it high or is it out? High, says the batter, says the umpire, I should say. And they don't get a run. And so 120 for 3. It's an interesting one. He hits him very high. He's far back, though, so I think it may... Well, it's close, but I think actually that one shows it's a very good decision from the umpire. He had a good look at it, but he doesn't get away. Sometimes that can kind of do you harm. He was only ever looking for 1 there, was he? And he missed out. 120 for 3, though. Still Sweet United in a very good position, thanks to Waka Afridi.
Yeah, he's batted beautifully, hasn't he? And 120, 125 off the top of my head is the highest score we've seen in this series so far, which was put up there by Marsa.
Yeah.
Also the team that's registered the lowest score, 30, when they played Gozo. Hello to everybody from Gozo that you're tuning in from. And this is well hit. And he'd be happy to... Oh, well, I'll say that Afridi would be happy just to take the single. But he's going to have to walk back to the other end because that's 4 runs. And that's Arif making a glaring misfield.
Yeah, this fielding isn't going to provide too many happy memories. See, Bahal, he's pretty happy to get out of the way and get the 1. It says, you know what? Maybe it's my turn to have some luck. Zia, not so impressed, but he probably can't say much after what happened earlier. That's the way it goes sometimes. I mean, no one makes these errors on purpose. It's the pressure of the situation. But, yeah, right now, they're going to have to bat very, very well. But don't count Matt a day out. I mean, Santhi will be a man on a mission, I'll tell you that much, in the second half of this game. Now it goes, but he might have found the fielder, and he has. That's a really good catch by Sathi. And that would have taken Afridi to 80, but finally his luck runs out. And so it will be a wicket. And you can see there, just went for it, didn't quite get enough. And so good innings comes to an end. 74 he made of just 29 balls. One of the innings of the tournament, really, Rico. I know he had a bit of luck early, but from then, he only provided one tough chance to Renzi Jacob, then finally holds out 125 for 4 with 3 balls remaining.
Yeah, very good innings. He looks like a very confident player as well. And even though he gave those chances, I mean, look, he's been dropped on 0 and 4. They were the important ones. He was dropped later on 60 on Renzi Jacobs, but by then you think the damage is already done. And look, it's a big score, but look, there's every possibility that someone like Sathi can do exactly the same when Malta Day are out there. So this match is far from over, you know, as Nazir comes in again, and he gets another 2 in 2, and Nazir now, well, he's eyeing up a hat-trick. As Hassan, he comes and he goes, and that's Adnan Hassan, he goes for a golden. And, well, that's just sort of interesting to see the gloves here of Sam Aquilina here. Yeah, right. That's all right. The
stumps were knocked back.
Knocked to him.
Yeah, and that's a pair for Hassan. He got a second bowler in the first game. Gets a first bowler, trots off. Cricket's a funny game. I mean, this year he would have been kicking himself for pretty much this whole innings, and then he couldn't take a hat trick here. He's a pretty good chance to do it, really. Look, 125 equal top score. You know, the top score last week was in the second match on Monday. That was match 2. So could the second match on Monday again bring a record high score for this tournament? It's going to be goal.
He was another one that went very early. I think he went without scoring as well, the first one.
No, you're right. He went for a first bowler, so he's on a king pair. So you got to go for it. Hat-trick opportunity for Nazir. Misses down leg side. Hey, so if that was stumped, it would be out, but it wouldn't be a hat-trick because a hat-trick cannot contain a wider and definitely can't contain no ball. So yeah, if Sam's takes that quick out, maybe had a chance. Still 2 to come. And this is down leg side as well, and so yeah, just losing his line a little bit to the left-hander.
Yeah, so the highest score we've seen has been posted, courtesy of those 2 wides. Just looking to get a bit of bat on this, isn't he? He should now, and he does, and he's probably going to get the full Monty. No, it just drops a couple of bounces before, but it will go for the boundary. 4 runs. So we're into the 130 now. Not good bowling, though, is it, from Nazir? He just can't bowl to the left-hander.
It's like a 6, isn't it? Because it goes wide, 4. And, yeah, third time is the charm. A goal who gets some of that. Yeah, not a good ball. Now we're up in the 130s for the first time in this tournament. Last ball coming up. Better ball. I think that's a full toss. Might as well run hard here. They look really thrilled about coming back for 2, but they'll try. Should be run out. I think he's just gone here. He's given out on the field, so it will be out 1 and a wicket. And so Sweet United, they're going to finish 132 on the board. See Aquilina keeps his cool, takes it on the bounce. Pretty good throw. Bounce throw right over the stumps. And so, yeah, 133 will be the target. But let's just say that not a day. They're chasing a few, and they're kind of their own worst enemy.
Yeah.
Take nothing away from the innings, though, from Waka Afridi, because he absolutely set this ground on fire at the start of match 26.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was a sensational innings. And but what we're going to see in the highlights, that he did give the opportunities. Qasim Mohammed got things started after Anil Kadir. He went pretty early, but then we saw Afridi. What a knock it was. I mean, he just played shots all around the ground. But these were the earlier shots from Qasim Mohammed. He batted pretty well as well. And we saw that Anil Kadir made a similar start to what he was doing in the first innings. Then this was an opportunity, cordon bowled opportunity from Arif being put down. But then this happened. It was a direct hit, lazy running from Anil Kadir. He didn't want to run full stop when he was at the non-strikers, and he didn't want to run. But then this man came out. He was doing a lot of stretching. In the meantime, there was a lot of hitting being done by Qasim Mohammed. But he was certainly finding the middle of his bat. This one finding the range as well. Again, in the slot, punished. And he went on to 23 of 14 deliveries. This was Afridi. Well, that was the second one that was dropped. Before then, he was dropped on 0 by the keeper, Sam Aquilina. And you can see there, he didn't expect Nazir to put that one down. That was when he was on 4. This one was a supersonic catch. And Qasim Mohammed could not believe Jacob had taken that catch. I don't think Jacob could have believed he'd taken it as well. But though that was the end of the hard-hitting Qasim Mohammed, that was when Waka Afridi just decided to launch and go to town. He hit the ball big. He hit it to all parts of the ground. I mean, some of them, like this one, well, I don't know how this stayed in this part of the complex. It went right over into the Yarshu range. This one as well is another one that went over the fence. And Will was knocking on the door of the handyman and said, do us a handy job and pass us our ball back, please. He did that well. I mean, this one straight down the ground. A couple were to the left of us in our confident position, but he plays some handsome shots out on the offside as well. Just launching the shots all over the place. But that was a nice moment because that was the wicket of Hari Krishnan. We know that he can be pretty useful as well. But look, I think he played the right way. He didn't want to go out there and slow things down, just wanted to keep things going. And well, he came and he went, and it just meant that another batter could go out there and keep things going. Bilal played a few shots as well, but really it was all about keeping one man on strike. And, that was an unfortunate misfield from Arif, and you can see that Sam Akolina, what he thought of it. And there was a highlight towards the end. He goes down on one knee, but Sati does take the catch, and Sati was the man that was run out by Afridi in the first match. But you can see he's shaking his head. He knows, or he feels maybe, that it's just too many runs. He also knows that they could have had him when he was on 0. And you just imagine that. Just take those runs away. I've said this so many times about the teams here in Malta. All the teams seem to be relying heavily on 1 or 2 batters. If you can get them early, then you will restrict teams to scores of 65 to 80. And that's exactly, I think, what Malta today had the opportunity to do here. But look at Afridi. He stood tall and he punished them 74 off 29. It was a superb innings as we have a look at that scorecard. Started off, of course, by Qasim Mohammed. He batted really well. Got a good partnership going there with Anil Kadir. The two of them getting 14 before it was Kadir that went. And that then started Mohammed playing some nice shots before he went off 14 deliveries to an incredible catch from Ransi Jacob. Look at Afridi though, he's the talk of the town. He looked the part, he looked quality when he stepped out onto the field of play in the first match, and he showed his class there. Question is he going to be able to maintain it through the series? And nobody else really made any big impact on the scorecard after him. Number of extras, 13 as we have a look at the bowlers. And Ransi Jacob was expensive, as was Edward Thomas this time. Too many wires, too many wayward deliveries. 3 for 25 for Nazir. So he was definitely the pick of the bowlers as we leave you with the mid-match summary. Swee United piled on the runs, 132 for 6, thanks to a superb innings. Maybe the innings of the series so far from Waka Afridi. A really good knock from him. Good bowling from Mark Nazir, but they just had no answer to him at one point, did they, Malta Day? Malta Day, though, they've got a big chase on their hands. 133 required for victory. Will they do it? Will they not? Only one way to find out. Join us back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the sunny Malta International Cricket Ground, where we've seen a very good innings from Sui United. Managed to get the highest runs that we've seen posted in this series so far, 132, going past the Group A figure that was put up there by Malta, 125, and it's all thanks to, well, a marvellous knock once again, this time from Waka Afridi, who looked the business when we saw him in the first match, and now I'm pretty sure as we see him there with the ball, he's looking to pick up a few wickets as well. And they had a few issues with the extras in the last match, but Afridi, he was getting a lot of away swing. Let's see if he can control it this time. But one man that Sui United want to see the back of early is Sathi. If Sathi can get going, he can do exactly the same as what Afridi did for Sui United. He's the big wicket, and maybe Cornelius Eunice in this one can also score some valuable runs. They need a good start. They need a good partnership. And, Sathi swinging big straight away. This is called a wide, which is a bit of a tough call. See it again. I mean, it does swing late, but I think this sneaks inside easily. So that is a real strange one. I think it swung a lot afterwards, and I think maybe the umpire now is looking at where the wicketkeeper looking to take that. I think that was a tight call. No complaints there from the bowler. I like that. Just gets back to his mark. And we go again. Good bit of pace there from him as well. Up in the air. Chance. Big moment. Oh, my word. What a catch. This is a jalebi catch if you ever saw one. Absolutely incredible. Bilal Qadir taking a cracker. And he's saying, Arif who? Arif, eat your heart out because I can do better than you. This is incredible. This is an incredible catch. What a cracker this is. This is a ripper. Sensational. I've never seen anything like it. He actually pulls his back into his hand from his fingers. And Afridi, well, he does a celebration. Afridi, behave yourself. You should be running up to the fielder and lifting him up and spinning him round and round and round until he gets dizzy. That is an amazing catch. And they get the prize wicket of Azim Sathi. And you just get the feeling now that with Sathi gone and he goes for a duck, that there's no way that they're going to probably get anywhere close to this, because Sathi's the key player. I think Cornelius Eunice will have other thoughts, but that is sensational. We have seen two absolute special catches here. One from Arifi, which was to get out the bowler in the first match, Afridi, and now Afridi, he gets a wicket courteous of that catch. Sensational stuff. And, now he rips one through the new batter, Edward Thomas. Something is definitely in the air. Well, I tell you what, maybe it is Halloween. The trick or treat, well, all the treats are coming, and they're coming in the form of some great catches from the fielders. Sensational stuff. How about that, folks? Oh, that's well bowled. Goes on into his crease and just plays this out. He gets his line right as well. People going crazy. Catch of the year is what Mayur Patel is saying. Mayur, it's a good one, and certainly right up there as one of the catches of the year. So I just want somebody to get all of these catches that we see on our travels and put them all together. Asking the question here, and a bit of an after appeal from Afridi. The wicketkeeper sort of goes up, and then Afridi lunges into an appeal as well. And there is definitely a bit of movement there, but whether that's just genuine swing, didn't hear anything, I've got to say. But the umpire stands firm and says not out. Back to the action. It's another beaut. What an over this has been so far. Just the one run from it, which was the wide, which was also, well, it was a close call to be given. That's the only run. Otherwise, since then, everything's been perfect, and he certainly has got his line right here now, Afridi. And again, this has been whipped away and should get to the boundary. Will it? Yeah, it will. So 4 runs to finish the over. He'd be disappointed with that, Afridi. And the first runs of the bat, courtesy of 4. And beautifully played. And that takes the score to 5 for 1 after a sensational catch. 121 matches now without a golden ball as well. New bowler getting ready to come on. And it's going to be Bilal. Well, Bilal Qadir has already had one highlight. Took a great catch. Now he comes on to bowl. And starts with a full toss, which gets plummeted away out on the leg side. It's one of those, isn't it, where you've got to hit him. You miss this and you're plumb in front. And he does well to get back onto it. And, valuable runs from Cornelius Younis, who really has to now be the main contributor in this match if to get anywhere close. Another good hit. This time will bobble a few times. It goes to Afridi, who just gently underarms his back in. Thomas. That's right. Hits the pad, they go up, and the umpire's finger goes up as well. And, well, Bilal Qadir, you can see what he was trying to do, just get the ball full and straight, right up there all the time. And this one, the batter has missed it, clocks him on the pad. Let's have a look. He's gone right across his stump. There's no way. Oh, that's it, as plumb as you. I don't think I've seen a more plumber LBW than that one. That is as plumb as you get. And if people want to know what is LBW, leg before wicket is when the ball misses your bat, hits the pads, and the ball is going on to hit the stumps. And sometimes there's doubt, sometimes there's question marks. There's no doubt about that at all. 10 for 2. And, well, after taking an absolute stunning catch, which has got everybody talking. Is it the best catch you've ever seen? And let us know what you think. But then he comes and does it with the ball. Not the best bit of cricket, you have to say, from the batter, trying to make things happen for himself. Thomas, by going right across the line. And he ends up going. So Bilal gets another wicket. As Thomas goes for 4 of the 6 deliveries that he faces. New batter comes in, and it's Patel. And, well, where can Malta they get to? One thing I will say, this is really important. I mean, we've said it before. Group A was a very good example of it. Let's see this one. Well, you just tap and go. It's an interesting technique, an interesting way to do it. I think he just decided, whatever happens, Patel, I'm getting off the mark. But yeah, one thing is important is, if you're going to lose, and maybe they're already thinking, as we have a look at the rate here, so it's almost 15 runs required per over. If you're going to lose well. In other words, get as close as you can to the score, because net run rate is going to be huge, so important. This one gets played out and will be a single. And just ask Gozo about that. Gozo losing out. Gozo won 3 matches in Group A, but still ended up being eliminated. And that just goes to show how tight things can be. Very, very important on a day here that they do try and get as close as they can to that big score. This one just gets defended. So no run. And end of the over as well. So 2 overs in and score 12 for 2. So Bilal picks up a wicket as well. But what a moment. I often say, I mean, this the European Cricket Network. It's the most entertaining form of cricket that you'll ever see by far. It's action, entertainment all the time, and drama as well. And it certainly also makes players' dreams come true. A lot of people in the chat, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all, wherever you are tuning in from. It's got Mayur Patel, Mandrake, and Kitty. Hello, Kitty. Nice to have you with us as well. Helix is there as well. And, well, it is Halloween. We've had a few Halloween jokes as well. Any more Halloween jokes there? And I had one which is, why don't mummies take time off? Very simple. They hate to unwind. Ha ha ha. Yeah, come on. If you got better, give us some better ones. Happy Halloween to everyone. Let us know what you're doing for Halloween. Anyone having a Halloween party? Or had a Halloween party? I know that depending on where you're tuning in from, we have all various types of time zones out there. Some people may have already had a Halloween party. If you had, let us know what you did. So I know that at Halloween for my daughter, when she was going out, used to make those little sort of sausage pastries to make them look like fingers that have been sort of cut off, and a lot of ketchup was involved. Do anything like that? make special drinks as well, involving tomato juice and maybe a bit of alcohol as well. I know one man that loves a Bloody Mary. That's a good day for Bloody Marys, I think, Halloween. It's Freedy round the wicket to the left-hander. No run there. It's going to be a threat to most teams, isn't it, Freedy? They want to make sure that they keep this man fresh and in form. Certainly been very impressed with his contribution today with bat, ball, field. Gets worked away, only as far as the fielder. In comes the throw, it's well backed up. And much better at the moment from Sui United. The control is better from the bowlers. Only the one wide so far, and that was the very first ball of the innings, which was a 50-50 one as well. And, it looks like he wants to come over the wicket from where he's standing. Surely the batter's got to move the other side. Well, there we go. And he also needs to remember to tell the umpire. Well, he does now. So coming over the wicket to the right-hander. Well, this is being well hit. Well, what a solid strike that is. I don't think Afridi was expecting that. So once again, his last ball is thumped for a boundary. When the first over, it went for 4. This one goes for a big 6. Good, solid hit there from Patel. And liking that, manos arriba from the arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And that takes the score to 19. And that will be the power play score, 19. 2 wickets down. And a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box on this fine Halloween. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back. And yeah, Sati's day not getting any better, did it? Getting out first ball to an absolute hanger. I don't know which one's better. I think that one's better.
That one was better.
I think it probably was, because the first one that Sagararif took, I mean, take nothing away from it, it was a ridiculous catch. 0-0 catch earlier. But that was kind of misjudgment that led to that. Whereas that was just one that he pulled back from behind him. It's just like a no-look catch.
Yeah.
That's stuck in his hand. Anyway, his walking sticks, Nasir Shah, who's going to bowl over number 4. Starts with a dot. Yunus has got to get going here. Yes, Srijay Patel, remember, he was run out of a free hit earlier as well. He was run out, actually, by Makar Afridi.
Yeah, we've seen 3 sensational catches today, haven't we? Arif, Jacobs, and now that one. And that's only in 2.5 matches.
Yeah. I just don't know what's going on here. Well, this one really gets
Could
up.
be
Is
out,
there a little
could
edge?
Ooh, well.
This
It
seems too
takes
high.
something.
I don't. Okay, I haven't
Okay,
seen
go
it.
on.
I want to see it. I don't think he's hit it. I think it's hit something else because it bounced way more than he thought.
Oh.
Yeah, it's off his shoulder. It's not off the bat.
Okay. Maybe
bounce.
side on will help us with this one.
Maybe. Yeah, side of him if he got it.
There's certainly something it takes. Might be able to see.
It's
yeah,
above the bat.
You're right, it's above the bat.
It just bounced more than Yunus thought. Bounced more than I thought as well. So there might have been a little flick on the back shoulder there. It's good umpiring. Shah getting the ball to do something. This time he loses his run. Yeah, Tim Wheeler, very good decision there. It's understandable. They get excited. Well, Sweetie, they've come to play. They're the 10th team to arrive in this tournament, but they are certainly announcing their arrival this morning. What a day. They only lost 1 match in the group stage last time around. On the verge of back-to-back losses here. This time there is a big edge and he's going to have to go. So Yunus just not really in touch at the moment. This is a bit of a nothing shot. He's kind of wafted away on the leg side despite it being well outside off. And it's a simple catch for Anil Kadir behind the stumps. And the misery continues for Malta Day. They're 19 for 3.
Yeah, well done. And, well, he's a happy chappy. He's Anil Kadir. He takes the catch and starts to almost do like a lap of honour. But they get another prize wicket. And this time it's Yunus who goes. He struggled, didn't he? 11 deliveries for his 7. Nothing really happening here. And I'm a little surprised when it looks like it is the small figure of Wakan Nazir that probably is making his way out now. But I'm a bit surprised that Sam Aquilina hasn't elected to push himself maybe a bit higher up the order to see if he can get things going in. But one of the things I was saying, Vinny, before you came back on the air, that I mean, it looks like, especially with that rate now, getting to the point of no return, that this match is done for. There's going to be 2 defeats here for them. But they've got to try and get close to that score, because net run rate, as we've seen already, we saw that in the Group 8, net run rate is going to be so key.
Yeah, you're right. It all matters. Yeah, well, it's hard to see this 134, 133 getting chased down, but yeah, try and make a fist of it anyway, Nazir. See if he can do something. We already saw Shrewdray Patel smack a big 6. Need more of that. Yeah, well, this is a little bit short. It's hanging in the air. Fielder comes around, has to watch it. That's out of here. Maximo, good start for Nazir. Uses the pace of Shah against him, and that moves Mataday into the 20s. Yeah, nice way to start your innings. And yeah, just got the length to work with, and the line was angled in. He just helped it around the corner, timed it well all the way for 6.
Yeah, that's nicely done. You know, he's going out there. He's probably already decided, if it's there, I'm going to go for it. There's no point hanging around. Go for it. Go and play your shots.
Now he's gone. Yeah, 6 and out. So Nazir tries the same again. It's a little bit of a nice little respectful.
A bit of a namaste there to us. Maybe he's saying namaste to everybody. He turns around, hits him over, puts his hands together like he's doing a little bit of a namaste to everyone. Look, here we go. It says namaste. And then he turns around and does the same to us. So interesting celebration. Wait, first he does it one way. Here we go. Yeah, and he does it the other side. Thank you very much.
A little C here.
Yeah.
Talk me through the C. C. Yeah, must be significant. But tell you what, good comeback for the bowler, top of the stumps, literally. And 25-4. Aquilina comes to the crease, and seems to be a bit of a theme today that he's coming to the crease with his team in trouble. Well, in even more trouble this time, 25-4. Yeah, I wonder what the C stands for.
We'll have to find out. See, he's yeah, there you go. See,
very kind of respectful celebration. A little bit of an acknowledgement, I think. And yeah, pretty good reply as well after getting hit for 6. Yeah, Mataday. Yeah, finding it real tough going. I want to say I've liked this over from Azim Shah. Okay, maybe got it slightly wrong in the previous delivery, but still was a good shot by Nazir. Something about the catches though today. The catching's been crazy because it's the hard ones that have been caught and the easy ones have been dropped.
That is so true. So Aquilina taking guard, takes middle, and yes, ball to go from Asif Shah. Then he comes, and, gets it right up there, and Sam Aquilina just quite happy just to play it back down with a straight bat. End of the over. And the score moves to 25. And 4 wickets down, though. 2 wickets from Shah in that one. 2 for 6. Fine spell of bowling from him. As we have a look at that beautiful clear blue sky. And look at the landscape beyond there. Some of the architecture around here is sensational.
And I was up in Dina last night, which is the kind of really old city, the fort, basically, where people used to hide, from the shelling and stuff during wartime.
Do you know that's where they filmed a lot of Game of Thrones?
Yeah, I do know that. And it's not the first time I've been there, but it was nice to go there again. And yeah, you get a beautiful view of the city. You get to see water, both sides, really. Obviously, it's an island, and it's not particularly big for a country. Yeah, I always love getting around. Here's Aslan Ahmed. He then bowls a Gundy ball. This will be a no ball plus 4 byes. Well, Mataday needs some help. They get some first ball of the 5th.
Yeah, this is not a good delivery. It's a Gundy ball. You just got to feel sorry, really, for a wicket keeper. They have to chat, I'm sure. I mean, all the rules you want changed, Vinny. Why don't you go on about this one?
The thing is, this used to be 5 no balls, but then it got changed. Because, I don't know, like one person said, hey, that's a bit harsh on the bowler. Never mind the bowler. I mean, yeah, the keeper. Good luck with that.
Yeah, that's a bad rule.
Do you know something says rule change? And you're like, of all the rules you could change, why that?
Yeah, that's a bad one.
It doesn't make any sense.
Makes no sense. Well, there's the free hit.
Yeah, free hit coming up.
So here we go.
All right.
Better delivery. He gets this one right. So maybe the other one, give Ahmed credit. Maybe it just did slip out of his hands, but he gets this one spot on.
Yeah, it's a much better ball. Yeah, the first one was a nasty one. One thing I would say here at the Master Cricket Ground, you do have the extended artificial surface, which makes your life a little bit easier as a keeper, but still, that one couldn't do too much about it. At least it's more of a predictable bounce. But yeah, that one was just wild. This one comes back in. Comes back in a little bit. It's an interesting action. I think he kind of bowls off the wrong foot. What I mean by that is there's the delivery action, your back foot's your right foot if you're right-handed, and your front foot's your left foot. But normally before you go into your delivery action, you go from your left to that right foot, but he has a little double hop on his right foot. Just watch it here. He comes in. Yeah, the double hop. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, as long as your back foot lands and you're comfortable. It's just not something you see too often. Big bye called this time. Yeah, right today. They try and find something. I mean, yeah, Sathi going first ball to absolute blinder. When you think about you contrast that with when Waka Freddy was on 0 and he nicked one, like the thinnest nick ever, and got dropped. Yeah. Just a symbols job from Aquilina, which is very out of character. And that just shows you, I mean, if those two go the other way, then literally this game could be different. Yeah. It could be very different. Now Aquilina is going to get overthrows, and they're going to get a few. I reckon they'll get 2 overthrows, so that'll be 3. And yeah, that was good pressure by Aquilina. Just decided to run the overthrow anyway. And that forced another fumble from the backup fielder.
Yeah. Aquilina, one thing he does do, he's a tall guy. You can see he makes it easy running from one side to another. You do get a few extras there.
Yeah, so now, Russell Ahmed, a bit of everything so far. Just straight through him. He likes it. Don't think there's a nick on this toe, to be honest. Again, asking the square leg umpire first. It's like asking for a second opinion before you've asked for a first opinion. He says, okay, a quick glance at the bowler's end umpire, and he's not looking convinced, so I'm going to go straight square leg. What do you think? You say, I don't know. Come on, let's see that.
I don't know. I don't see it.
Oh no, this is another one. This will be wides this time.
It's going to be 5. The fielder really dives at this, does as if shot. He does well to sort of smother some of it, but the ball still goes through him. And well, the early movement from Patel is enough to throw off Arslan, but this is going to be
probably just below the waist, but only just. So yeah, I mean the keeper will be happy this is wide. So it doesn't go against him. And then yeah, it was so wide it almost got fielded. Stress almost. So what are they doing? Their best to give a few back, aren't they? Sweet United. Lucky they made that many. Last ball coming up with the over. And this one's right on target. So consistently inconsistent is how I describe it at the moment. But at the end of the over, the score is 39 for 4. Very, very good afternoon or good morning or good evening or good middle of the night, wherever you are watching from around the world. Maybe if it's nighttime, it might be a bit spooky because it is Halloween. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sando here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Rico Full is with me. And yeah, well, speaking of orange things, I went and saw the sunset last night. I went to the west of the island, so you can see the sun going over the water, and that was actually really, really beautiful. So there's a lot of beauty in this island. We talked about the architecture, the history, and yeah, I think there's a few Halloween parties going on tonight.
I think there will be tonight. I like your idea. I think we should do a bit of trick or treat around the hotel. We can organise that.
We've talked a lot about treats. Give us your tricks. Give us your tricks in the chat. I mean, the old... see, you can't do this these days.
What's that?
Toilet paper on the house.
Toilet paper?
I mean, I don't think in the 2020s you're not wasting toilet paper. I mean, you shouldn't be anyway, right? But can you imagine that?
What about flour and eggs? You used to do that?
Yeah,
flour and eggs?
eggs.
That used to be a naughty one. Yeah. Flour and eggs.
What about the flaming bag of doggy stuff? You like that one? Not saying I ever did this. Yeah, you like that?
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I remember when I was in high school, there was one day where it would be the last day of school, you'd play a few pranks. And one of them was, what was it? We used to go to the girls' school and have water balloons and throw them over. Yeah,
there was days. A lot of people used to do funny things with the doorbell.
Oh, yeah. You could do that as well.
Don't
want to give anyone any ideas out there. A lot of these are kind of old-fashioned.
Yeah, there was a thing. I mean, look, I'm not talking about, wiring up the doorbell. You press the doorbell and you get squirted by water and stuff like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Things like that. Not too extreme, folks. Not too extreme.
Yeah, just let us know. I mean, there's a few things today that the batters probably feel that they've been tricked because they probably haven't believed their eyes. We might come to it in a second. First, we are going to look at Hari Krishnan, who's going to bowl over number 6. plenty still required. 94 of the second half. Can't see that happening, but they try and bring some respectability to the scoreboard. Probably get 2 here. Aquilina turns blind. Has to leg it out, but he does get there for a couple. Yeah, so, I mean, which one's better? You'd let us know in the chat. This is catch A. This is Sagara Riff.
Oh.
It was unbelievable, wasn't it? And Sweet United said, well, hold on. Hold my drink for a second, because then there's this one where he's going back, and this is Bilal Kadir, catch B. Let us know, A or B. What's your favourite in the chat? Well done to Anders and the crew from Spring Productions for pulling those together for us.
Yeah, brilliant work from Anders.
So Krishnan, run for 2. Make that none for 3. As Aquilina watches one go past the leg stub harmlessly.
Yeah, the crew here has been absolutely fantastic. And this, Karina and also Coriolis. I'm sure you'll agree, folks. I mean, the production has been absolutely fantastic. And, you know, we've seen a lot of improvements from the teams and the players. But what about the production as well? It gets better all the time. And here's another catch. And it's a cordon bowl one this time. And Krishnan takes a very good catch. Just add it to the good catches we've seen. Well, Andy showed you a couple, and we said which one is better, A and B. Remember, there was the also a good one there from Jacobs as well, which was a great one-handed. And this isn't bad at all, because he's got a bit of ground. Look where he takes that. He's got a bit of ground to cover here, you know.
It's a good catch. It's like the fingers up technique, but sideways.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, like, you know, you put your fingers up, and then you just kind of make your whole body sideways. Very goalkeeper style, that one. But that was very expertly done by Krishnan. And Aquilina, his luck runs out. But don't worry, there's help at hand. Here's Dancing Papa to the rescue. He's going to come in, and he's going to come in with his team in a spot of bother, to say the least. 42 for 5.
Yeah, well, okay. He didn't get a chance to get a bowl, which is not really too surprising, because things didn't really go his way. When he did, he went magical in the one over he did, but he will get a chance with a bat. So can he still entertain us? He is an entertainer. Let's see what he has to offer. They're in all sorts of trouble, though. 42 for 5.
Come on, Dancing Papa. We know that he's expecting his first child soon, so,
yes, as well. So
very happy time for him and his family. I'm sure they're tuning in right now. And let's see if he can get something going with the bat. Krishnan's got his tail up. Slow ball. It was like a leg spinning slow ball, which gets past the bat of Salman Khan. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat, to Helix and to James Stewart as well. Oh, what did I miss? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Actually, this is something, I don't know if we can get a replay of this or not, but this is, I know that you started laughing, and now I know why. It's because he did some gardening on the pitch, which I actually, see, I used to do this as a power move, which just establishes that I played almost all my cricket on turf.
it's an artificial.
No, I like it. I like it.
Ah, dear.
I do like the tapping down. Yeah. I'm a fan. Anyway, this is miles out of the ground, I think. Going, gone. Well, they had a lot of hang time. Maximo, Sri Patel hasn't had a lot of the strike, to be fair, so far. When he has, he's had a couple of good blows. That one went miles. I know you like that, don't you?
Good hit. That's a solid.
Do you know
I've
what
never
it is? It's
seen.
just a little alpha move to establish dominance. That, you know, I'm so used to doing this as a habit that I'm not too worried that it's a concrete pitch and actually a brand new concrete pitch at that.
Wow. Okay, that was a good hit. A few more of that from
Ooh,
Patel.
hello. Pre-movement, then hits it straight up in the air.
Who
Well,
wants it? Who
form
wants
it
it?
on the
Oh,
kids.
it's going to go wrong. You know this is going to go wrong. Well, that's a Halloween moment for you if you ever saw one. It's a thriller out there at the moment.
Well, it's Adyan Hassan and Hari Krishnan. Let's just say there's a bit of trickery all around here. He tricks himself, basically, and then it's a straight up. And you just saw what was going to happen here. That's just a proper spoilage job. Too many cooks. And this also brings up the 50. What an over. And scored 50 for 5 after 6 overs.
Well, it all happened there. Well, it almost like somebody put a spell on those two. Well, you can see the bowler saying, it's mine, I want it, I want it. And the fielder says, no, it's mine, it's mine. Well, neither one of them wanted to pull out, and the catch goes down. So what we're going to see now, it's all happening here at the moment. So looks like new bowlers come on. This is being walloped as well, and it's going to go all the way. Bolle, goodness on. And Surjit Patel thumps another one out of the park. And he now moves into the 20s of the 12 deliveries that he faces. And I'm liking this from him. He's just backing himself. He's moving around in the crease. He's just trying to put... Here he goes again. He says, bring it on. It's an opportunity, though, and it's taken. Well, he took a one-hand classy catch, did Bilal. And now he takes a two-handed one, and that is the end of the little bit of rear guard action there from Patel. I like what he did. I liked his confidence. He tried to make things happen for his team. But this one just doesn't get the power in it. And Bilal takes the catch, and it's a wicket for Gul.
I was going to say, we had the question I put to the chat. Did you like A or B? And B, or B could be for Bilal. Because Bilal Qadir is the man that takes that catch as well. And I think, yeah, B seems to have the votes. Because, yeah, to his non-preferred side and running back. And running back because he had to run back, not because he just misjudged it. But anyway, Sri J, he gets dropped when two fielders spoil each other. But this time, there's nobody around, and Bilal can just go about his work without interference. 56 for 6 as the captain, Muthu Kumaran, comes to the crease. Let's see if he can lift them to something respectable. Maybe 80 or so, 80 odd.
I keep calling Sam Aquilina the captain because he normally is the captain, but of course it is this man, Kumaran, who is the captain this time round.
Yeah, Kumaran. He's scratching his head. I want to say a quick hello though to all the staff at the Malta Day Hospital and everyone that's watching from there. Obviously do very good work there. It's not really the results they wanted this morning, but I'm sure they're supporting their team. Squeezes this onto his leg, and someone overcommits, and he probably would have been run out. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting partnership between these two. Speaking of partnerships, the question today, the Crickathon was, what will be the biggest partnership today? And I would have thought maybe it'd be one of the ones from the first innings. I've got some reasonably big partnerships. Is there an edge here? Don't think so.
There's a sound.
Oh, there is.
A sound.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
just from the reaction. And I think, you see that Kumaran's news to him. He shows the forearm to the to the keeper, and Qadir shows him the door. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe. I don't think it hit arm. If it hits something, I think it's bad. But Kumaran, good poker player, says, so you know, I'm stating my case. But the umpire had no hesitation. Probably seems fair enough to me. So unfortunately, he's going to have to go. This inning's just getting worse and worse at the moment. And after that, it's 56 for 7.
Yeah, and Adnan Gul, he takes his second wicket, so he's all smiles at the moment. So the one man who's not smiling is the captain, Muthu Kumaran, because he comes and goes, and it's another for him. Yeah, I mean, the partnership, I mean, I suppose it would be
48
like
I've got between Afridi. It was after Krishna got out, so it was actually between
him and
Afridi and Bilal Qadir,
yeah.
I think. Yeah, but it was mostly Afridi, wasn't it?
Let's play down the ground and take a single.
Yeah, so that's probably the best we'll get so far. Just I would assume that at 48 would be it. That was after a decent partnership, I think 38. The previous one between Krishnan and Waka, although Krishnan only faced one ball. This will be gone. No, it won't. This trend continues of easy catches being dropped and hard ones being taken. And it's a bit of a crazy morning of cricket we've seen. But, well, you know what? Dancing Puppet needs a bit of luck. Yeah, a little bit of fancy footwork and not so fancy handiwork. Well, this time, Hassan can't really blame anybody else for dropping this because he was all on his own. Anyway, it's the end of the over. And the score after 7 is 58 for 7. This is what's coming up this afternoon. Well, this should be really an exciting afternoon of play. Edex Knights, they were very impressive on Saturday. Particularly for me, their bowling, their discipline with their bowling was next level. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders, who are 1-1. They had one successful chase, one unsuccessful chase. A few names in for both of those sides. CRJ John comes in for the Edex Knights, and for the Crusaders, Angelo Delarden comes in, and Ishak Masi as well. So join us for the afternoon session. Starts in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. News from the toss. Southern Crusaders won the toss and wanted to bowl first. So they want to chase. They did it successfully the other day when they were chasing 60 odd, but when they were chasing a slightly higher total, they fell 2 runs short. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of those players out there. And let's see if the Knights can continue their dominance with the ball and in the field. All right, Dancing Papa, over to you. Over number 8 time as Ahsan Ahmed gets one straight through him and the keeper, and let's call that 4. Well, Dancing Papa's so good, he can score boundaries when he doesn't even hit the ball. And this one just misses the leg stump. And probably could hear the keeper. Can't believe this has missed everything, but it has. And that 4 byes is deserved against his name.
The bowler can't believe it. He's thinking it's first bowl. The wicketkeeper thinks it's bowled, and then when it sees it goes past, he's saying to the keeper, "Why didn't you stop it?" He's saying, "Yaar, main to socha bowled ho gaya." It was none. It's going to be 4 byes. Ahmed once more. He gets Papa dancing outside the off, trying to play at this. And, misses it. Doesn't he look immaculate? That's Papa. He's look, everything tucked in nice. Look at that. He looks the business, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Looks the part.
Yeah, just could probably use a few more runs against his name. Pity he didn't get a little edge on that. Would have taken the 4. Anyway, he's a really, really great guy and entertainer.
Ooh, this is another one that almost bowls him. Yeah, he's got his family in the UK. So hello to Salman Khan's family if you're watching. And obviously supporting him and hoping he can get a few runs here. And of course his wife is probably watching as well. And they are expecting the first child. So look, congrats to you both. And to the whole family. Come on, Papa, give it a swing, give it a bash.
Oh,
He has a go.
Well, you don't hear the word orphan too much anymore, but you'd hate for this to take out. He's got the beard for protection, but that's not going to be that much protection as he's a bit late on that hook shot. We saw Bazda later actually in the T20 World Cup, friend of ECN. Caught one in their helmet. But, I'm just happy that one misses Salman. Here's Arslan. That's better. Gets behind it. Now they're looking for 2.
He wants
get
2.
it here.
He wants them, you know.
I like this.
Oh yeah,
That's
running.
good hustle. When there's such a big pocket of space, and someone said, well, you've got to run probably the equivalent of 2 pitch lengths to get there. So if you can do it, I can do it. That's very good hustle from Salman.
Yeah, very good running. And he called it early as well. 2-2, he said. And he's quick. And he gives a few applause to the non-striker Jacob, who's huffing and puffing.
Better looking shot, but just misses it. And so yeah, not a day. 64 with the ball to go on this over. In fact, that will be the end of the over. So 64 for 7 after 8. Yeah, Marta Day, I mean, they might be ending up around the 80 mark, which I think is more or less par. Not bad considering they lost their playmaker Sati to the very first ball of the innings, but yeah, ultimately it's not going to be enough in this one. And you can see what the effect the wickets have, just stepping down last few overs. And yeah, well, let's be thankful for the fact it's a beautiful day and we've got 2 more matches coming this afternoon. Just going to have a quick check on the T20 World Cup because I know Australia were playing today against Ireland. Of course, Ireland, we saw them in the ECC recently. And I know that Australia were looking pretty strong in that game. Anyway, here's Ajaz Hussain. He's going to bowl over number 9. Another one that goes between the batter and the stumps. And if you get across to this, we're going to get it wide, but look at the footwork here. Front foot comes out, back foot follows it. Creates a bigger target for the bowler. I really like the appealing, though, of Ajaz Hussain because it always finishes with a smile, regardless of the result. Instant replay. This time it's not taken cleanly behind the stumps.
Well, this we're going to miss. And Sri United, perfect start to their campaign. Starting off with 2 wins against a team on a day who, well, they've already lost more matches than they did in the 2021 series. And this one, well, they do get there. He could have gone for the bowlers.
Well, you could have gone aim at more stumps but further away or aim at 1 stump and closer. I think it probably would have gone for the closer option, and that's what Arslan Ahmed saying. Still would have been out though.
Yeah.
But don't think it'll hurt them that much. We get to see more Papa time.
Papa.
All right. Now he goes aerial, but it should be caught. It's Umar, and he takes a good catch, coming around to his right. So, yeah, Salman, look, credit to him. He stuck around for a while, tried to elevate that, but didn't quite get the timing. The ball doesn't escape the infield in the end. He's the 8th wicket to fall. It's 65 for 8.
Yeah, just wants to try and hit this, loft it over the top. off the infielders, but he just ends up going high in the air. Good catch, actually. It's never easy to take these when you're on the move, but that's nicely done. There are no mistakes at all from the fielder. And it's another one that bites the dust. Safe hands, of course. Man who's been very impressive out there. As the new batter comes in, looks like it's a reef that's going out there. Yeah, it makes it look very easy, doesn't it? And he has been in fine form. And you see, Khan goes. It was the captain who takes the catch.
Well, here's a guy that obviously has a very good personal highlight today. Sagar Arif took catch 8 in those 2 classic catches that we showed you a moment ago. Gets behind this one, plays it away for no run. Hassan, 1 for 1 off 5. Yeah, look, this was earlier. Sagar Arif, slight misjudgment, goes back and says that's okay. It's the old Statue of Liberty play. 000. Like I said, that's the emergency line in Australia. But then, yeah, kind of had Bilal stealing his thunder.
Yeah.
Didn't he? Bit rude. That's all right. Here we go with that nut. This will be a wide down leg side.
Yeah, just great catches. Great work once again from our production crew putting those together. But yeah, I just get the feeling, looking at, I mean, both are sensational. But I just get the feeling that that one taken there by Bilal was better because of the ground. What you don't see in that one, he had to cover a lot of ground.
Yeah.
And it was out of his reach. Somehow he managed to just fingertip it back into the palm of his hand.
Yeah, it was dainty, a bit like a ballerina.
Yeah, it was a great catch.
Dancing away, but it was effective. Last ball of the over, it should be. Will be. Get one bounce. Have a crack at them. They do. And they should get a second here if they're paying attention, but actually looks like Rensi's pulled up a bit lame as he went through for the first run. So they won't come through for a second. It'll be the end of the over. 1 over remaining, 67 for 8.
Yeah, would have been out.
Oh yeah, play a bit. But it's a bounce to throw. So yeah, last over coming up. See if they can at least bat out the overs here. I know that Faisal Naeem, he had a bit of injury concern. That's the information we've got, and so I'm not sure whether he'll come out and bat. So it might be up to these two to try and get them through, as it will be. Asif Shah to bowl the 10th over. Hit the pad, but not give it out.
I think this one maybe just drifting. As the umpire, Tim Wheeler, decided, no, it's not quite good enough for him. Yeah, I think that's a good call. Just
yeah, I agree with that.
On the outside of the foot, maybe just going on to miss the leg stick.
Yeah, sometimes we do see balls which... So how did that miss? I feel like it might have been one of those.
Yeah, and we've seen a few of those.
It's going to miss this time.
There's still a few jokes coming in on there. I'm liking that
We
one.
might be setting a record for Halloween jokes.
Yeah, that's not bad.
They are pretty funny. Keep them coming. Keeping us amused. This is played away to the leg side. Jacob mentioned he'd never batted before. I mean, formerly playing for Super Kings, probably wasn't required to bat that much. But he's certainly featured this morning a bit more than he wanted to. Yeah, so just 3 balls left in this one. This one's played away. Fielder won't be able to stop it even. So it'll be 4 and a riff. Wow, gets some consolation runs. Gets Mudday up into the 70s with a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of an error there from the fielder. He just, I think he gets done by the bounce a little bit as well, does Waka Afridi. And there you go. He is human. He can make some errors. Gets that one wrong. Didn't fancy taking that on his body. Runs around it. Concedes the boundary.
Charge and just a little inside edge. So yeah, unfortunately this game not really living up to the billing. That you can see for me, Mudday. Sathi is so crucial to their batting. And the fact he wasn't able to get any runs in this one has meant they've struggled all the way in this chase. Here's the last ball. It does come back and it is hit. And it should just be a single. Rensi, yeah, he's certainly struggling a little bit with that leg. He just walks one. And this will be the end of the game. So 132 to 74, the final here in match 26. And Sweet United the last team to arrive, but they are in very good shape. They joined the Edx Knights, in fact, on 4 points after just 2 matches. And really, they couldn't have done a lot more this morning. They certainly announced their intention as contenders here in Group B.
Yeah, they did, and things went really well for them. Look, they're just getting into a huddle, and so they should. Need to congratulate each other. It's been a very good team effort. There's been 1 or 2 good individual performances, but I think in that one, what they did show and what they had to do was improve in their extras. I mean, there's still quite a few 19 runs in extras, but they're less wides. They'll be happy with that, but still a few buys, leg buys, and those buys courtesy of those no balls. But look, this was the big moment, wasn't it? That catch from Bilal, because it was the catch to remove the important batter, Azim Sathi, get him early at a chance. But, well, that's what we're talking about. That one was given us buys because it was called no ball. So the extras is still an issue from them, but no batter could really get going. And when you look at that scorecard a bit later, you'll see it was only Patel that showed a little bit of resistance. That was as plumb as they get. And that was Thomas. He went early. And just couldn't get anything going. Needed somebody to show a little bit of fight. Well, that man there, he was able to. That was a lovely shot there from Patel. And, well, he played that a few times. It's a little bit of edge on this. And the wicketkeeper, Anil Kadir, knew it. He was off. And the bowler, Shah, got the wicket. And got interesting celebrations from Shah as well. We'll see that here. And he sort of gives a little bit of namaste, namaste. And we will find out who C is. Maybe that is a C. Or maybe he's signalling something else. But he did bowl well. We see it better here when he just says, namaste, namaste, thank you very much. And see, well, see, whoever you are, that was for you. Dan Horace there. Just taking note of some of the action, taking a bit of a breather. As this one squeezes through, and despite the efforts from Shah this time, he couldn't stop that one. That one was 5 wide. This was caught and bowled, and it was such a good catch as well from Krishnan. And just another great catch. And it was, as we said, the good catches, well, the easy catches perhaps, seemed to be dropped, but the difficult ones were held on to. This was another one that was nicely played, big hit. He certainly was very, very brave and courageous in the way he batted, but he got a bit of luck here as well. As well, there was a spell casted on those two, and that one went down. But, he wasn't lucky with this one because Bilal, we know, not only can he take wonderful one-handed catches, but when he uses 2 hands, he's even safer, gives the celebration. And that was the end of Patel. And he was the only one really that offered any real contribution. It was the turn of the captain to go next, Muthi Kumarani. He went for I think it was a 3-ball duck. And, a judge caught behind, and he's not happy. He's saying, it hit me arm. It did. It came off me arm. I don't think we saw it hit his arm. The umpire was pretty sure there was a little bit of bat on this. This one went all through Papa. And they went for 4 buys, so that's how the extras mounted up. And then Papa, after sticking around for a while, he skied this one up in the air. And no mistakes as the catch was taken there. So he had to depart. Just really, nobody could get going. Nice catch there from the captain, Umair. This one was a little blip late on from Afridi, but it was the job done. As the Sweehi, they said, come on guys, let's get together. It's been a good work from us this morning. We've got our 2 wins, we've got the points on the board, and really, I think again, the margin of victory there. It'll be interesting to see how they will shape up now up against the Atlas Knights in terms of where they are with the net run rate. The Knights themselves, remember, 145 against the overseas, and then knocked off 61 with 24 balls to go. So I don't think they've done enough to pip them, but they're right up there, level on points with them. As we have a look at the next match coming up, and it is the Knights that we're going to see in action again. They were the team that really did, I think, outperform everybody in the field from what we've seen so far. So looking forward to them in the field, and also can the likes of Stanislaus, George, and maybe someone like Boss Paul get the runs on the board for them as well. Got Amal Babu in their side as well. Southern Crusaders, Michael Guntaleka, their captain was in very good form, but he needed somebody like Zishan Yusuf and maybe one other off their batters to get going as well. Maybe someone like Mahbub Rahman or Sachin Husnain. But it's going to be a very exciting contest. Those 2 teams will provide us with 2 entertaining matches to finish the start off this week. As we have a look at that scorecard once more, and as I said, only Patel managing to get in the runs. 20 of 13 deliveries from him. No one else really able to get gains, but once again, it was the extras That was the second highest scorer. And with the ball all nice and tidy, you see the opportunity was taken to use 7 bowlers in a total. 2 wickets from Asif Shah. I think he bowled beautifully. 2 also from Gul. 2 for 8. And then everybody else just chipping in. And it was, again, a good all-round performance. A much better, much tidier performance from Swihi United. But I think the damage was done with the big total being put on the board thanks to a great innings from Waqar Afridi, 74 of 29. Right, the time for us to take a bit of a break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes' time for the start of the next matches. And like I say, going to be interesting. The Knights taking on the Southern Crusaders. So join me, Rika Full, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu, as we come back in 15 minutes for the last 2 matches of today. Volvemos en 15.
Hello and welcome back to the Malta Cricket Ground. Well, this is the real MCG and we're about to get into the second half of the day. So we're going to see two new teams out there that we haven't seen this week yet, although we did see them on Saturday, of course, at the start of Group B. It's going to be the EDEX Knights, formerly the Atlas UTC Knights. They're taking on the Southern Crusaders, starting with match 27. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. We're about to have it with Stefan Gooch and the two captains.
Crusaders to call. Tails. Tails to call. It is tails. Okay. We're the best.
So it is Michael Gunatilika that wins the toss and he has elected to bowl first. Very interesting because they did chase twice on the weekend and there was a tale of two chases. One they fell just short, but the other one they did get over the line. It was just in the 60s. And I think Michael Gunatilika, he's pretty important with the bat. We'll probably see him opening up for the Southern Crusaders. But they will be doing that in the second half of the game because the EDEX Knights will be batting first. Got to say the Knights really impressed me on Saturday. It was clinical. And we know that their batting is pretty dangerous with Samuel Stanislaus there, with Basil George there, boom boom Basil, you know, he's always dangerous. But I think for me, I was really impressed with their bowling. I think they were the most disciplined bowling team we saw so far. They had a plan, they stuck to it, and that plan mostly was get the ball outside the off stump, stick to it. Even though there's the occasional offside wide, they weren't bowling too many gundy balls, too many bad balls, short balls down the leg side. They were pretty ruthless actually. So let's see if the Crusaders can handle the heat. That's in the second half though, because they've won the toss, the Crusaders. They will be bowling first. Let's get over to Rico Full as we get ready for the afternoon session. It's over to you, Rico, and let's get it started in match 27.
Hello and welcome to our global cricket family around the world, and welcome. And, thank you for joining us here at the Malta International Cricket Ground as we get ready for the third match of the day against the Knights, where they take on the Southern Crusaders. And, the Knights have looked good, we've said that. They're a team that coming after two very good performances we saw on Saturday when they opened their account, and certainly they saw off the threat of the strong overseas side, winning the first one 100 to 45, a 55-run victory. And in that match, it was Basil George who was in good form. You can see that he certainly is right up there with the number of fantasy points to his name. And then they restricted the overseas to 61 for 5 and knocked them off with just losing one wicket. So a 9-wicket victory, winning by 24 runs. And it was Samuel Stanislaus that did the damage for them then. But I do believe that the Knights are very reliant on two batters. And it's something that I've said about several of these teams. So the Crusaders, if they can get the danger men out early, they do stand a good chance. They themselves are also reliant on just a couple. 98 to 85 in favour of the Knights. That's what the bat versus ball wall is telling us. As we join our match officials out there in the middle. It's once again Tim Wheeler, who is out there with Andy Nowdy. And Tim Wheeler will be starting off proceedings. Liking the new kits of the Crusaders. There's the captain, Michael Gunatilika. Yeah, loving the colour combinations and the patterns and the designs there, looking very nice and dashing. And as are the new kits of the Knights. A good combination of the yellows and the blues. Get ready for the start of this one. Just waiting for our official timekeepers, Enrico Constant, to give us the thumbs up. And it will be the usual openers: Samuel Stanislaus, Basil George. Stanislaus looks like he's ready to take the first delivery. And Zishan Yusuf will be hoping that he can get his line right straight away. There we go. We're off. We're running. Stanislaus just punches his hat down the ground. Takes a single. He was, as I said, in very good form on Saturday. Made 33 not out in the first match. And then followed it up with a fine 33 in the second. So 2 lots of 33s. So in good form. Basil George, we know the way he likes to play. Doesn't like to get buckled down. He likes to play his shots. An aggressive player. Tips this away handsomely off his pads. He'll take a single. Beautiful day here in Malta. Temperatures around about the 24 degrees. The sun is shining. Beautiful day to play cricket. Lovely conditions. hit well and one bounce, 4 runs. Nice shot again for the play in the power play. You know that you got the fielders inside the 30-yard circle, so he doesn't try to go too aerial. He backs himself to clear the inner ring, and 1 bounce, 4 runs. So first boundary, and it is Samuel Stanislaus that gets it. Been in very, very good form, and showing that with that shot. Yusuf making a quick change in the field. It's not a good delivery down the leg side. Stanislaus misses out on it, but we'll get the wide. Just having a quick look at this field. It's a 3 and 6 field, just 3 men on the leg side, and Long on his back, square leg inside the circle on a very short mid wicket. This one is called a wide. The bowler doesn't like it. Yusuf looks back at the umpire, but yeah, I think that's fair enough. The umpires have been very consistent on that. Anything that's there or thereabout, they are calling it. And now he goes down the other side, so really struggling with his line. That's the thing with Yusuf. That's why before he came on the bowl, saying they'll be hoping he gets his line right, so he's not spraying it all over the place. Oh, this one will be out, and Stanislaus doesn't hang around, so he does get it right. And this one is too good for Stanislaus. He gets a little nick on this, and nicely taken. The difference between Stanislaus and Cinderella. Cinderella knew when to leave the ball. This is nicely taken by Angelo Delarden behind the stumps, and just a little feather, and he has to go. So Delarden, good return for him as he takes the catch, and it is Yusuf celebrating. So it's 9 for 1, and they do remove Stanislaus. Stanislaus was the rock for the Knights against the overseas, and he made back-to-back 33s in both those matches. They couldn't get rid of him. But, well, you see the Crusaders, they found a way, and he'll go as he nicks off the third delivery that he faces. And it is Yusuf that gets him. Although he's had difficulty getting his line right, what he has done, when he's got it right, he's got the prize wicket of Stanislaus. So now the captain comes out, Avinash Dilip. So hits right down the bottom of his bat, no run there. Ball to go in this first over, 9 on the board. Batting quite a way out of his crease. Obviously expecting there to be a fair bit of movement from Yusuf. Oh, that's the beauty. That's the one that got Stanislaus. Just draws the batter into playing the shot. It's like dangling the carrot. He goes for it, gets beaten. Unfortunately for him, doesn't get anything on it. So though there was a few issues with getting the ball in the right areas, only 9 coming up, 9 for 1. And just to remind you all, there's a number of ways that you can stay in touch with us. And of course, it's via Twitter, Instagram or Facebook at Mr. Maximo or at Rico Full. We love hearing from you. And thank you all ever so much for all of the comments and kind comments that you send us through. And well, once again, apology on our behalf, though we get through as many as we can. We can't always guarantee that we reply to you straight away, so we use this platform to thank you all for all your kind comments, and we thank you all for your support for the European Cricket Network, and long may it continue. And to a lot of you that are on the chat, I'll talk a bit of Halloween and cricket talk. Happy Halloween to everyone. And Keanu is saying that to everyone who celebrates it. I don't know if it's a thing you celebrate or not. It just ends up being the thing that people just do, don't they? This is way down the leg side, so just the same way that Yusuf did, the new bowler, having a few issues getting the ball right. And, sometimes that can cause more problem for the batter than not, as it is the Karia Wasama that's doing the bowling. Once again, down the leg side, so Karia Wasam just needs to get the ball right. Yeah, I mean, if you're a batter, you're wanting to get going, but every time the ball's wide, you just think, okay, I'm not playing at this, not playing it, and you get frustrated. You want to play shots, you want to get back on the ball. And when you do get a chance, you end up playing at a ball that perhaps you shouldn't do. You end up playing a false shot, and you get yourself out. This one was pretty wide as well, that George does go after. He'll be feeling now that he has to score big runs. But Stanislaus gone. A lot replies, it depends on him. This one's another one that's been pushed pretty wide. And the shake of the head from the umpire saying, no, that's fine. Just sneaking that inside the line. And this one will be a wide. Again, a big swing from Basil George. Misses it, but he'll get the wide. So, once again, we're going to see that extras is at the moment right up there as a leading scorer. Makes it 6 extras now, I believe. Better delivery. And Basil George, no boom boom George at the moment. Just pushes this out, takes the single. Little tiki-taka. Dilip yet to open his account in this one. 2 balls that he's faced. Well bowled. Get the batter going back into his crease. And defensively playing this back. Get the feeling that Mr. Lee, the captain, wants to go for a big shot. And he can't do anything about these. It's right up there. Good bowling, wicket to wicket stuff. Captain being patient at the moment. This is a lovely one. It's the away cutter, bowled beautifully, and what an end to the over. And what a good over that was as well. 13 for 1, beautifully bowled. As we have a look at the standings here in Group B, 2 teams. Sui United, who made a perfect start today, winning both their matches against Malta Day and the Knights, who we see out the moment, both on 4 points. The Crusaders, Malta Day and 2 overseas. They're the team. They're going to start to feel the pressure, especially if the Crusaders manage to move away from them as well. So it's going to be a big day for overseas tomorrow. Well, today we'll be hoping that the overseas don't have a good day. So another one that is down the leg side as wide. So Yusuf, even though he's bowled 1 over already, where he did go for 9, but picked up the wicket of Stanislaus. Still having issues bowling to the left-hander. But Basil George for the moment seems to be quite happy just taking the wides. This is nicely played, a little tickle, and this will go all the way down for 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot. It's, the old leg glance just paddles this away, and nicely done. And 4 runs. See the second boundary. Stanislaus hit 1-4 in his brief stay. 5 of 3 deliveries. Now Basil George often running. Oh, this one could have gone anywhere. Could have been curtains. He's lucky. Hay suerte ahí por George. Swings at this wildly. And just watch this, how close that was to crashing back into the stumps. Yusuf almost picks up another. Dilip, 5 balls, not off the mark. Under pressure, the captain. Doesn't want to put his team under pressure. Knows he's got to play a few shots. Still got batters that can come. Ross Paul is still there. And this is a beautiful shot. And a lovely, classy hit. straight down the ground, 4 runs. Doesn't try to hit it too hard, but just relies on timing and placement. There is a fielder out there. That's beautifully executed. Holds his pose as well. And he says, "Get there, ladki photo wali. Meri photo, 2-3 khich de. Smile, please. Click, click, click." Nice shot. Gets off the mark with a boundary. And he goes for the same again, but this time it's too close to the fielder. Oh, and he put it down. Well, big moment. And, well, Gufas Masi puts it down. And the captain, after hitting 4, he gets dropped. And that was another, well, it's been the story of the day, another straightforward catch. And it is Gufras that puts it down. George just guides his point. Got to be quick. And it's the fielder throwing off balance. And therefore not able to get a good throw over the stumps. Let's have a look at this. A better throw. Maybe would have had the batter in a bit more trouble. So Dillett comes back on strike after being dropped when he was on 4. Did get the single. So he's on 5 of 7. And there goes to play the cut shot. Misses out on it. End of the over. And end of the power play. 25 for 1. Once again, thinking the Knights here will be looking back to the Crusaders scores when the Southern Crusaders played Malta Day. Remember, they weren't able to chase 89, but then in the second match, when the Malta Day put 62 on the board, they got to that 63 pretty rapidly with 22 balls to go. So again, I just get the feeling that the Knights are thinking that if they can get to a score around about that 90 to 100 mark, if they bowl well and they can get a couple of the key wickets early, that they should be able to defend. And with the start that they've made here, going around about the 8, just over the 8 and a bit and over, that's what they're looking at the moment, unless they can get some acceleration in. One man that can give them that acceleration is Basil George. And he tries to do it with this one, and he will. It's not a good delivery. And Basil George, well, we've seen him play a delightful little paddle where it was just all the delicacy to get the boundary. This time it's power. There's a full toss, it's too wide, and it gets thumped. And it's smashed away. It was only 4 off Kriya Wasam's first over, but this time first ball goes all the way for a biggie. And this is up in the air as well, and Chase is on for the fielder, but he's not going to get there. And it's going to be 4, so 6 and 4. And Basil George, just like that, looks like he's hungry for more. He's starting to wake up. And Kriya Wasam needs to get this right, needs to get back to just getting this ball to be gained across Basil, like he did earlier. And Fuller got to go Fuller. It goes short, and this will go the distance. Balle, 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 kinna sona, Jaka. This is huge. That's the monster strike. And just watch where that one ends up. Just goes over the stands and almost into the car park. Well, watch out to the spectators that are watching there. I'm told that it's half term here in Malta, so we expect to see plenty of kids around, family with their kids coming here to enjoy the cricket. Well, keep your eye on the ball, never take your eye on the ball. Well, that one is out of here. Nadi says, let's have a look if there's a chunk out of this ball or not. And he seems okay, and at the same time the bowler says, I think I'm going to come around the wicket, see if that makes a difference. Kriya Wasam around the wicket now, and it's in this same area, which is going to be 4 more runs as this. Well, or is it? No, he doesn't get as much of this as I think. It actually holds up. They look to take a 3rd, but they don't. Just 2. He doesn't get this as clean as I initially thought, and he's actually been given leg byes. He doesn't get it at all. And there you go. That's why it doesn't go to the boundary. So gets lucky. See this again. Yeah, it's actually off the top part of the leg. It doesn't get even the pad. Going down the leg side, it can't be out. Got to get the line right. He's bowling it wrong. And he's got lucky twice. Basil's missed out. Doesn't miss out too many times. The drop. You see, he's really trying to wind himself up on that one. He it's almost like pulls the cord to wind himself up before he hits the shot, but misses out on it. It's a better area. May have just be touching the wide line. So again, fortunate perhaps, but he draws Basil into the shot. Also completes the 4th over. So 43 for 1, and just like that, the rate changes. We go to 11, and now you're looking at if they continue at this pace of 110. You'll be a lot happier with that. But as you've seen, things can change very, very quickly. Dylan, lucky to be there, was dropped by Masi on 4. And he hasn't added too much onto it at the moment, but you won't mind too much. He's quite happy just to be sitting there at the non-striker's end. And maybe now that Basil is hitting the ball pretty cleanly, he's probably thinking about changing the tactics he plays. Short, Gandhi blasted, and it will stay hit as this one, well, it almost takes out some of his teammates. But somebody's thrown in the towel already. He's thinking enough is enough. I'm in the firing line here. Well, this one raced into the marquee there of the Knights, and they needed to take away. Look at that, moved pretty quickly. Well, luckily enough, I think the next batter who's destined to come in, I think that might be Nitin Babu, who's there to stop that one causing any damage. Yeah, that part of the ground is always in serious danger when you've got a left-hander in. Rahman. Oh, that's a good delivery. For a moment, I think Basil was looking to rock back and send that one away as well. But this one was a little bit quicker. He zipped it through. And I don't think he was too keen on taking this as it came out. Let's have a look at this. First, there's the shot. And the wicketkeeper starts running. And when the ball goes out, somebody else takes the stumps and says, oh no, I don't want it. He thought, hang on a minute, I ain't got the gloves on. I don't want this. Vice is signalled. Rahman. Yeah, he does. It looks like he has changed his strategy. It's not a good throw, but fortunately it's been backed up. Wants to just be the provider, as in the strike provider, to Boom Boom George. Comes down, wants to take him on, tries to hit it too hard. Sometimes that is the issue. He wants to really lace this. Captain, he'll be concerned while George is out there. 50 comes up with that single. Rahman, can he throw the batter with his flight? And this is hit pretty well, and this is thumped. And comes our way. And that is going to be another one down the ground. Good hit. And into the commentator's tent it comes. We've got to be watch out here. It is Halloween. That one drops a couple of bounces short of us as it rolls under the camera. Well, there's Vinny. He's in and ready. And, welcome back.
Textbook. Yeah, wasn't running away from that one. Again, I felt a big responsibility to protect your equipment. Normally I'd leave your side to you, but we all know what happened last week in Croatia. Anyway, hey, guess what? We've got more cricket coming up this weekend, and it is T20 International Cricket. So this will be the Grizzly Bear ECI T20 International Tri-Series from Desert Springs in Spain. It starts on Friday. So got Germany, Italy and Spain that will all be taking part in that series. And that should be a really good opportunity to see quite a few people that we have seen over the course of the summer in ECS cricket and, of course, the ECC, which involve those nations. So, yeah, you can tune into that as well. You'll have plenty of cricket to choose from on Friday and Saturday because we'll have both of those going concurrently. So the games start at 10 a.m. European time and 2 p.m. European time. So that is 2:30 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. in India. So yeah, you can get involved in that, and it should be a great opportunity to see. Looks slightly different format of cricket, but very skillful cricket, I'm sure, from some of the best players in Europe.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's always good to be doing these ICC T20 events as well. I think it's slightly different form of the game. I remember you saying last week that it's a slightly slower pace.
Yeah, it is.
But again, it's a good opportunity to see some of the players that we've seen. I mean, you see there in Italy, Germany, and of course Spain, some of the players that we've seen that have come onto the scenes and seen them developing. And not only are they playing in the international level at T10, but also making it into T20 squads as well.
It's a lot more technical, I suppose, form of the game. It's so funny that now we think of T20 as more technical when it was always the shorter format. But I do think that those teams, I said I was going to, I'm going to do it now. I'm going to check out their current T20 international rankings, because remember that they'll be playing each other. And yes, there's going to be a winner of the Tri-Series, but there's just those 6 matches. So it's that double round robin format. If you beat a team above you, you get a lot more points than if you beat a team below you.
Yeah.
And I think that they're all kind of in the 30s, those ones.
Yeah, I seem to remember, they'll be very closely knitted together, that's for sure. But I think it used to be like, if you picked up a victory against a team that was below you, you got something like, 10 points, whereas a team above you got something like 50 or 60.
Something
so
like
it's
that,
big,
yeah.
And there's other things as well that come into play. But, yeah, it's if you can beat a team that is above you, it's big, it's massive.
Now we're going to see Isak Masih have a bowl. Okay, just looking at these rankings. So Spain 36, Italy 29, and Germany 35. So yes, because Italy's the top ranked team, Germany second, and Spain third, and only by 1 ranking point. Germany and Spain are 35 and 36 respectively. So what a good opportunity for Spain to pick up some points in particular.
Well, this is wallop, and watch out to all of the spectators out there, especially the kids, because these are coming your way. When Basil George is in the house, I can tell you this, back in 2020, Basil George thumped one and it went flying behind us and smashed the windscreen of a car. This guy, when he hits them big, and you see where that one landed. And, that wasn't too far away from that kid. It's a good reply, good comeback.
I was going to say, might be time to just take some helmets to the spectators the way this has been going. Yeah, I mean, I think, Basil, for the most part, I think he likes pace on the ball. So I think sometimes slower bowling is the key. But you've got to bowl well. If you bowl bad balls, forget it. You're going to go a long way.
What I've seen from him since 2020, he obviously, because teams have seen that about him, and they put the slow bowlers onto him, he's obviously worked hard at it. And you can see that he's starting to show some of the rewards of the work he's done. This one gets through him. He likes to attack. I don't mind that at all. I think he's picked the ball early. He knows it's down the leg side. So he's happy to go afterward. But he's, maybe he would have been better off just staying in his crease for this one, because it was in that zone where he could have just rocked back and worked it away over sort of behind square. Let's see what he does here, whether he stays put or tries to charge Isak Masih once more. He's quite happy just to rock back this time and play it into the point area. Takes a single and says to his captain, "Hey Skip, come on. Maybe now that you've hit one out of here, maybe you can do a bit more hitting." They've still got batting to come, of course. So wickets is not an issue. Got plenty in hand.
Yeah, so I've just looked up the ICC T20 International ranking point system. So I remember that 50 stuck out. I've glanced at it before. Yeah. But if you win, then you get the opponent's rating plus 50 points, right? So this is if you're playing a team that's within 40 ranking points of you. Right. So that's the. We'll have to check the exact ratings, but yeah. So you actually get the opponent's rating plus 50 if you win. So it's those 50 bonus points, which really allow you to try and climb the ladder quickly.
Right. Okay.
But it's what it's meant to do. That system, it's meant to encourage you to play highly ranked opponents rather than just kind of bully teams that you know are you better than. Yeah. Because these are all independently organised series, bilateral or trilateral series normally. So So this is why, for me, the fact that it's a higher ranking opponent, 2 high ranking opponents for Spain, it's a real opportunity for them if they have a good series to go up. But look, Italy, they're higher ranked for a reason, and they've got a very good side as well. They're up at 29. So yeah, it should be really interesting to see how that plays out this weekend.
He wants the single, but Basil he's not too keen to run it. I think he's probably said to his captain already, I told you, you've got 2 balls, hit a boundary. Don't be thinking about a single. Now you got 1 to hit a boundary. I don't want to take a single. So he's pulling rank over his captain here. Is Basil.
Good question from Stephen Kelp. Nice to have you in the chat. Nope. Nice try though. It's been the end of the over. It's 68 for 1. Pitch outside leg stump. So Stephen's saying, but is a lower ranking better? Well, the thing is, no. The reason is that at different points of the rankings, if you can keep working out the rankings, then you start to become eligible for more things. And now the T20 International ranking that you get is your gateway into more opportunities to play things like one-day international cricket.
Yeah.
So, that's the reason that I know that, speaking to Corey, he has a real ambition for Spain to get into that echelon of cricket, a bit like the Netherlands are at the moment, where they can play one-day internationals. So, yeah, that's something they want to achieve in the not too distant future. Yeah, so to do that, you've got to climb the rankings, and the easiest way to climb the rankings is to beat higher ranked opponents. It makes sense, doesn't it? So,
yeah, it does indeed. Well, Basil, he only manages to get a single of Rahman, who's coming on to bowl his second. I like what Rahman bowled. He's got that quite a teasing length.
He bowls both legs and offies.
This is being thumped down the ground and fingertips, but can't do any more than that. It's good effort from the fielder. I got the feeling that it was always going to make it to the boundary. I think the best case scenario here would have been if he was able to keep the ball in the field of play. But if you have a look at this, I mean, he can't do any more than that.
It was going to be a tough one always, that Sishan Yusuf down there. Thing is, he was never really set, and he couldn't kind of set his feet to actually jump up and then down. He was kind of always moving as it is. He just has to kind of throw his hands at it, tips it over. But, just a fingertip on that one.
Oh, this one is the one that comes back, and it totally beats Dilip, and it'll end up being by. So that's a win-win situation for the Knights, because it means that you get Basil back on strike.
So look at this one. It's a wrist spinner. So you see how it breaks left to right. So that's a genuine kind of basically like a leg spinner, a wrist spinner, where he actually flicks the ball over his wrist and goes left to right. But he'll also bowl finger spin, or kind of what we would call off spin. Now he's trying to say that he wants to bowl. Well, I don't know where he wants to bowl here. He's saying, I just want to bowl over the wicket. I just want to please go the other side. And Avinash, around the 4th time, understood. Unless he's saying
hang on, I don't know what he's trying to say. Does he want to come? He's having a chat with the bat. He wants to come in between.
He wants to come between the umpire and the stumps.
So he said, where are you bowling from, there or there?
Over there. He's like, that's what I'm going to do.
He said, I'm coming from there. And now Basil's saying, you coming from there? I'm from there. What are you doing? Well,
this is the longest discussion I've ever seen. It's perfectly fine if he wants to come between the umpire and the stumps.
Yeah.
And now Tim's got his wrong hand out. Okay, we got this sorted now. All right, so he's going to come left arm around the wicket.
Gets worked away.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be done for a time penalty by about 20 seconds after that discussion, would you? Anyway, he's a clever bowler, though.
Yeah, I think what he was trying to say is, I'm starting from here. He said, you bowling that side?
And now he's even walking in front of the umpire just to make it very clear.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm moving here.
Be a couple of bounces, go to the fielder, and nicely fielded by Marcy. Marcy, of course, he was the one who dropped Dilip when Dilip was on 4, so all these extra runs are probably being felt by him at the moment, so he'll be hoping that Avinash Dilip gets out pretty quickly. Basil being a bit quiet for a while. And well, this one would have been a wide, but Basil is the sort of player that no matter if he can reach it, he's going to play at it. He would have been far better off just choosing or electing to leave that be and take the wide. This is the question of today. So what will be the highest partnership score to date? So you've got a number of options.
Yeah.
And, well, so far we reckon it's about 40 odd, right?
I reckon we're in C territory at the moment, so that kind of rules out A and B. But, I mean, if we get a 50-plus partnership, then actually, where are we at with this one? This is a pretty good one. Actually, there we go. This partnership is already worth 70. So I'm going to whisper this, right? I think I know the answer.
I think it's
Go to crickathon.com and like Selva Sheba, you could be a winner. She was the winner on Saturday for getting that one right. So, yeah, question of the day. Answering itself thanks to the Knights. So, geez, you can't make it any easier for you. 8th overtime. We'll respond to something from Keanu in a second. So, hello, Keanu. Nice to have you with us. this one. Yeah, will charge, but the keeper back. There's no stomach opportunity. He's saying, at the moment, looks like he thinks Denmark, Jersey, Austria, Germany, and Italy can't really come close to Ireland, Scotland, and Netherlands in T20. I mean, that's probably two right now, but I mean, it's probably what I'd call like a medium turn goal, because things can change pretty quickly, right? So think about a team like Afghanistan. It wasn't that long ago that they were down in, I don't know, like World Division 6 or something like that. So the thing is, you slowly but surely you're trying to get up into that upper echelon where you can challenge for those kinds of things. So it's not something that's going to happen overnight, but obviously, a team like Italy, for example, they were in the 30s and they've moved up into the 20s, and they'll want to kind of get in that top 20. Once you really get in that top 20, then you've got kind of opportunities to play one-day international cricket, I think. So it's something that you can only get better by playing better teams and beating them. And well, speaking of beating, Basil is giving the ball a beating, isn't he? Boom, boom. Basil moves to 48. He just loves this angle, doesn't he? Just into the body. He's on the walk slightly, walkabout, and bang, out of the ground. Maximo time.
Yeah, that's his shot. He plays that so well. And you saw there a couple of steps, and he's there, and then he puts it away. Doing pretty well here. This is in the slot as well. Gets a fair bit on this fielder under pressure. They're quite happy just to take the single.
Got to say, though, I'd be bowling across him. I don't know why you bowl around the wicket. You're asking for trouble, and you're going to find it. I think Basil George moves to 49 now. He's looking very dangerous.
Hey, listen, I got a feeling that this our position here is a bit haunted as well, on Halloween. There's a few feeling things happening a bit. But that's off the pad, I think. Good take from the wicket keeper.
Creepy crawlies, do
like we? Things touching, things a bit creepy. I mean, there's things happening in here. I reckon we need to have a picture taken with one of those special cameras.
Something, they have special cameras now that'll capture paranormal activity. It's going to be one of those ones. Oh, hold on a second.
Now listen, I told you there's some funny things happening in here. It is Halloween. Look at that. It's got the skeletons. It's got the ghost as well.
That's actually my target weight behind me. Can't see me actually achieving it though.
The pumpkin it matches my
There's a few.
outfit
Can we have that one
pretty
again?
well.
What have we got in there? I like the jack-o'-lantern. That's a nice one. Yeah, the ghost behind you. That's actually quite frightening. That actually looks like what Tyrone was covered in back in the Croatia series that I remember. Oh, and a little Happy Halloween. I like that as well.
Halloween
Nice
as
touch,
well.
guys.
Oh, trouble. He's going to have to dive to get in, and he's not going to make it, and that's a disaster. Absolute disaster. Basil George is wanting his 50, and he gets sent back by the captain. That's crazy.
Well, to be
cricket,
fair, Delete didn't do too much wrong here. He almost tried to sacrifice himself. There's no way this is a run. This is a guy on 49, and look, Delete's going, what are you doing? And then he's saying, okay, look, I'll try and run myself out, but it's too late.
I think if he goes straight away, Vinny. But
No,
then
he's
do you not go? If Basil's coming, he's on 49.
It's a crazy
do you
run.
not,
The guy's
but
just
do you,
that's
do you not go just to
on
leave him in?
That's on Basil for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe it is. Maybe it is.
think-
But I just think match situation. Who do you got to keep in?
Yeah,
Basil.
no, I know, but the point is, I think that Delete does that when he realises what's going on. But by then, Basil's already turned around. He was going to beat him back anyway. So it wasn't that Delete wasn't willing to sacrifice himself. I just think he originally tries to turn Basil around and go, hey, what are you doing? Get back there.
Yeah.
But then when he then goes to recognise that there's going to be almost a certain run out, then see here, he's like, no. And then he's like, all right, well, okay, fine, I'll be out. But by then, Basil had already tried to get back, and he wasn't able to make it. I've got to say, that's a mental error from Basil. I mean, he hit it straight to the short wicket and ran. And I know that's the power of the 49. But anyway, it's a break, isn't it, for the Knights?
This one's been sliced away. There's the new batter. It is Nitin Babu that comes in. He's had a bit of a wait. But there you go. That was the highest partnership as well. You saw there. So keep that in mind.
I've seen some things on batters on 49 or 99. And I remember Sean Marsh running himself out for 99 in a test match where he just took on a run that just wasn't there. And isn't it funny that the pressure of getting one run suddenly became quite huge for a guy that was been smashing balls out of the park?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Basil, I think he'll understand that it was a bad call. But, I mean, having said that, he's got his team in a very good position here at 92. And the way they've been bowling and fielding, it looks like they're going to make the 100 plus here. That's going to be very tough for the Crusaders to chase down.
And look who it is. It's the Shusha. Vidusha the Shusha. So he'll have a thing to say, won't he? Maybe he's going to be shushing the ghosts and the goons and the spooky stuff around the ground. He just played away. He'll take a single tiki-taka here now, but you've got to be gain the boom-boom. I mean, there's no point from here. The next, 11 balls that are left in the innings.
I think
just taking singles. You've got to get boundaries here. Try and push to the 110, 115 mark.
Babu gets off strike, but let's see if Talib can up his scoring rate in the last couple of overs.
Uppercut, and this should go to the boundary, and it will go to the boundary. The fielder not able to stop it. Needed really to get a slide in there. Well, they've got smiles on their faces. They're pretty happy. This one just a little bit too short and wide. And the uppercut away. Fielder, let's see how far away was he. Not that far away. Always been beaten.
I've got to say, maybe after this ball, I feel for Basil George being out for 49. I had a similar experience recently. First, Rashmika is going to just wait for the fielder to get in place, and now in he comes to leap. Let's get one here. Yeah, I was out for 49 for Costa del Sol, but then we realised at the time I hit the power lines and the ball went for 4. By the way, it was going for 6. It was actually a 5, not a 4, but I don't think Basil George will be lucky enough to get an extra run on a technicality.
You got lucky. You wouldn't have had that luck in Bulgaria. It would have been a dead ball.
Couldn't even raise my bat because I put my bat away. This is hanging, should be gone, and it's taken. Bit of a crocodile style about this, but it's effective. So Babu State is brief. He goes for just a couple. He's a 3rd wicket to fall. It's 98 for 3, Eden Knights.
Yeah, and nice catch taken. No mistakes. So it is Vidusha Rashmika who takes the wicket. I'm actually surprised that this guy's only going to get just the one over. He was the pick of their bowlers last time around. So I don't really know what he said to his captain, Marco Guntilika, to be out of favour.
I think Gunatili putting the virtual shush on him. Remember, he was shushing everybody.
Yeah.
It looked like he was even shushing his teammates.
He was the player of the match. He took 3 for 7 against Malta Day, restricted him to 69, and here he is. He's only going to get just the one over.
Keeping him fresh.
Can't believe it.
Remember, he took the catch on the boundary and then shushed the outfielder next to him, even though he was nowhere near him.
And then when he took the wickets as well, he's got his little celebrations there. I don't know if he did a celebration there. The camera wasn't quite on him. So anyway, new batter comes in. Babu. He went for 2. This one, oh dear, that's an error from the wicketkeeper there. Angelo Delarden
gets the set batter back on strike as well. Another ball that goes between the stumps and the batter. Both Paul. I think he had a birthday not too long ago. Just check out the social media of the Edex Knights. It's looking good there on the socials. Yeah, that was a big happy birthday for both, maybe about a week and a half ago, something like that. Anyway, caught very well on Saturday, I remember that.
He bowled very well as well, didn't he? He bowled beautifully, the away swingers. Bit of a swing and a miss here.
Good bat speed though.
Yeah. So it's the end of the over. It's a good over. I mean, only 6 runs come off it. The score moves to 99. 7 runs off it. 3 wickets down, so 100 is on, but I still do think they want to be pushing to that 110. They were always looking to be around about between the 110 and 120. Then, of course, a couple of wickets have fallen since, but you've still got a set batter out there. Now, this is what's important. See, he's at the non-strikers end at the moment, so having missed out on that last ball, you want probably... Well, one or two things. Ball either hits this ball to the boundary or gets a single straight away. I think he'd be looking to run. As the bowler comes in. Hits it well, and they will take the single. You may think of the second. It's a bit of a misfield, but they're down. I think it's all about now the captain trying to get as many runs as he can as 100 comes up. So 100 on the board. 5 balls now to try and get that to a... What they will see is extra bonus runs maybe here. Firmly hit, and when they go for 2, they think about it and decide to go and not go. And oh yeah, he's furious, is the captain, and I think he's absolutely right to be, because there is 2 there. As soon as he sees this throw coming in, he realises there's no pace on it, and he says, "Yeah, we'll go." Watch, he's saying, "Oh, yaar, ki kar raha? Hit the door," and then he has to run back.
Yeah, it's been a few interesting running situations, hasn't there? This is in the air. This will be a teaser. And it's going to go over the head of Gulfraz Maximo. Now, there you
That's
go.
why you don't want to run.
Stay down your end, be quiet. Because both Paul said, you've had a few goes, it's my turn. He goes, bang, 6 runs out of the ground.
I get the feeling there was a lot of pressure on him to hit this one for the boundary, because that's the only way that he was going to calm his captain down. That's a good delivery. And he ends up yorking himself rather than taking a little step towards the off stump. So good comeback from the bowler. And, this is well bowled from Avishka. And he bowls the same one again, and he will be run out. Well, this is just crazy. I mean, what is Boss Paul doing here? I mean, he's never going to get to a position where his captain's going to get on strike. So, well, you've just hit a 6. Why just get yourself out, wait for the next delivery and either smash it away. Don't just run yourself out. He stands there, and maybe the play was here. Well, if he misses, we'll get you back on strike, Skip. But a bit of negative batting. So, though he has hit 1-6, and he's taken the score to past the 100 mark, 106. He's then played out 2 dot balls. So new batter comes in.
Yeah, so trying to get anything from this last ball coming up.
And they get plenty from it. They'll get a boundary. That's nicely played. I suspect that takes the score past the 110 mark. I think that's probably 111 now, if the on-pitch scoreboard is correct. Apologies that you just lost your graphics for a moment. I'm sure they'll be back up pretty soon. And that will be the end of the innings as well. I make it the Nelson that they finish on, the 111. And nice shot there played by the batter right at the end. And that's the way to deal with it. You get to lose one, put it away. And that's exactly what was done there. So you have a look at these highlights. And what you've got to say, though Stanislaus played 1 shot for 4. They got him out, and not, you saw that last week, Malta Day, they just couldn't get rid of him. Or Malta Day, I should say, the overseas side. They couldn't see the back of Stanislaus, but he was quick to go this time to get him for 5. But then Basil George comes out, and we know what he can do. He plays some delightful shots, just timing the ball beautifully, and we know he's a powerful hitter as well. And his captain then decided, you know what, after he had tiki-taka start, that it was time for him to play a few shots. And this was the drop. He played that one lovely shot for 4, and then he was dropped by Masi, and you can see that he went on to score 26 not out. And so that's 22 runs extras that they gave away, but it was all about the power hitting of Basil, and he certainly was targeting that area. And when Basil George is batting, well, you've got to be careful, because, well, not only does he target the spectators, but even his own teammate. This was one where he goes down on one knee, and plays a beautiful shot, hits all parts of the ground. This one did come in our way. Hits the back of our board. Vinny Sandhu saying how it should be done. This was big, and this one I was worried for the kids here, because there's one kid that was just lying down there, and he did miss him by too much. That was close. And, well, that could have been a nasty Halloween for one of those youngsters out there. Certainly would have been trick-or-treating tonight. But, this was a fingertip one, just catching the fingers. And then this, well, on 49, wants a single to bring up his 50. And he ends up running himself out. I suppose the question was the captain prepared to sacrifice his wicket? No, he wasn't. And played a few nice shots for himself. And he would have preferred to go at a slightly quicker rate, 26 or 22 deliveries. This was a nice catch taken, and that was getting rid of Nitin Babu, who made 2 or 3 deliveries. And then that brought Boss Paul out to the middle. He contributed with 7 or 5. And then Robinson was the not-out batter to stay out there with the captain. And he just got 1 ball, which he played away to the boundary. So a nice, good, firm hit from him. And it was, just to confirm, 111 was the score. And 4 wickets down, you'll see that coming up on your scorecard here now. So it was good contributions from 2 of the top batters. Basil George, 49 of 26, once he saw his opening partner, Samuel Stanislaus, go early. And then the captain, Avinash Dilip, played sort of I think he came out, he wanted to hit hard but couldn't. He swung and missed a bit, and then realised he's better off just playing the supporting role for Basil. And when Basil went, he knew he had to up the tempo a bit. Played and missed at a few as well, but he did get his team to a healthy score. So once again, we see the 100 put on the board. So after seeing a couple of days where the scores were pretty low, we're starting to see that the runs starting to go back up again. And I was saying that towards the end of last week that I thought the scores here would be around about the 100 mark. So we're looking at about the sort of 10 per over sort of score. Well, maybe today we'll finish on a better note as we did the last 2 days at the end and the start of Group B. As we have a look at the mid-match summary, Basil George, the main contributor, unfortunately for him, he couldn't get to his 50. Amilis Dilip, the captain, 26, not out of 22 deliveries on the bowling front. I think once again, Vidisha Rajmishka, just 6 of his 1 over, but I cannot understand why he didn't come on to bowl earlier. That is a big surprise for me, bearing in mind that he bowled beautifully in both the matches that we saw the Crusaders play in last on Saturday. And Zishan Yusuf 1 for 21, but just a little too many extras there again for me. So this one is going to be one that's, well, it's in that scoreline, isn't it? We talk about golden balls, but this is in that zone between, for me, sort of the 100 to 110 score on this pitch is golden ball territory. So maybe we are going to see 112 required for the Crusaders if they're to be victorious in this one. Join me, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in 10 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. And welcome back to a fantastic day here in Malta. This the Malta International Cricket Ground, and it is Halloween. Nice to know a lot of people are enjoying the Halloween fever. There's a few Halloween jokes that have been flying around, and some people are telling us what they're going to be up to later today, or what they have been up to already. But do let us know how your Halloween is going, and I certainly hope you've enjoyed the cricket that we've provided you with so far. And this match is going to be an interesting finish to it, I think, with the Edex Knights putting the Nelson on the board, 111 for, thanks mainly to Basil George, 49 of 26, and he had good support from their captain as well, Amin Ashtalit, 26 of 22. And now the reply, important and very important, that I think the openness of the captain, Guntalika, makes a good start. And you can see for the first time with the Knights, 2 slips in place, and that's because this bowler, Giles Matthews, certainly does get the ball to move around. It took him a bit of time to sort of control the swing he was getting, and we saw them on Saturday, but once he got it right, he was very dangerous. I mean, look at that, look at the movement there, and he's a busy bee. Just comes, he bowls, he goes back. Very tidy. And, look at the shape of that. That is a boomerang. It really is. And, well, he does his bit, and then you probably find that Boss Paul also got the ball to move pretty viciously as well. So it's not going to be easy for the likes of Michael Guntalika. This one is going to do too much. Michael batted very well, and we saw him last week with a good contribution with the bat. 44 in the first match. He's overcompensating, it's another wide. 44 in the first of 23 deliveries. Well, while he was out there, and even once he was out, you thought Crusaders are going to get an easy victory over Malta today, but somehow they didn't, just fell away. They needed 10 of the last 12 deliveries, and just couldn't do it. They couldn't get there. Then they needed 7 of the last over, still couldn't do it. This is played straight to the fielder, have a shot, and this hits. They're asking the question, and well, they might go upstairs, but first I think this ball is still live as they're running. But will these count or won't they? And now they're going to go and have a look at this. It's a direct hit. And I get the feeling this is out. I get the feeling this is out. Let's watch. Oh, does the bat get past the line here at the moment of contact? No, it doesn't. I think this is out. The ball hits, the barrels are off. Look at this point when the ball goes past. There, the barrels are off. He's gone. I think he's gone. I don't think he makes his ground. So those runs that they picked up afterwards, the overthrows won't count. I get a feeling that when they have a look at this a couple of times, that's the shot there for me. The bat hasn't gone past the line. The line belongs to the fielding side. The bails have been dislodged. And I think he's going to find that he's gone here. Spending a bit of time looking at it again. Just here. See, at that point, the bails have already been hit. Ball's past them. And the bat hasn't gone past the line. Looking at it again a few times. Let's have a look what they decide here. And there's the bails that are off. They may decide that the bails didn't come off instantly. As a result of that, they're going to give it in the favour of the batters. Let's wait and see. When I looked at it first up, for me, it looked like he was a goner. The direct hit. You look at it again here. See, there for me, the bails are off. The bails are off there. Yeah, that's the right decision for me. I know it looks, when you look at it, the bails take a while to come off. But what you have to remember, as soon as those bails get dislodged, as soon as they're off, you're gone. So that is a great bit of fielding. Really well done. And it's, well, is that man again, Boss Paul, does brilliantly well. So we've seen some great fielding today, haven't we? In all the matches we've seen, and that's another great bit of fielding. A direct hit, and unfortunately, we're going to have to see the back of Avishka. There he is. He just just gets his balance, gets the time. You can see there the bowler saying, hey, that's out, and the umpire does everything correctly. I mean, top work from Tim Wheeler. That is great umpiring. He focuses on what's happening at hand, lets the batters complete the runs, waits for the ball to become dead, then he gives the signal to say, right, okay, let's check this. Really quality umpiring, great bit of cricket. And unfortunately, though, for Crusaders, they lose their first wicket. And it's a run out. And, well, Avishka has to go without facing a delivery. So a diamond duck for him. This one is going to take a bit of pad on the way. So a bit of bad luck maybe, followed by some good luck. As this is going to be 4 leg byes. And it was Boss Paul, who once again was involved in the run out. But runs, valuable runs. Doesn't matter how they get them, but they need them. Matthew struggling to just get the line right. He gets plenty of movement, but he's got to control that movement. Better delivery. I suspect that he holds this one across the seam so he doesn't do anything. So he's sort of fighting with the swing. Yeah, Mandrake, agree with you. Fantastic work from our production partner, Spring Productions. And I've got to say, you know, Andis, Karina and Coriolis have been absolutely fantastic. They've been top draw here in Malta. And, gets a hand on this, which is enough to prevent the batters from taking the single. 6 on the board. Only 2 off the bowl of those 6. Yes, there was those 4 leg byes. Wazza, say good evening to everyone. Good evening to you, Wazza. Good evening to Stephen Cook as well. Short. And hits the pads. No runs. End of the over. So we do finish with 6 for 1. The unfortunate run out from Avishka, but you have to say it was brilliant work from Boss Paul. 122 matches now without a golden ball. Could this one bring it? It's that sort of score. I would say that here in Malta, especially with the conditions the way they are at the moment, that score between 100 and 110 is sort of golden ball territory for me. But at the moment, it's the Crusaders that need to fight back. This rate is just around about 11 and over now because of that good start. Boss Paul, who's done great work in the field with the run out. Now, captain wants him to do the same with the ball. How will he cope with the swing early on? Firmly, they want to take the single, they do. And the batter, even though he's got a helmet on, puts his hand over the top of his head as he gets to the other end. Yeah, have a look at this, the throw's coming, he says, all right, I'll just protect myself. Oh, big swing. And Kuntalika will get off the mark. Plays the short ball really well. This Kuntalika, anything short, puts it away nicely, plays nicely. When he's cutting the ball as well, nice cutter. Pretty good with the late cut as well. But sometimes he goes across the line a little bit too much. Hit in the air, chance, easily taken. It's another one that goes. No mistakes from Nitin Babu, who takes the catch. Boss Ball gets the wicket. It's another one that goes, and it's Yusuf who will have to go for just 1. Easily done. And I like the way that Nitin goes over to Boss Paul and says, there you go, well, you got one for me, I got one for you. Gives him a nice celebratory juppy. Well, Mandrake, he's calling a golden ball. Well, they've just lost 2 key wickets, but you've got to say that Michael's still there. The Larden is into the side. He was behind the stumps. He did a good job. Let's see what he can do with the bat, Angelo. They need that partnership. This ball comes into him. Oh, that's a really good delivery first up. Yorker length. Just basically challenging the batter to say, okay, how are you going to deal with this one? Yorker length. And he deals with it pretty well. Gets the block on it. This time he gets this one to nip away slightly on his hands from M&S Dilip. Having a good day and hoping that his team can have a good day as well and that they can keep his 100% record going. Themselves and Sweehy United have made perfect starts. Sweehy, we saw them win the first 2 matches here today. It's a good start from them. It was nice to see them back as well. Another good delivery right up there in the block hole. So maybe not getting as much movement and swing as we saw him get first time we saw Bosport, but still it's a very, very good line. He's bowled a very good over. Only 2 runs being conceded in the over and only 8 so far in the first 12 deliveries, and 2 wickets have gone down. Both Matthew and Bosport getting the wickets, and I think they're going to go with Jais Matthew to bowl himself out. Let's see if he's able to get a bit more control in the movement. Captain, good to look up on strike. Plays that well firmly. They're taking him on. Oh, a hit and he would have gone, I'm sure. I mean, Michael is quick, but he's running to the danger end, and this is a very good pick up and throw. And yeah, he was gone, wasn't he? He wasn't close. He wasn't close, and the umpire, Seaton Wheeler, scuttling to get in the right position, to give the position as well. Straight through. Daladin looking to go over the covers, extra cover mark. It's got a man who's patrolling the offside boundary and also got the 3rd man in, which you need, especially with the amount of movement that Matthew is getting. Into the pad. Somebody, I think it's probably the man on the 45, is appealing because he can't see nothing. But, never out. See this is missing the leg stick by a fair bit. And clocks, I think it's actually pad bat as well. Bowler Matthew has to make the stop. He does, no mistakes from him. Plays into the ground, gets stopped, no run. So continuing to impress us in the field are the Knights. We saw this back on day 6 when they opened up their first 2 games with victories over overseas. It's nicely played, but again, field is set brilliantly. 3rd man doesn't have to do much as it goes straight to him. That's what they did really well. We saw them at times deployed not just a 3 and 6, but a 2 and 6 field, 2 and 7 field, I should say, using 2 slips. Captain, he knows he needs to get going. He needs to take the odd risk now and again now. And well, he does take that risk and he gets cleaned up by an absolute peach. A beauty by Matthew. Could see it coming. I just knew he had to take it on. And he does. And Matthew knew it as well. And he gets this one right in the block hole. Timber! Dundee chucked it there. And Matthew, isn't he delighted about this? He is absolutely pumped. And Marco Guntalika, he goes for that shot across the line, which doesn't serve him well. And he goes. There's another wicket. And that's a top one. That's the one that they had to try and get. And there's not a good start to this day for the skipper. He'll go for 2 of the 9 deliveries he faces. And he's just been cleaned up by Jais Matthew. And the question was he going to be able to control the swing in this one? And he's answered that in, well, emphatic style as he closes the third over with the wicket, and the wicket of the captain, as you see it there in the replay. 10 for 3. And is their way back into this match now? You'd think not, especially with those top 3 batters being removed. A lot of people in the chat are liking the bowling here. Professional bowling, says Al Mumun. Yeah, can't disagree with you. It really has been good. This is what they showed us on Saturday. And Mandrake saying he thinks he'll take back his golden ball call. Well, Mandrake, come on, stick with it now. Come on, don't be like that. Anything can happen. Stranger things have happened. As Nitin Babu now shapes up to have a bowl. Edge gets past the keeper, doesn't get past the fielder, who does very, very well. Well, we often say that third man can be a specialist role in itself. And this is why catches that come your way, and there's these little snicks. You've got to cover the ground pretty quickly. Good effort there from the keeper, but he had the dependable third man back there as well. It's really well done by Sarath Babu. Well bowled again by Nitin. Just getting the ball in the right areas. Just continuing that assault. And the thing is, they also have the slower spin bowlers to come on when they need to as well. So that's why they're so talented. What we saw them do on Saturday, the first time we saw them on day 6 or day 1 of Group B, was they just used one bowler after another. At one point, 6 different bowlers were used before they went back to someone. And they in fact used 7 bowlers, I think it was in that match. And they just have so much talent and depth in their squad. The only weakness, I was saying that there could be, not there's a weakness, but maybe the only area where they could be stronger is with the bat, especially if the likes of either Stanislas or Basil don't perform. But the captain showed that he's able to provide them with valuable runs if they need to. So maybe they have got that covered pretty well. Very good over here so far from Nitin Babu. Just the 2 runs from it. Crusaders, can they launch an assault? No, not at the moment. It's another one that gets through. Galadon, he's joined out there by Karim Sam. Tall man, big broad shoulders, doesn't try to do too much with his as he's running in. Just keeps his shape, keeps his line. Nice high arm action. And he gets the ball in the right areas, and when he hits the seam, the ball responds as well. They want to take the single, they will. Don't think he needs to have a go. He thinks about it and decides there's no need to. He just gently loops the ball back into the hands of the fielder that comes in and backs up the bowler's end of the over. And well, there's not a lot happening there at the moment. 13 for 3, and that rate already closing on to the 17 mark. And as we have a look at the scorecard, at the moment it's starting to look like a phone number 201, and all single digits. And despite the few wides in the very first over from Matthew, they've tidied that up as well. Just 2 wides, 6 extras in total. Remember, there was those 4 leg byes as well. And somebody who's been doing a good job down there at third man, Sarath Babu, now has earned the right to have a bowl from his captain. Let's see what he can do. Crusaders need to try and get close. That run rate becomes a big issue as well. Swing and a miss. Another bowler just concentrating the efforts. They are out on the offside. Just another dot. Babu once more. And this time it goes just a little bit too wide. Gets called by the umpire. He has a little look, has a little snigger with the wicketkeeper. I think he thinks that he was done harshly here. I think he could have a shout, you know, because this one cuts back in. And he has a look around and says, come on, yeah, not really. Well, the umpire now will have a snigger back at him. This is where you, as an umpire, smile and say, what do you reckon, bowler? Was that one? And this is where the bowler, if you're clever, doesn't make any eye contact and goes back to his mark pretty sheepishly. And, you see that Nitin Babu just having a little chat with the bowler and say, hey, keep it clean. You can see there's a big effort being made just to keep this in the right areas. Bat on ball, this one. Take the single. Could be another wide, so you can see what Sarath Babu is trying to do. But you know, this is where I think in this situation, when you look at the score, I think as a bowler you also don't mind attacking the stumps a little as well. We'll say, okay, I've got a couple of dot balls in already, but you know what? Attack the stumps, maybe just a slower, straighter delivery. Because you know the batter wants to go after one. You can see there, as soon as it's in that zone, they want it because they need it. So I think after targeting that area outside the off, you can try to sneak a few in. It's lovely to see plenty of supporters at the ground, sitting in the stands as well, enjoying the cricket. It is half term this week. I'm speaking to Andy Nowdy and he was telling me that the kids are off. So if you are at home and you fancy wanting to watch a bit of cricket, why don't you come down? This one is a good hit. It will be well fielded. And well, this is what I like about players like Boz Paul. He's not, maybe he's there, he's not just thinking about, you know, it's when I'm batting, I'm batting. When I'm bowling, I want to bowl. But other than that, okay. No, it's 100%. We saw him get the run out, and see him there. He makes a lot of ground to get there. He wants to support his bowlers. He wants to be part of this match, no matter what he's doing. And I like players like that. Now think about it. Direct hit will be close, and maybe he just gets back. Yeah, you know, you don't play for yourself. You play for your team. And there is no I in team, and that's why I like a player such as Boss Paul. Gives 110%. Been a long over, Sarath, but only 6 from it. Ball to go. Can he finish well? Yeah, it's been well tonked. It will bobble away. Fielder does well. Difficult one. Bouncing awkwardly. But gets down, does Ajay John. And just keeps it to a single, so that will be the end of the over. It's also at the halfway point, so just with that they get to the 23 wickets down. The acceleration not happening. Look, I know that they bowled well, but they haven't lost any wickets in the last 3 overs and only scored just 10 runs. What's coming up? Well, we know this weekend is going to be an absolute cracker, starting on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. We've got that T20 Tri-Series in Spain at Desert Springs, Germany, Italy and Spain. Certainly looking forward to that. We heard earlier how closely joined these teams are when it comes to the ICC rankings. And also there's a number of players that we've seen grow and develop here in Europe that are going to be playing in that series. Italy, you know, they've got some sensational talented players. In Germany as well, they've been right up there as one of the leading forces in European cricket. In Spain, they're coming together now well, being led, of course, by Corey Rockets, a good friend and fellow commentator, and also the coach of Spain. So really looking forward to that series. It'd be great to know that those matches are happening. Well, we'll be here in Malta, bringing you quarterfinals Friday. Well, Vinny Sandhu, well, this may be the last time that we've seen Vinny Sandhu, because rumour has it that he's been whisked away by some of the ghosts around the ground. So Vinny, wherever you are, I hope you are well, but I get the feeling he could be in a bit of trouble with some of the ghosts and some of the spoofs around the ground. But happy Halloween to all of our viewers, wherever you are, and I hope you have had or are going to have a very good Halloween. Had one joke, or some jokes coming. Why don't mummies take time off? They hate to unwind. I like that one. And well, another one that was pretty good is, why are vampires bad at art? Because they can only draw blood. That's a good one. I like that one. And, if you got any as well, any nice ones, why don't you put them out there? And in the meantime, let's hope that Vinny manages to escape the jaws of the creepy goons that are around this ground and some of the ghosts. And Halloween it is. We've had a fantastic day of cricket on Halloween. It's certainly been about some great catching. Also, we've seen some two very good half centuries as well. This one's being thumped, and that one is, it's totally done. Boss Paul, this one. He's running to his right, and I think this hits the ground, and maybe is a bit of a Tortuga here. It's a good shot, a thunderous shot. He plays it with plenty of might. I think when that hits the ground, oh yeah, that deviates big time. And Boss Paul is badly wrong-footed. Not too much you could do about that. And well, normally drinks, we see a wicket fall. Not often do we see the ball smashed to the boundary straight after drinks. And Zimbabwe won't like that. Kriyawasam tries to do it again, but he ends up being tucked up by this one. Quicker, faster delivery, right into the block hole. No run. Yeah, Hawkmoon's got a very good question. He's saying, Rico, where is the ghost cube? Well, swung that widely. It's a very good question. I think the ghost cube, probably because it knew that when we were in Malta it would be around Halloween, it's probably somewhere where the ghosts are. Maybe the ghosts have taken it to the ghost party town. But yeah, no ghost cube, but there's a few in this marquee, as we saw. And a picture from Andis. And thanks again to our production crew for organising that. Yeah, we took a picture of our tent here, and as you see from it, there's one or two ghosts in it. And well, it's the last time that we saw Mr. Maximo. There it is. Happy Halloween to you all. I'm really liking that. Went out and bought a few banners, and but look, you got the old spider web there. We're inside a web. The skeletons there, and liking the pumpkin. And well, I've got me a Halloween outfit on as well. I think it's the right colours. And you can see Maximo there. That look on his face, it's like he's been grabbed by that skeleton behind him. The skeleton's doing naughty things to Maximo. That's what that look says. And, it's whisked him away somewhere as the two batters. Well, we saw a good start with the boundary, but now Nitin Babu seems to have got his line right again. He's not pitching it up one more time, is he? Undoubtedly the creepiest and most ghostly holiday of them all. Day of spooky decorations that fill windows, porches, and lots of screams and shouts. So what are you up to for Halloween? Or what have you done for Halloween? What's your plans? What about a Halloween dinner? Halloween food? Any ideas for Halloween food? Firmly struck, but only as far as Babu, who gets a good throw in once again. I think a direct hit, and was running into trouble, the batter. Have a look at the throw, and maybe just gets in. But not following the straight line, running. Not sure why he needs to deviate there. It's another over that comes to an end, and this innings just hasn't got going at all, has it? 27 now for 3. I mean, that rate required, it's already in the 20s, so Vinny's point of no return has already been reached. He had a few jokes linked to this sort of theme. Why did Dracula take cold medicine? Answer, because he was coughing too much. Yeah, okay, coughing, nice, like it. What do mummies listen to at Halloween? Come on, use your imagination. It's a bit of rap music in the air. And this one just eludes the fielder. We'll get a single. And once again, going back to the cricket, I think the Knights are just showing us that they really are going to be a team to beat. Very, very polished in the field. Tidy. Got a variety of bowlers to use as Basil George has now come into the attack. And they do things well. And the captain there, smile on his face. I think leads the team well. He sets a good field and the bowlers bowl to it. Played his part with the bat as well, as did this man, Basil George. Unfortunate that he wasn't able to bring up his half century. Oh, this one only just misses. And yeah, he just missed out on it. And what that would have mean is that we would have seen half centuries in all the 3 matches today. There was, of course, the 61 from Anil Kadir, 61 not out of 35 deliveries in match 1 for Swihi United when they took on Malta Day. This is pretty well. Will be just a couple of drops before it goes to Boss Paul. In match number 2, we saw a fine knock of 74 of 29 deliveries from Waka Afridi. Certainly one of the innings, if not the innings, of this series so far. Looking forward to seeing him already. His all-round game was fantastic. This is another one that goes between bat and pad. It's another dot ball. So he made 74. And then Basil George almost makes 50. He gets to 49 before he's run out. Or runs himself out, really, trying to take a single to bring his 50 up. I still maintain, though, that his captain should have just sacrificed his wicket for him. And maybe Basil, if he was still there, would have probably got them to a bigger score. But it doesn't really matter because you can see that score of a Nelson, 111. Basil George, 49 of 29. And Amanesh Dilip, the wicketkeeper, captain, 26 of 22. That score looks like it's more than enough. They're just showing their strengths again. This is what's coming up next. The same 2 teams again. And the Knights taking on the Crusaders. The Crusaders win the toss again and elect to bowl first once more. So I would have liked to have seen them being a bit braver and saying, well, okay, look, didn't go the way we wanted the first time out. Why don't we have a bat? Maybe we're going to be better off having a bat. Maybe the likes of Guntaleka, Yusuf, and maybe 1 or 2 of the other batters can perform better without the pressure on them. Oh, this one gets lucky. Ay, suerte, suerte, suerte. Eso es 4 carreras herbas. This one is a bit of fortune. The old Chinese cut. It goes down to the boundary. The bowler can't believe it because that certainly was hitting the middle and off stump. Hands on his head. There's Sarath Babu. Gets unlucky. He should stop this and decides he doesn't want to have a dive at it. And the other thing here is I mean, you could say that, look, they've only lost 3 wickets. Why aren't they being more attacking? Why aren't they really playing the bat at everything? I just think, again, sometimes you see this one, I mean, this is better. And this time it does get past the fielder. Different man at the 3rd man position is the Vinu Vishwanath. And that's because the man who's normally there is Babu, who's already made some good stops there, the bowler. And he can't be in 2 places at once, can Sarath Babu. I would have stopped it, he would have said. Yeah, but just going back to that, I don't think it's through no shortage of trying. I just think that the bowling from the Knights has been, it really has been that good. There hasn't been too many loose deliveries. There haven't been too many extras. And this one, I don't... Oh, okay. This one, look where the batter starts off. How far does he start off? Well, it goes a long way across. This one, for me, that one, that's a tight call. It really is. He's moved a long way across. And I think the umpire needs to take that into consideration. That's something that there's a lot of debate about at the moment. I know me and Vinny have various ideas on it, but the way to counteract it is to do that. Get the ball right up there. Yorker length is on the off stick. And this time he says, okay, if that's your game, well, I'm going to play this game, says the bowler. Sarath Babu gets the Yorker in. And that is the end of Curry Wasam. He gets 15 of 14 deliveries before he sees his stumps knocked over. So well bowled. I think he was a little unlucky to get the wide call. But Babu comes back with the wicket. And Curry Wasam, he has to go. Trying, as I said, are the batters to try and get acceleration in. But nothing seems to be going their way. New batter is Sachin Hussain. Well, what can he do? I think the only thing is now is how close can he get to that score. Edge and doesn't carry to the man at third. He does well, smothers it, make sure he's not getting past him. It will be a single. A ball to go in the over. It's been a good spell. Babu, it's 18 from it. He's been unlucky as well, hasn't he, with a few edges. But the bowling been very tight once more. A bit of bat on this. Chases on. Would they go for two? Not now. As the throw comes right back into the gloves of the keeper, the captain, who applauds the fielder for his efforts for the chase and the throw. End of Sarath Babu's spell. Goes for 19, picks up the 1 wicket as well. That score is now on 43, 4 down. And you can see the issues that the Crusaders have. They had the same sort of issues back on Saturday, and they just couldn't get any acceleration in, could they? And they ended up losing a match that they should have won easily. And they did do better in the second match, and maybe that they can come back and show that again in this one. Basil just has the, I mean, I think that's his 7th ball that he's bowled, and I think he's got the ball in this area. He's bowled this ball probably about 4 or 5 times. So just in that slot, it sort of angles it into you, and the batter's got to make a decision quickly. There's another one. This one actually goes over the stumps. Ball comes back. Is he watching? And well, somebody is, so they won't get any extra runs. Yeah, I think as a batter, you gotta just take the step towards middle stump and let it go past you on the leg side. That one probably still would have been okay, because I think it actually bounces over the stumps. And came the little throw from the wicket keeper, which went on to the stumps. So Angelo Dilderan hasn't done his team any favours. He gets this one, and it's an easy catch taken by Sarath Babu. And he's been out there a long time. There's Angelo, 25 deliveries before he loses his wicket, and he'll go for 14. And that again just shows the sort of issues that they've had. Babu, who takes the catch, and Basil George picks up his first wicket. He's only gone for 4 runs as well. So, slow departure for the batter as a new bat comes in. Good catch taken. No mistakes. And you can see that the Knights are already, I think, relishing the opportunity to go out there and do it again. And they will be, as you know, batting first again. So it's a good looking shot. Oh, that's a thunderous shot. Well, that's what I like to see. And it's our man again. Well, look, what are they doing with Vidusha Romishka? I reckon that him and Marco Guntelika didn't part on good ways on Saturday, because he bowled beautifully and he only got the 1 over here today, and he came on to bowl. I think he bowled, was it the 9th over? So he wasn't going to get another chance to bowl more than 1. And then with the bat, we know he can hit the ball pretty well. Okay, right on cue. I snooker him. He does go, Commentator's curse, and he says, all right, you got me. I like that about Vidusha. He's the shusha, Vidusha the shusha, and this time it is Basil George that was pretty quick to shush him up after playing a delightful cut shot, and he misses out on this one. And that's George's, that's his to go to ball, isn't it? Get that one angled in, targets the middle leg stick, gets one through, gets the wicket, So George picks up another. So not before at least Vidusha has got his little highlight. As he played a cracking cut shot, but then went for the big one, eyeing up, getting it over the long on, but has his stumps shattered. So yeah, but again, he's the sort of player that he can be the match winner for your side. I mean, he took 3 for 7 in his 2 overs back on Saturday in that win. And then he doesn't get another opportunity, or he only bowled just the 1 over. Nice ball to the left-hander, Rahman. Having no issues playing this one away. So Basil George would finish 2 for 9. And the score at the end of 9 is 47 for 6. Nice and easy for the Knights. Only 2 batters that got to double figures. Angelo Dilarden took him 25 deliveries to get to 14, and then Kelly Wassam, he made 15 or 14, but other than that, it's just been one-way traffic. An opportunity for Kashial Ramison to have a bowl. Starts with the dot. Bit of a swing and a miss from the left-handed Rahman. Well, I think the bowler just believes if he can get a straight one in here, it's got a chance to get a wicket. When he goes for a full toss, if it was straight, he probably could have. They will run the leg by. And, well, how close is this? Does he break the stumps here before the batter gets his bat down in the dive? He had to dive to get in. Let's see this again. First of all, it could never have been LB. The umpire happy with the height. Pick up and throw. And I think he maybe just slides in. He is sliding the bat through. Keep an eye on this. Here comes the slide. Yeah, just makes it. The bat is down. And you can tell the bat is down because there's a lot of grass that's going up in the air. And it does a little bit of trimming. Trims the wicket while he runs in. Fortunately for him, it doesn't plug. I mean, if it was a bit in the earlier matches in the morning, that could have plugged. And he could have been in a bit of trouble. But they get through. Get a single. So, looks like they will get to the 50 at least. This is played nicely. A handsome looking shot. The fielder will stop it. Oh, will he? Yeah, he will. He gets there. And nice to know there's quite a few people becoming super fans. And, Ian Johns, super fan there as well. And of course, you've got the new setup here now, where I think Vinny was explaining to you earlier, where people can show your appreciation and support towards European Cricket Network by becoming super fans by paying a small monthly fee. There's more on that later, I'm sure, from Vinny, if we do ever manage to find him. But, well, he's around somewhere, isn't he? Because Vinny Sandhu's got one of those stars as well. He's on the he's on the chat, so he's got to be safe, surely. It's this one. He's a bit of a high one. Doesn't get, it gets called wide. Well, how's this on height? Right, in the air, this one goes, and it will be one bounce as the throw comes in. The 50 has been reached. So, got Emperor. Here's the first super fan, so welcome. Emperor, you are a legend. Yes, you are indeed. Few questions. Mandret, you got a good question. Mandret, I tell you what, I think Vinny is probably the best to answer your questions about the different views of chats. And certainly, when Vinny comes back for the start of the next match, we'll put those questions to him, and he can give everybody an update on what's going on there. But at the moment, just thank you to everybody that has signed up to become the fans, and also a big thank you to Emperor for becoming our super fan. And Mandrake We're saying thanks to everybody as well, as we see that the team that's also congratulating themselves are out there in the middle is the Knights, because they've made a perfect start as well. And they, once again, that was the run out. Well, the umpire, great work from Tim Wheeler, let the game continue, and when the ball became dead, went back to the third umpire, and the right decision was given. And that wasn't the start that they needed, because the Vishka was run out, and then Marko Guntulika, he couldn't get things going either. A very good catch taken there to get rid of Yusuf as well from Nitin, and that was off the bowling that time of Boss Paul. And that man there, well, Jais Matthew, I think he's going to pick up more wickets and more big prize wickets. That was a big one as well of the captain, Marko Guntulika. And they needed something to happen, and then there was that partnership, wasn't there? When we saw Angelo Delarden out there and Kari Wasama, but they just couldn't get the acceleration that they needed going. And they got a bit of luck with this one. The old French cut. And this one flew over the top of the keeper. But what a good effort that was from the fielder. But of course, he didn't have Babu there. Babu was doing the bowling, so he couldn't stop it. But what he could do was get the wicket. And he got that one right on the money. And that was the end of Kari Wasam. And we saw more of that as well, as batters came and batters went. Just couldn't get the acceleration in, and 6 wickets were to fall, and they were only able to get to a score of 54. A very good, solid performance once again from the Knights. And, this was a cracking shot first up from Vidusha, and I thought, well, hello, what's he going to do for us? Unfortunately, after hitting one cracking shot, he had to go. Nice moment there between Basil George and Vidusha. He hit a stunning shot, then had to make way. And bit more timber, bit more carnage. And there we go. Nice and sporting. That's what I like to see. But this contest, well, I think after the power play only brought about 10 runs and 3 wickets were to fall, it was done and dusted there, wasn't it? Especially when you look at the wickets that did go. You had Avishka, Yusuf, and also Marko Guntulika. They went early, and then though Dilaran and Kari Wasam were able to put a small partnership together, they just couldn't score runs quickly. So the Knights once again demonstrating just why they are a force to be reckoned with. Basil George, 216 runs, fantasy points I should say, to him, and Boz Paul and Jais Matthew, they're right up there with 100 plus points as well. So they're well worth having in your fantasy team, those two bowlers. And the all-rounder, Basil George, certainly going to get you more points. And on the other side, with Vidushka Ramishka, quite amazingly, 200 fantasy points to him. But Marko Guntulika, the captain, he's got 118 points to his name, has got to use him more. Got to give him the ball up front. There's no point in him just bowling the one over, especially when he can be the match winner for you. But these two teams, they will go at it again. But let's have a look how this one ended. We're needing, as we said, 112 for victory. They fall a long way short, 57 runs as it is. And when you have a look at that scorecard, only 2 men getting into double figures, and that was Dildardan and Kari Wasam. And extras, there was 12 of those, 7 in wides, and there was those 5 leg byes as well. But that was all to do with the bowlers just trying to get the ball in the right area. So you don't mind that so much. There weren't so many shocking ones down the leg side. It was just the bowlers just missing their line outside the off. But they had plenty of runs to play with. Look at those bowling figures. Well, Basil George picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 9 from him. But a great spell from Jais Matthews at the front. Just 1 wicket, 4 runs that they were able to get from him. He was supported really well by Boss Paul. He picked up a wicket, and he only conceded just 2 runs. But he only just bowled the over, because by that time I think the captain had already made up the mind. That was an opportunity to use some other bowl as well. Nitin Babu, no wickets, but conceded just 10 runs. And then Asarth Babu getting an opportunity and also picking up a wicket. So a comfortable victory for the Knights. Remember, these two teams, they do it all over again. That match coming up in just over 15 minutes time, as you can see there from our official timekeeper, Federico Constant from Geneva. So join us then, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo. Well, I'm going to send out a search party. We're going to find him. Maybe he's been tied up somewhere. We'll unmummify him and bring him back to the commentary box, and maybe he'll be able to answer some of your questions as well. So join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back in 15 minutes time.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Well, I'm here with Nora, Evan and Emily, and I'm doing a little bit of babysitting because I tell you what, could always use a few extra bucks. It is Halloween. I don't know if we're going to go trick-or-treating, but I can tell you it is time for the last game of the day, and match number 28 is coming up, and this is a rematch between the Edict Knights and also the Southern Crusaders. Let's see what happens at the toss. Stefan Gooch is out in the middle. He's doing his job as well. He's got the two captains for the coin toss.
That's the call.
Head.
Head's the call. Tails. Rolling. Good man. Good luck, guys. Cheers.
With those spider webs, don't know about that, but I can tell you the news from the toss, you saw it, is that the Southern Crusaders, they've won the toss. They're going to chase once again. Well, I'll tell you what, are we going to get a trick or a treat tonight? I can't work it out. Hopefully we get some treats, but I tell you what, I'm ready to fly into the last game of the day. All right, Emily, let's go. Southern Crusaders, they are bowling first in match 28.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. Well, he's looking to get lucky tonight. He wants a treat. Well, who knows? Funny things have happened as we have a look at the lovely sunny Malta International Cricket Ground. Yeah, loving that. Vinny there with some of the kids getting excited about Halloween. Maybe they will be going trick-or-treating. Well, whatever you're up to. I think a lot of people have been busy on the chat as well, telling us what they're all being up to or have done or going to do. And what's that? He's saying haggis, blood, sausage with tripe. Okay, that's definitely a good Halloween type of food. I don't know, what about bangers and mash? And you make the sausages look like fingers that have been chopped off with plenty of ketchup. That'll do for me as well as we get ready for this match. And it's the Knights that take on the Southern Crusaders once more. And no change, it's going to be the Knights that have been put in to have a bat first. And I think this is where something like Basil George wants to take the opportunity to get big runs on the board. There's no Stanislaus this time, so he's going to have to, maybe he's going to be opening up with his captain, Avinash Dilip. So Southern Crusaders have an opportunity with one less recognised batter in the side of the Knights, maybe to try and restrict them to a score. But again, that score has to be for me around about 85 to 90. Any more than that, the Crusaders have been struggling. As we have a look at the bat versus ball wall, 100 to 84 in favour of the Knights. And the batters get ready as we welcome the two umpires for this match. It will be Aftab Khan and umpire Amar. There's Aftab there. With the old walkie-talkie. Will be on the bowler's end to start off with. As the bowler marches to mark up his run-up, it's going to be Zishan Yusuf. He'll be hoping that he can get his line right. I mean, he strays a little bit to get his line right. When he gets the radar right, he can be effective and pretty useful. Let's see how he can start. And, going with Ramison, who's going to be playing as the opening partner to George. George taking the non-strikers position, so he's the number 2 batter. It will be Ramison who will be facing the first delivery, and just plays this one out to man at point and take a single, so gets them off the mark straight away. Basil George took a while to get going in the first match. Started very carefully. He's played the ball out. Took a few singles before he started playing his big shots. But then he was considering himself to be unlucky not to get to his 50. This has been clubbed in the air, and oh well, the catch goes down. Basil George could have gone first ball, and it is Vidusha Ramishka, well, the shusha. Well, everybody was shush and quiet there because they thought the big man George was going to go. And, well, he ends up not taking the catch, and he lands very hard on his jacksie, and that's going to hurt. So George gets fortunate, gets a boundary, and that's got to go down as a chance. And this one's that's the wide from Yusuf. It's not a good delivery. It's another one that I think Basil George is going to be disappointed that he doesn't put away. And George getting dropped on 0. Ramishka. And when you think there's no Stanislaus in the side, that's big as this one. No, I think it just dropped short of the boundary. It's going to be 4 more. And now played out onto the offside, so it's short, gets room, hits it hard, and it stays hit. Again, a powerful shot. And, well, I mean, it's signalled as 4. And that for me, yeah, it is 4. It catches the rope once it bounces before, so they just wanted to check that. Once again, good work, as always, from Spring Productions. Getting wants the chance to look at it again. Gets a single, fielder attacks it. You can see the keeper saying, easy, easy, don't throw it in, don't throw it away. George takes the single after hitting 2 boundaries. So there's a much quicker start from him this time. Ramison. Once again, just dabs out to the off, and me straight away, if I'm the captain here, I'm saying, well, if that's what Ramison's going to do, I'm going to put somebody tight on it. I don't want him to have it. I don't want him to give the strike to George. George here maybe looking for a single himself to try and get back on to strike. Or maybe he'll just set it for the boundary. Well, it'll be neither. It's going to be another wide from Yusuf, so his issues with his accuracy continue. It's the second wide of the innings. Hit hard in the air, and this time it's dropped again. Oh no, he's having a nightmare. He is having a nightmare, is Ramishka. It is Halloween, and I'll tell you what, if one man is having a nightmare on Halloween, is the Shusha. Vidusha, the Shusha, is twice he could have had Basil, and twice he's put him down. He puts him down on 0, and now puts him down on 9 as well. Oh dear. And well, remember earlier in the day, it wasn't these 2 teams, but earlier in the day, remember when oh man, Waka Afridi went on and scored 74 of 29 deliveries. Well, he was dropped on 0 and then dropped also on 4. He went on and scored 74. You cannot give good batters an opportunity. And speaking of opportunities, this is where we'll be making our way, thanks to Bizaway Travel, our travel partner. Once we finish here in Malta on Saturday, we'll be bizzed away to Spain. And we'll be there 5 weeks to Barcelona. And this one is just over the fielder. And it's a good shot, I suppose, to play in the power play. It's very close, just over the hand of the, well, that's a Vishka. He's inside the 30-yard circle. And once again, good shot to play in the power play. Just gets it right. And the Korea Wasam almost gets George. Well, this isn't going to get him out. It's another dead delivery. He does miss out on a lot of these, doesn't he, Basil? I just wonder if he's just so focused and trying to come down and hit straight and hit outside extra cover that he doesn't get himself in a position to latch onto these. It's his footwork. That foot, that step starts to go across, and by the time he gets in the right position, he's lost it. Oh, this is big, and this is the Kookaburra again, all the way. Balle. Brrrr. And Andy Nowdy doing a bit of the fielding there now. Well, Nowdy, no rest for him. He's not umpiring this match, but he's still fetching the balls as this one had them all taking cover. And that's the, well, when Basil George is out there, that's the area of the ground that you've got to be careful with. Doesn't quite get this one away, but he's quite happy to take the singles. He moves to 21, and Ramison will go back on strike now. They need to get Basil early, otherwise, you know, he is going to hurt you. He's given 2 chances, and they haven't taken it. Wassam, good delivery to Ramison. Gets it just outside the off. Ramison once again just trying to see what he's trying to do, just trying to dally that ball into that area. I'd really put, you've got 3 men there in the line, I would get one of them right up. This time he goes down the ground, is a chance, and it just drops short of the fielder. Yeah, I think it gets to a point where he either commits 100% and goes for the dive and tries to take it. With Vishka, yeah, lets it drop in front of him, so doesn't take it on. And get a single. George goes back on strike, a ball to go. I don't think Basil was looking to take the single to go back on the mark, get back on strike. He'll take the boundary here. And he goes for it, and he'll get it. That's a powerful hit. And that will be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. And what a lovely shot this is through the extra cover part of the ground. A beautiful hit. I like the way he sort of cocks his leg, doesn't he, before he hits it, Basil. And that could be another reason why he does miss out on some of the shots on the leg side. He's a little bit slow getting to them. He wasn't slow getting to that one as he blasts that away. And the score of just 2 overs is 31 as we have a look at the standings here. You can see the Knights looking to make it 4 out of 4. And certainly put the pressure on the other teams, and one team that will feed it are the Crusaders. If they can't get any points here, remember they would have played 2 matches more than some of the other teams, so they're going to be starting to feel the heat. And well, one man who's felt the heat is Vidushka, because he's dropped Basil on 2 occasions. Can he make amends when he's been getting the ball a bit earlier? And I like that. You can see he feels the need to do something special here. Mika. And he get a break for free side, and can he get the wicket of Basil, who he put down on 2 occasions? Well bowled, nicely played though by Misan as well, looking to just slot into that role of Stanislaus, who's not playing this match. Samuel Stanislaus wasn't able to get going here today, just played that one match. He went for 5. It was caught by Dilardan behind off the bowling of Yusuf. Interesting, they don't go for Yusuf to bowl the 3rd either. Oh, this is being whacked away, and it's just out of reach of the fielder. And it's 4 more runs. That has been hit quick. It's fast. It goes like lightning. The fielder makes a good effort, and I wonder how close he was to it. Pretty close. But I think that ball had passed him before he completes the dive. Cracking shot, great hand speed, good control as well. But he opts to keep this down rather than go up. I think it's rather bad at the power he gets and timing he gets on it. Hit up and over, don't give him a chance. This time he dances down, and it is a chance and taken. So they do get Basil George. He'll go for 29. He opts to come down, go down the wicket this time and hit straight over. It was hit hard, but Avishka takes a catch. Interesting choice of shot from George. I think he would have been better off just waiting inside his crease, but he does slightly dance down. Watch the line of this one. I think it would have been, well, certainly cuttable, but he wants to go straight down the ground. Doesn't get the height on it again. Bit similar to the shot he played before, where he's getting his wrist into play, but getting on top of the ball rather than under it. And it's the same here. Though he does hit this pretty well, he offers the chance and they take it. So the first wicket goes, and it's the important one. They get Basil. And it is Vishka who takes a very good catch, takes it above his head. That one is travelling. So Basil George goes with 29 of the 10 deliveries that he faces. And that now means that not somebody else, maybe this man here, Nitin Babu, has to take the team to that score around about 90 to 100, which they feel that they will be able to defend. I mean, to be fair, the way that they have been in the field, I get the feeling that even a 75 to 80 is a score they can defend, that they've been so good in the field. Oh, this one could quite easily have been chopped on by Nitin Babu. Gets a single though. And Vidushka, Rashmika, he did drop Basil on 2 occasions on 0 and 9, but he does also get his wicket thanks to that catch of or from Avishka. Oh, this is so close. This is so close. And the batters, well, Nitin Babu needed to have taken that. Should have been one more onto the board. Got to take those. The opportunity was there. End of the over. And well bowled from Rashmika. Just concedes 6 runs. Takes the wicket of the dangerous Basil George. 37 for 1 as we welcome back into the commentary position. It's Mr. Vinny Sandhu. Vinny was getting worried. I thought
don't worry,
the
I'm back.
taken you.
I'm back. I got my way out of the haunted house. No, I wasn't chased. I was watching actually. As you can see, I'd actually been doing a bit of babysitting amongst other things. And I want to say big hello to all the kids. They were fantastic. And yeah, they're kind of under attack from Boom Boom Basil, but yeah, Boom Boom goes bust in the power play in the end. Pretty good catch, wasn't it?
Very good catch.
By Vishka. But yeah, see Edex Knights looking pretty dangerous. They can take the pace off now with Mahabub Rahman. Anyway, let's get going. And yeah, I know there's been a lot of questions today, and can't say, yeah, I've been here, so I know that the robots has designed a few little ways that you can contribute. And Stephen's got a very good question, which is there an idea of how the subscriptions will be invested? I know that what we're trying to do is trying to get this going in the next few weeks so that we can actually kind of pool that money and maybe offer a few rewards next year. So it's just basically we're looking for people that enjoy ECN and are able, of course that's the key here. I mean, we're going to keep it free if you want to watch for free. We want to be able to do that. But to be able to do that, obviously, we have, it's becoming a more difficult environment to do that in effectively. So, we want to do that, but we also want to give back. So at this stage, it's less about what you get back and more if you're enjoying it and you feel like you'd like to contribute, then obviously we want you to do that at the level that you are comfortable doing. So just to be really clear about that. But we know we've got some plans about how we'd like to do that. It's kind of a little bit, can't really reveal too much just yet, but there's some things we'd like to do in 2023. Well, this is gone, and he's gone straight through him here, and Reeson's going to have to go. This was the kind of quicker one, I think, from Mahabub Rahman, but yeah, he gets it through, just slides on and beats him for pace, if anything. So a couple of wickets gone down now. The Knights are 40 for 2.
Yeah, that's well bowled. I think he was the pick of my bowlers last time round was Rahman. He did good work, and he's done it again here. Just gets the ball in the right area and gets a wicket, and a good breakthrough. So let's see if he can get a few more here. Like I say, I mean, with no Stanislaus in the side, Basil George has been sent back. Somebody else has to step up the mark. And we know the captain, he batted pretty well last time round, so he's probably looking to come out and see if he can steady the ship a little bit as well. It looks like he's coming out here now, Avinash Dilip. So this is an important partnership, I think, here now for the Knights. I think the captain, he was a little bit hit and miss. It took him a long time to get going last time. We see the wicket once more of that of Ramison. Well bowled, though, from Rahman. So big partnership coming up here now. And I just get the feeling that these two, if together, they can stay out there, get another 40, 45 runs on the board, that they'll believe that it's something that they, especially with the bowling lineup, they can defend.
Yes, really well bowled in the end. But yeah, you're right. And so let's see if Dilip can move the game along. Getting the run rate above 10 at the moment, so reasonably healthy. Rahman's a clever bowler, though. Let me see, what do I think he's going to do first? He's been pretty good with these kind of wrist spinners that break left to right. I reckon he might bowl a big one of those early to Dilip and hope he can maybe bowl him through the gate or something like that. We attack those stumps. Or he might go for the same kind of ball he just bowled then, which was kind of a slider, slid through a bit quicker. So yeah, a little bit of chat here. So yeah, I mean, the way I think about it with the kind of subscription model at the moment, which is voluntary, and I want to really just emphasize that, is voluntary. I think about it, I mean, for example, I still pay the annual subscription My Cricket Club just to support them. That's back in Australia. So yeah, it's kind of a way, like for example, it's a super fan, it's something like, it's $9.99 a month, so it's basically $120 a year. Just to be part of our club, essentially, and the more people we can get doing that, the more we can then start kind of pooling and giving back. But it also supports us with the broadcast and keeping the standards as high as we want to keep them, and also taking it to exciting new places. So yeah, so keep those questions coming. I'll do my best with them. Does go the slider again because it worked last time. Leap swings and misses first ball. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to Halloween tonight as well. Once the sun goes down, of course, it goes down a bit earlier now because the clocks have gone back in Europe.
I know you said your parents are here. They're going to take you trick or treating.
Yeah, do you think that's have to go through all the candy to make sure it's all safe?
Yeah. Listen, you've told me I've spoken to your dad a lot. I've never met him in person.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. But he seems like the kind of guy that will probably have a lot of fun on a day like Halloween.
He could do. I mean, he probably doesn't have to dress up because he already looks pretty scary. And that's the thing. Anyway, he's 40 for 2 after 4. Oh, my dad being Punjabi, he's got the big beard, right? So he already doesn't really have to do a costume, to be honest. It's I'm looking forward to catching up with him tonight. Anyway, here's Babu. And gets one down the leg side. It's called wide. This is the Shusha. Dusha Ramishka, who's coming in. Geez, I just love the weather here, though. I mean, every day is a copy-paste job. It's about 24, pleasant. Not too windy. Just an occasional slight breeze. Pretty still at the moment, in fact. This is cut away nicely. He rides the bounce. He gets down on it. It's a really well-executed cut shot from Babu. Haven't quite seen him fire yet, but we know he's a powerful bat. Look, he's tall. And he gets over that. Picks the gap. It was all in the placement, that one. 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes too short and too wide. And he has a lot of time, doesn't he, just to pick his spot and guide it. Doesn't really need to hit it too hard. So nicely played. And, Rashmika just lets himself down a little bit here. So he needs to get a bit closer and a bit fuller as well.
That's pretty well bowled. This one stump to stump, just defended by Babu. Yeah, and also, it's last game of the day, so you can throw a bit of food chat in. I love random questions. The more random, the better. You can have a bit of access to us in this last game. Now I am back, ready to face the music. As is Babu, who pushes away and we'll get a single here. So, random questions. Food chat. What can I tell you about food chat? Yesterday, I had 2 breakfasts. Because it's the one day that I can get out and actually have breakfast because we're starting pretty early here. So I went and found a good place down the road that did like a savoury French toast with like eggs on them. Out full toss, but he's hit it. Could be trouble. And gone. Really good catch. Fantastic catch. Zishan Yusuf holds on to it. We saw one earlier that he couldn't quite get the whole hands around, but that was also very good camera work there. You caught the feet there of Zishan Yusuf. He stays inside the border. Yeah, full toss. Can be difficult to put away. Delete gets most of it, but not quite all. And so he's going to go to a very good piece of fielding. Edic's nice. Lose their skipper. It's 46 for 3.
Yeah, well done. And once again, you can see why we were amazed that Rashmika only had the opportunity just to bowl the one over in the last match. He is a wicket taker. We know he's a wicket taker, so well done to him. He picks up another wicket. It's great stuff. Still got a couple of deliveries to bowl as the players decide. It's a good opportunity to take a break. And hello everybody. Welcome to our little Halloween setup here.
Ooh, that is scary, isn't it? Look at those 3 skulls. One of them's hideous as well, isn't it? But it's Rico Full here, Vinny Sandu. Random question coming in from Andrak. What will myself and Rico be doing tonight for Halloween? Well, I thought it's a really good opportunity because I've FaceTimed with my parents sometimes. They do like to tune in. We're gonna catch up for dinner.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know how spooky it'll be, but it should be good.
We can have a dinner, yeah. And
maybe
listen,
you can come trick-or-treating. You can be my +1 trick-or-treating with my parents.
Anything that the viewers want me to ask Vinny's parents, now's the opportunity.
That is a good...
Some questions that I can put to his parents.
That's very clever. So if you want Rico to ask my parents something, of course, I don't get to see them that often now. But I mean, we keep in touch, obviously. But yeah, they've done their time, so they've kind of offloaded me to another continent, basically, now. But yeah, any questions Rico
come on, I'll put them to him, and I'll report back tomorrow.
I can ask them as well.
Yeah, you can ask them too.
Why am I nervous all of a sudden?
Yeah, why are you nervous? What do you think is going to happen?
You might need to take another innings off.
Yeah, mind you, we spent so much time together. We know a lot about each other. There's probably some things that we shouldn't share, some that we can. So I'll have to be pretty selective with what I tell them.
I feel like this is now going to turn into a therapy session about my childhood. I mean, and would have asked me how it turned out the way I did. Anyway, here we go. Post Paul coming in and pushes away first and gets off the mark. So yeah, the Crusaders have a bit of an opportunity here. Mentioned no Stanislaus, the fact that they have gotten boom within the power play.
Yep.
They really have to put the brakes on here. If they can keep them to maybe 85. But again, tough when you see that they really didn't get too much, did they, in the last game. So I'll be hoping they can improve with that as well. Yeah, I like that one. I'm glad that no one's actually put a question in yet. So I mean, don't feel like you have to ask any questions through Rico to my parents.
Come and get them in there. Questions.
They've just told me they've gone out on a cruise to the 3 cities in Valletta this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
So they're having a good time. We should get the drone up and we can track them. What do you think?
Is it first time in Malta, is it?
First time in Malta. So yeah, we went out yesterday. We actually had dinner in Valletta last night. I was getting to food chat again. Yeah, so my breakfast, going back to that, my breakfast I had the savoury French toast, but then I had the kind of sweet waffles with fruit and strawberries and maple syrup and all that.
Nice.
And then I was able to skip lunch on account of having the those 2 breakfasts. And the standard 2 Bloody Marys with breakfast, which is something that one of our crew, who should remain nameless, it's our thing. So Andrus, he's not with us at the moment. We've got Andis here, but Andrus and I would always have a Bloody Mary on the day off. So now we just text the pictures to each other. So if you look at our chat history, it's just
Today would be the perfect... Oh, well, what's this? Going to be a no ball, I reckon. As that's been pumped away. That's going to be 6 runs. And it should be 7. It should be one for the no ball. Surely this is going to get called, Vinny.
Yeah, no, it's been called, I think.
It has.
Take me to heaven. That one's 7. And really good shot. And have a look at the keeper's reaction. Angelo, he's got that kind of nervous face emoji. That one crashes into the wall. Maximo time and a free hit. Yeah, Rahman, he's a good bowler, but occasionally that wrist spinner goes wrong.
Thumped away. Big hit. Free hit.
Yeah, he does hit it as well. I think it's going to go all the way. Fielders converge. Seen some run-outs on free hits this season. There's one earlier today. That time they safely get back for 2. That's good running. Yeah, so... Yeah, last night I went to another little street in Valletta. So Valletta is the capital of Malta. The Medina, which is at the top of the hill, kind of old fort, that used to be the capital. Valletta now had a cruise past the kind of Parliament building and the court there, and also, yeah, lots of really nice restaurants. At the moment, there's a little display because Malta's on the UN Security Council, I think, in this next period. So, about all bringing the world together and trying to keep the world as safe as possible, which is really nice. Should be gone. I think he is gone here. He almost gets back. I'll have a look. I feel like he throws his bat back, but it doesn't quite get there. But anyway, this will give us a better look. Does he get back? Almost. Out, I think.
Yep.
Yep. You see, he almost gets back, but kind of bounces up and over the line. And so, yeah, you see here, he tries to slide it back, but, yeah, it just bounces here, and so it's in the air. So rather than... If he'd got a perfect slide in, he probably gets back there, but you're often panicking when that happens. And so he kind of throws the bat back. But yeah, Rahman gets his man in the end. Pretty sharp work by Delata behind the stumps as well. So it'll be a 4th wicket now. It's 59 for 4.
Yeah, well bowled. I've liked his bowling. I was saying that when he was bowling in the first match. It gets a nice little loop in there. He's got the quicker delivery as well. He draws the batters out of the crease, and that's exactly what he does there to Nitin Babu. Babu looking to go beyond. And he's not able to, so he gets the wicket. So nicely done.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty tough one to call in real time, but I just felt he was always struggling to get back. Like I say, if he had a perfect slide, you can see his bat was actually over the crease, just hadn't been grounded yet. So, yeah, Mahbub Rahman gets a 2nd wicket. He's got 2 now. This one is caught in the pads. There's one way to do it. Not quite as clean as the last time. New batter out there is Amal Babu.
One Babu replaces another. He's played a miss at this one. Didn't have too much idea about it. Get the feeling here that these batters are not very too comfortable with the slow stuff. You see that Rahman just wants to try something different. And this time, after the question, a little bit too high.
Yeah,
Also,
I think so.
Also got to think about the angle he's coming from here now. He's got to do an awful lot.
For me, I think it's too high. I just think if we saw that side on, I don't know if we will or not, but there you go. Yeah, look, it's actually pretty much above the pad. Maybe flicks the top of the pad on the way up. I think it's a good decision. Line for me was actually okay, but to the height was the factor. So the score at the end of 6 overs is 59 for 4. Having a look at the bowling figures, well, we've got twins. Vidusha Gramishka, the Shusha, 2 for 14, and identical figures for Mahabub Rahman. Yeah, so he gets away. If you take that 7 out, I think they're really tight figures, aren't they? But what he has done, he's gotten a couple of wickets, and he's got his team in a decent position. So now 4 overs to go. Let's say if you can keep it to like run a ball from here, that's probably not that outrageous. And that's 83. That's chaseable if you bat well. But the thing is, no one has really dealt with the Knights bowlers so far.
That's true, and that's the thing.
Here's a Vishka. Bowls it wide down the leg side. No, must have hit his pad.
Yeah, it must take something, and otherwise this is a wide.
Yeah, I mean, the umpire just motioning. It's flicked the pad. Let's have a look. Yeah, I mean, we can't see it, but if you hear it, sometimes you hear it, and so.
Yeah, certainly no complaints from the batter. So the batter obviously knew.
Now, get some bat on this. We'll get one.
Interesting, they're not. I mean, they're looking to push around. Really, I think when you've got these wickets in hand, you need to show a bit more aggression here. I mean, if you want that score, if you want to try and get to that between that 90 and 100, you've got to get going a little bit here now. So, going to start swinging a little. This one's been worked out. So, Boss Paul will go back on strike. He's been the one who's been pretty careful at the moment. Not really swung hard at anything.
I'll say a quick hello to Sagar Reddy as well, who's joined us. Hello, Sagar. Hope you're well. Thanks for tuning in today. And Babu and Paul trying to make something out of these last few overs. Goes after this, but sliced it. Should be gone and caught. So no problems there. Michael Gunatilaka will take the catch. So Vishka does the trick now, and the wickets continue to tumble. 61 for 5 now.
Yeah, Boss Paul chasing a wide one. This would have been a wide. I'm certain of it. And yeah, that would have been a big wide. And he goes for it. And the reason why he doesn't get it right is because he's chased that wide ball. Doesn't make good contact. And Michael Gunatilaka, he takes a catch. Another one that the captain takes. So they get rid of Boss as well. I said he didn't look like he wanted to hit the ball too hard. And when he does try, he picks the wrong one basically. He'll go for 11 on 7 deliveries.
Yeah, so both. He threatens, but he can't turn up the volume in the end. And it's Michael Gunatilaka takes the catch. Now, I'm told he was doing some sort of extreme, what's it called again? You know when you're trailed by a boat? We call it donutting. Yeah, some people call it floating. I call it donutting, and that's what he was doing with some of our crew yesterday.
Oh,
so,
really?
yeah, maybe his shoulder's a bit sore, Michael, but he didn't show any ill effects there. Took that one easily. New batter there is Nitin Sunny. He goes after it straight away, and this should be out as well, and it will be. And it gets launched, and, well, guess who? Yes, Mahabub Rahman. Well, he's happy with his work. It's the Y formation, and I think right now Sunny is probably saying Y, because 2 wickets in 2 balls. Suddenly, we've got a hat-trick opportunity, and it's 61 for 5.
Yeah, well, it's not very sunny out there for Sunny. It's cloudy, it's miserable, it's gloomy, and it's raining. And it's Halloween, and he's going to go for a golden duck.
Yeah, the X becomes the Y here. There goes the X, and then puts the legs together for the Y. We've had 36 hat-tricks. 2 of them being double hat-tricks so far in 2022. Looking for someone to join Devendra Negi, who took one for the Blasters. That was a Group A hat-trick. We haven't had a Group B hat-trick yet. Yeah, so real opportunity here now with just over 3 overs remaining. A runner ball gets them 80. I'm not so sure they'll get that much at the moment.
No, this is what I think I've been saying all along. I think the Knights, for all the good work that they've done, they are relying on 2 batters, maybe 3 scoring runs from. If they don't, they're in trouble. With no Stanislaus in the team, well, Basil's done his bit. But who's going to help? Hat-trick ball played away.
Pretty close.
Good delivery, though, right on the stumps.
Kind of pseudo-defensive mindset now as well, isn't there, with the wickets tumbling. This one was pretty much on target, but he does well. Gets the bat on it, so he survives, but no run off the last ball of the over. And so, yeah, Vishka takes 2 for 2 off his over, and it is 61 for 6 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Well, overseas, they need to get their tournament moving and fast, because they got thrashed a couple of times, albeit by the Knights, who seem like the form team in Group B. So overseas will be on this in tomorrow morning's matches against the Southern Crusaders. The Knights, they will be back against Sweetie United. That's shaping up as a blockbuster after Sweetie swept the series. Potentially that's two undefeated teams clashing, although we don't know what will happen in this game right now. So join us tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. GMT. It's 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India. 8th overtime. And it starts with the ball that's launched. Another opportunity, I think. And this time it's dropped. Well, Avishka, he bowled such a good over. He had plenty of time to get under that one. I think he just ran under it slightly, burst through the hands. And well, hopefully it's right because he's probably still going to have to bowl another over. But that was an opportunity to really twist the knife into the Knights.
Oh, that could be nasty as well. Vishka puts it down, then checks his fingers. Then he goes defensively for the next one after taking 2. So, well, he can't go too defensive on Mal Babu. Still got to try and get this score on the board.
Finally got a question, Rico, to ask my parents. You should need to ask them, do you want to hear my Donald Duck impression? Well, maybe that's a good party trick you can use. But, yeah. And, I like that. They've probably heard it too many times. Then you could ask, do you want to hear my Donald Duck impression again?
Again?
I'm happy that nobody wants any background on me. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I was a perfect child. Whoa, if he hasn't hit this, he's gone.
He's out.
Yeah, see you later. Yeah, this is just an example where the batter's caught on the crease. Babu never gets forward to it. And, yeah, it just looked to be dead in front. Let's have a look at the replay. Thanks to Spring Productions. And, yeah, well, you better have given you notice because you're going to tell your story walking there, and he knows it as well, doesn't he? He's pretty much running sideways towards the pavilion. Well bowled. Let's just keep it straight and wait for the mistake. And so the Knights now 63 for 7, collapsing towards the end of this innings.
Yeah, they are falling apart here now. The question is there enough runs on the board? I still think get to another 20 here. Get into the 80s, then we got a real battle. Then we got a match on. Really have. And well, maybe Michael Guntelag and his men are looking to come back with a bang in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Shane Watson would probably still review it, but I'm pretty sure that's out. Knights, no real strangers to a collapse. This reminds me a little bit of when they played the Super Kings in the semi-finals in the June Series last year. They bowled out for 41 on that occasion. Okay, Super Kings, you're not involved at this time of the year, but still, it was a sign that it can go wrong on that occasion. Stanislaus and Basil George made 2 and 0 respectively, and no one really was able to put anything together. I think Eldos Matthew was the highest score with 10. But right now, I mean, they might feel they have enough to defend. I mean, they've already scored more than the Crusaders were able to score in the last game. They scored 54, but you know, something around the 70 mark, let's say. I think that the Crusaders will know they don't have to go crazy. They can respect the good ball and just try and pick up enough runs per over to knock off the 70. But, you know, I think we got a very good game on our hands. So just look at those wickets. Once they started falling, there's been a regular flow of them through these middle overs. Here's Avishka. Matt with a slightly sore hand. In over number 9. First one's French cut away for a single.
Yeah, Avishka, he did bowl a very, very good over. They'd be disappointed he didn't take the catch, but look, it won't matter because they got the wicket in the end anyway. So just got to stay focused, try and keep this score down. And, you can see that the Knights, they want to try and get to 80. They want to look at 2 lots of 10 per over. Avishka going to try and stop them. Matthews, not a good shot. And look, there's poor batting because the non-striker, he needs to be going. He starts going, but he gets no response at all from Matthew. Matthew says, no, I want to stay here. I'm going to get one. I'm going to hit one out of here. Look, as soon as this is missed by the keeper, he starts going, but Matthew doesn't want to respond.
Yeah, he had to get in a position to run in the first place. I mean, he wasn't. He was kind of all twisted up. Anyway, next one's just a single. Really good comeback. It's a really good example of how taking wickets in the middle overs, most of the time, it slows the run rate. Not always, but most of the time. New batters would never seem very settled. This time he makes into a full toss by coming down. And it's attacked, maybe over-attacked by Ramishka. Keeps it in front of him, though. It's just another single. Singles are okay at the moment, I think, for the Crusaders.
Yeah, singles are good. They won't mind the singles. It was well fielded as well. Had to get there, really, because he wanted to get there and take it on the bounce. Didn't want to let it bounce again and make it a tricky stop. And this is smashed into his own foot. So good change of pace as well from Avishka. So very good last few overs. They've just found it very difficult to get going. There's been no boundaries for a while. This one looks smacked straight into his foot.
Yeah, Mandrake's, I think he thinks that the first ball this over was a hat-trick ball, but actually there was a hat-trick ball at the end of the 7th. That was a dot. And so, yeah, this wasn't an opportunity for a hat-trick in this over, but still it's been a very good over, hasn't it? Yeah, so Vishka, he does well. He's only hit for singles, and in that over there were 5 of them. In the first over there were just 2 of them. So 2 for 7, his figures, and yeah, the Knights just getting a bit of their own medicine here. 69 for 7 after 9.
Yeah, they are struggling. And, well, once again, maybe just backing up my thoughts and my theories about the Knights. Though they're very good and very strong and powerful in the field of play. Batting-wise, rely a little bit too much on 1 or 2 batters. And Basil George, well, didn't they need his 29? Because otherwise, nobody has really contributed at all. So this over, keep it tight, and they're in the match. Keep it under the 80, and then we definitely got a game on here, you know.
Curry Wassam to bowl over number 10. First one, pretty good one in the block hole. Just worked for 1. So yeah, could be living in the 70s. It's hard to see them getting to 80 at this stage, although anything can change very quickly. Curry Wassam, his first over was a bit expensive, went for 17, but that was in the midst of the boom boom blast, wasn't it, in over number 2. Swing and a miss this time. So yeah, looking at this score, 31 runs came in the first 2 overs. And now they've only scored 39 since in, what's that, 7 and a bit. So it's a very different proposition. Now gets a fair piece of this. Does he have enough? He does. Maximo! Wow, it's great effort from Avishka. He's trying to make up for the drop a little bit earlier. But you just got to say, Matthew laces this and laces it out of the ground.
Yeah, big hit from Matthew, and he's the man. Well, at the moment, he's just trying to concentrate on getting enough runs on the board because he's going to be pretty key when they go out there again. Probably be opening the bowling.
Yeah, 6 is a big momentum swinger in a low-scoring game. The Knights, they're going to have to bowl really well. Maybe it's the test they need. Got the short mid-wicket, short cover, trying to stop the single here. And this time they might go for 2 here.
You've got to.
Well, they are going, but they're almost going to lap each other. Good throw has him dead, and he's going to be gone. Well, check out this. And well, let's just say it wasn't really a fair fight because Ajay Jean, he was bounding back. And Jace Matthew, well, he didn't get the telegram, did he? Just have a look at the mismatch here because he's on the back foot. First, he has to run around him.
Yeah, that does it.
Ajay John does not care. Say, hey, do you want to go back on strike? And he says, well, I'd like to, but I think I'm going to be run out by several metres. And he will be. So, nice bit of fielding there, and we'll create another wicket. So that is actually wicket number 8. And so 6 and out situation. And it is 77 for 8. 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, 2 balls remaining. New batter will go on strike. And I have to say, he doesn't look very confident as he comes out there.
Reading the body language here. This is Sarath Babu. I reckon he's all right. Look, batting 10. Probably feels like should be batting a bit higher. Knows how to take guard. I'm going to go bat on ball here.
Okay.
You're going for no? Bat on
I'm
ball?
going for no.
All right, here we go. Shot. 1. Oh, he might get run out here. Oh, no, he probably won't because this fielder didn't really get there. So, yeah, 2 handy runs to Babu. So now they've set them 80. But they'll get 1 more ball to try and keep that score rocking.
I smell sausages.
All right.
You smell sausages?
It's not another Brescia situation, is it?
No, that wasn't
That
sausages.
All right.
That was proper barbecue.
Here we go. Last ball, and he's bowled off his legs. Wow, how's your luck there? That could have gone anywhere. It went off the back thigh. I don't even think it hits the pad. Insult to injury. And wicket to insult to injury. Here you go. Look at this. Bang. Onto the off stump. So, look, the target will be 80. The Crusaders, they've wanted to chase. And I think if you offered them 80 to chase, they'd take it. But they have to bat better, and I just think they need to find a way to neutralise some of the threats from the Knights because they have been the standard so far with the ball in the field.
Yeah, I think you've got to make a change. You know what's coming at you. You're going to have Matthew, you're going to have Boss Ball. They're going to be coming in, and they're going to be swinging the ball away from you. Change it up. Who have you got that can stand inside the crease, not backing away, and hit over the top? Change it up. Get some aggressors in there. Maybe just hold back Michael and while one or two of the others get
Ooh.
some genuine big hitters. That was an earlier chance to get Basil.
Yeah,
He was on 0 at that
Checking
point.
the forecast, it was cloudy with a chance of boom boom here in the power play, and yeah, it was from Michigan. It went down solidly. But then this is a situation where it didn't strike once but twice, so he had some issues to deal with. And Basil normally hurts you, and did certainly look that way as he mows his way through the power play. Speaking of power, and that was really, really powerful over the grandstand, if you don't mind. So we'll talk some sort of tactics. Maybe one of the tactics was let's stop dropping him, as it was whispered. This one, he turned around and got close to the fielder. So at this stage, you're thinking, same old story, right? But Basil, you only got to mess up once, and that one was held by Avishka, and it changed the complexion of this whole innings.
Yeah, it does. And I think the conversation there was, well, look, you dropped him twice. You better get him. And he did get him. And then the wickets did start to tumble. I think that man there, he bowled so well. He's probably my pick of the bowlers once again, Rahman. Just nice. He's tidy. He's there. He creates problems. And he takes the top order out and then, leaves the rest of the others. The captain came out. It wasn't happening for him this time. He went for 0. It was really well caught by Yusuf. Really good catch this.
Yeah, so they just put their catching shoes on, didn't they, really? And this one could have been a different story. But, yeah, after all those mistakes, they started to stick. And look, I've got to say I agree with you with Rahman. I think he bowled really well, but there's just one bad ball. In fact, half the runs in his spell came off that particular delivery that was no ball too high. He got hit for 6, but when you consider he only went for 14 and he picks up 2 wickets, including that one, which was a handy one of hitting Babu, who just bounced his bat over the line, didn't get it down. And again, the fact they were able to keep taking wickets in the middle overs has just restricted them. Despite 10 off the last over, which actually turns out to be a little bit of a boost. We didn't think they'd get that many, but with the target at 80, the Crusaders will be in the game. Michael Gunatilaka, no signs of ill effects from the shoulder that was bouncing around on the speedboat yesterday. But yeah, ultimately, I think he'll be pretty satisfied with this. And yeah, this was consecutive wickets in consecutive balls. And Mahbub Rahman, well, you would have thought that was the catch of the century, judging by that celebration. But it's just a sign the Crusaders, they sense an opportunity here against the Knights.
Yeah, they do. And they've got to take it. I mean, talk about take it. That was disappointing for Avishka, but it wouldn't matter too much because they weren't able to get too much damage afterwards. That was a good delivery from Yusuf. He came back, and at least he got his line right, getting the ball in the block hole, and wicket kept the falling. This was a good hit though towards the end. That made a big difference. That got them to the high end of the 70s, and then the bit of a mix up here between the two batters.
Give way to your right. And then I like that John kind of knows that he's completely cooked Matthew. So he stops just to say, hey, come on, I'll catch up to you a bit. Just keep running.
I'll make it look like it was difficult for me to get to my end
anyway,
as well.
2 and out at the end. I mean, handy runs. Like I say, a 10 over. It's not the worst, actually, when you get that many wickets down in the last over. They were 7 down. So, I mean, I think the Knights, you could really make an argument that they're even favourites with 79 on the board, considering how well they have bowled so far in this tournament. Just looking in the 3 games they've played, they've restricted teams to 45, 61, and in that previous game it was only 54. So when you consider they haven't conceded 80 so far, yeah, in fact my instinct is telling me it might be a slight advantage to the Knights, despite them not making as many runs as I'm sure they wanted to. George top scoring with 29, but no one else gets past 11. That was both Paul. And just a sign that the Crusaders were able to turn things around. It was all about that wicket of Basil George, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was with the bowling here. You see 2 wickets apiece for 3 bowlers. Ramishka, well, it's good to see him back bowling his 2 overs, and that's why he's so key. 2 for 14. 2 for 14 also for Rahman, who I still believe is the pick of the bowlers. And then Avishka there as well. Well, look, 2 wickets, just 7 runs conceded. He bowled towards the end there, but still, he played his part. So, a good bowling performance. But like you say, I think this could be a close one. Let's put the golden ball graphic up for this one.
Yeah, you think so? In golden ball territory. Tell you what, though, the Crusaders are going to have to bat better. And I think they're going to have to deal with what's coming at them. But still, I think it's game on here in match 28. Join us the other side of this break. The last innings of day 7 is on the way. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Or Mr. Maximu, perhaps, because it is Halloween. Rico Fools with me. Hopefully he joins us in a few minutes. We'll be back just around the corner with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Merhaba, and welcome back to the final match of day 7. And, well, it's evenly poised. We think this is going to go down to the wire because though the Knights have struggled to get to score on the board, 79 for 9, Southern Crusaders are up against what we believe is so far the best bowling attack that we've seen. And the Knights certainly aren't going to make this easy. It's going to be Matthew to open up. He gets the ball to swing away quite viciously. Boss Paul has been in good form as well. So this is going to be a tight contest. And I think one thing that the Southern Crusaders are looking to do is not to lose wickets early, but at the same time, try to make the most of the power play. This is where their main opportunity to get a good start is. Let's see how they fare. Matthew comes in. And he knocks him over straight away, Matthew. First ball, and he's a gunner. What a beauty this is. This is right in the block hole. Incredible bit of bowling, an incredible start. And it's Matthew that gets the wicket. And it's going to be a long walk back for Avishka. I think Avishka has to go here. That's a really, really good delivery. It's right on the money. And you can't listen. I'm going to say this, is when you go out there and you're facing your first ball, if you get one like that and you go, you just got to accept it. There's nothing really that he did wrong there. It was just a superb bit of bowling, a fine time to welcome back into our commentary position there, who I'm pretty sure appreciated that one. Well, that was a true Halloween delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was one that spooks Avishka. Well, it's a good ball, though. I mean, it's all about the length here. I would have expected something a bit wider because that's normally his go-to, but he attacks the stumps. And, yeah, it's just a very good piece of bowling. Plays down the wrong line. Appeals to the umpire. Umpire says, well, you can see for yourself it's out. And next one almost gets nicked. So Yusuf, the new batter. Yeah, and when you're chasing 80, you just hate losing a key batter first ball. That's exactly what's happened here. But, yeah, the Knights, I mean, for all the fact that it was kind of an ugly innings once George departed, they still have more or less what we know is a par score on the board. They have an above par attack. That's why I had them as slight favourites probably getting into this chase. Can the Crusaders find someone to step up? Oh, that's such a good ball. He's on here, isn't he? And I think these guys need a bit of a challenge as well,
yeah,
you know?
They do. Interesting though that they haven't gone for 2 slips. In the last match, same bowler, it was 2 slips. And if he's bowling this and getting this movement, you have him in there. You're going to win this match by taking wickets. And this guy, Matthew, he's getting this seed to move around big time.
He really is. Got to play for it though. They've all been out swinging so far. There's another one. It's called wide though, swings too much. This is grabbing the line.
They may just take a bit of the line, but they haven't made that change. We said they probably do need to make a change with the batting to get more aggressors out there. Yeah, maybe
Probably.
just taking it. So they've gone with Sachin Hussain, who hasn't had a chance to get to the other end at the moment. Avishka also came up. He's been and gone.
Got to play for it. Think offside. Don't try and hit against this swing. Does. And, well, he completely bamboozled the fielder. Should only be 1. And so, yeah, just got done by the spin there. I think that's Vinu Viswanath at point. That doubles the score. I want to say a quick hello to Zafar Lagari and also hello to Hassanul Hassan Himmel, who's asking how I am. I am well. I hope that you are well too. It's a beautiful day here in Malta. Fantastic weather. To finish October, tomorrow we're into November, Rico. Can you believe it? Where's this season gone? Well bowled. I don't know how you meant to play this, to be honest. It's really good bowling. It's coming in so you're forced to play, but it's just genuine swing from Matthew. He's done it all tournament.
Yeah, class bowling. Look at that. I mean, class bowling. The thing is, though, as a batter, you know that's what's coming. So you've got to be ready for it and prepared to take him on. Maybe you change your stance slightly, but you've got to be looking to hit over the top there.
So it's always hard because you can't trust your eyes. See, that's the one that doesn't really swing. So that's clever. He spears that one into the stumps. And some more creative fielding there at points, but it will be the end of the over. Very good one from Jas Matthew. And it's 3 for 1 after 1. Well, the golden ball counter's going up. And you said there was a bit of a chance of it here. And of course, the Southern Crusaders, we did have a golden ball that featured them last year. So it wouldn't be their first golden ball. Look in that one. I think it was golden ball 17. No, it was actually golden ball 18, pardon me, on the 14th of June 2021. And guess who was playing? It was the Knights versus the Southern Crusaders. And yeah, that takes it back, and that was before even this. So this is all our golden balls this year, and we've had 12 of them. Haven't had one since the ECC. Belgium, France. What a game that was. Yeah, so on that occasion, it was the Southern Crusaders that were able to get up to a tie, but then, unfortunately, it was Bilal Khan swung and missed at the golden balls. They couldn't get the 2 they needed. Got pretty close to a golden ball on Saturday as well.
Yeah,
the Crusaders losing by 2 runs in a last ball finish.
Boss ball into the attack. Up in the air, and this one will race away to the boundaries, and that's what they need to do. This is better. This is what I was talking about. Get batters out there that are prepared to go after this type of delivery. It's swinging away. Look, he takes it on, and he swings hard, gets the luck that he needs, gets it over the top of those infielders, gets 4 runs.
The approach is right. I think you're not going to have too much luck trying to go leg side against this kind of bowling, the kind of lines they're bowling, the kind of swing they're getting. So Amit Kumar saying it's a part of play, but what do I think about these low-scoring matches? And is it really kind of T10? Well, I mean, the beauty of the ECS is where you go, you're going to have different dynamics, right? And speaking of different dynamics, this is one that doesn't swing at all, and this will be 5 runs. So 5 wide. Post ball just gets one that doesn't swing, and this is the risk. He's bowling consistent outswing, one doesn't go, and the amount he's aiming it here because he thinks it'll swing back, but he just gets the release wrong. And if anything, it just goes a bit reverse on the keeper. Avinash delete, so that's a bonus for the Crusaders.
That's massive. 5 runs, and that means that they've got 9 of the last 2 deliveries. Remember how difficult it was for them to score. I mean, they only got 10 of the power play in the first match, and here they are already on 12, and they've still got, well, they've only had 8 deliveries, 8 legal deliveries anyway.
And suddenly they're ahead of where they need to be. And that's such a momentum changer. It's a momentum buster, really, for the Knights. Because I think that, you know, as the innings goes on, the batting should get slightly easier. And I mean slightly. I just think these guys with a brand new ball, they're swinging it around corners. And just going back to that, hey, we kind of appreciate that different countries go to different grounds. They're going to have different kind of scoring norms. This one doesn't really go either. It will be a single. Yeah, so I mean, when we went to Belgium, for example, and it was funny, on the first morning, Charlie famously said he thought par was 180, which turned out to be a little bit of a carried away statement. But we did have like an 80 power play first up, so I could kind of see where he was going with it. But again, it's to do with batting depth and also the field here. Although it's fairly small, it's not particularly quick. So we're not seeing a lot of 4s here because a lot of balls, they're losing pace as they roll across the outfield. Even the first bounce takes a lot out of a lot of velocity out of the ball. So we're just not seeing as many boundaries. So yeah, you can't really put it all on the batters. But yeah, it's a combination of those factors, I think. Last ball of the over coming up from Bose Paul. It's gone for a dozen. This one comes in the appeals for some reason. I'm pretty sure it's right off the middle of the bat from Yusuf. He'll retain the strike, and they're right on the money at the moment after 2 overs, 16 for 1.
Yeah, right on the money. Great start from them. And notice every time, you can probably pick it up on through the microphones, every time there is a run being scored, there's a big cheer and applause from the Southern Crusaders bench because they know that this is important to keep those guys motivated. This is what they're trying to do, get the points on the board and stay up there with Swee United and stop the Knights. Well, they're trying to end the 100% record of the Knights here at the moment, and that will make the matches tomorrow very, very important indeed. It's going to be like the battle of the 2 teams battling for the top spot and also battling at the bottom.
Exactly. Come back to that second. This one doesn't swing either. It's big wide down the leg side.
That's a fantastic stop, you know, because this was going to be another 5.
Yeah, so just they've kind of lost their lines here a bit. This one doesn't swing at all. He thinks it's going to swing back. It doesn't. It'll just blow the waist. No, it's been called. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is the thing. Sometimes they swing, sometimes they don't. And this is the latter. See, just no ball called for height. Yeah, it's fair enough. He's kind of on his tiptoes, around waist height. We know how we feel about those. So free hit coming up. And he will hit it. He'll be caught, but it won't be out. When I say he'll be caught, I mean he'll be dropped, but it's the same thing. And this will be a 1. Yeah, so I want to just mention that, yeah, it's interesting. I'm trying to remember an instance of 2 of the same teams playing a golden ball for a second time, and I don't think it's ever happened that we've had the 2 exact same teams play a second golden ball. Potentially could happen in this game. This is why it does swing. So, yeah, it's just a little bit of unpredictability with the swing when they're swinging, when they're not, and so yeah, it's costing them a few runs at the moment.
Yeah, this is exactly what the Crusaders needed. A better start, more positive. I'm liking what Hussein's done so far. Yusuf, you know, he's a talented player. nicely played. And he has to get back onto this, otherwise he would have been in all sorts of trouble. But once again, just taking the singles, and every time there's that single, it's a good reaction from the team camp as well, giving plenty of encouragement and applause to the batters.
Question in the chat about why it says AUK. It's probably a bit of a throwback to when they were the Atlas UTC Knights. I'm sure we'll see that updated in the system shortly to reflect that they now are the Edex Knights. This is taken off stump, but he will get some runs, and I think that's going to run away. That's a really good bit of timing from Youssef, who's taken a bit of while to get going, but he gets a boundary, and suddenly the Crusaders building a partnership, and that is going to be key. The success of some partnerships if they're going to chase down this 80.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, takes a risk. It's a straighter delivery. This wraps him on the pad. Everybody's going up, but he gets good chunk of the bat on it. 4 runs.
Yeah, so Matthew's hardly been expensive, but he's been more expensive than he has been in this game. Now this would have been a wide. Instead, gets a fair bit of bat. This will probably run away for 4 as well. So Youssef back-to-back boundaries, and the Crusaders, or now the Crusaders cruising, and they're right in the box seat, I think, in this chase, as this partnership continues to flourish.
Yeah, much better though. This is exactly what was required. Batters to be out there, knowing the ball's going to be swinging away and playing for it, and that's what Youssef has done, and Hussein has done it as well. Much better, much more positive. And first time really we're seeing the Knights bowlers under any type of attack. Matthew, can he come back with a good one?
Too short, help around the corner. This will probably run away as well. This will just be pulled back. And so 1, that's fine. And yeah, so you see that 8 and over required. That's 24 in the power play. They're already up to 29 with the ball remaining. So the Crusaders, we're seeing something we haven't seen from them so far, which is to build a bit of a partnership, something that was lacking last time. And Matthew's a bit frustrated. He hasn't got the consistency of the swing that he wanted, and that's just meant he's been spraying them a little bit in this 2 over spell. This is with a good one. And the first one was a good one, but he peaked, I think, on that first delivery. In the end, not the worst figures you've ever seen. 1 for 16 of his 2 overs. So he goes at literally the rate required, and at the end of the power play, it's 30 for 1.
Yeah, they're spot on. Look, in the last match, they had to wait till they get into the 7th over before they got to a 30. So you can see just how much they're in front. But they did what they had to. The power play was important. They had to get runs from it. They did. They've only lost the 1 wicket, and that was off the very, very first ball when the Vishka was clean bowled by an absolute peach of a delivery from Matthew. But since then, he's been a bit wayward. They sprayed it around. There's been too many wides, too many extras. And as a result of that, the Southern Crusaders are right on top here. And that rate required is just over 7. So they put themselves in a good position. And it looks like it's going to be Nitin who's going to come on to bowl here now. Nitin Babu's the tall man. Let's see if he can get his line right. They had difficulty playing him as well. You just get the feeling, though, even though this is a good start from the Crusaders, a couple of good overs, back-to-back overs here from the Knights, it just takes that rate back up to about 8.5, 9 again, and makes the match interesting, especially if they're able to break this partnership as well.
Bit of a statistic for you that 3 matches completed today, 3 teams batting first have all put 100 plus on the board and defended it. So no one has been successful chasing today. Can the Crusaders buck that trend as Nitin Babu comes into the attack, into the 3rd over, so Field can go back. First one is a decent delivery. A little bit more bounce, I think. Babu, just in the nature of the sort of bowler, is a bit taller. And you can see probably not a bad shot to try. Tries to go offside, but just plays down the wrong line there.
Yeah, good delivery. That's what Nitin Babu does. Yeah, good statistic. The thing is that this time the Knights, they haven't brought the 100 up, and we know, we've said before, runs on the board, especially when you've got that 100, means a lot.
Again, gets good bounce, doesn't he? Not afraid to bang it in. And you see Babu is bending his back here, trying to get something a little extra out of this track. You see the bounce does him here. He'll play under the ball just slightly. That's all you need to do. Hello to Prashant Bandari. Hope you are well. I said hello to Mandrake ready. If not, hello once again. Beautiful time for some Monday afternoon cricket. It's beautiful weather here in Malta. And yeah, no foot movement here. So, well, the keeper might need some new gloves here because they're getting a workout at the moment That's 3 in a row that have whistled through to him. And Hussein just needs to find a way to get off strike here.
Yeah, I mean, that's 3 now, so you can see he's backing away. So he's doing the complete opposite to the way he was playing Matthew. Go to the ball. I think that's probably what he needs to think about here. Go through the ball, and you're looking to hit over the top of the short cover here.
Yeah, either that or get across. Not many of these are actually hitting the stumps because they're bouncing so much. So even if you just drop it in the leg side, just get out of the way. And this is the 4th delivery now. So Babu, looking a bit ginger, isn't he? But he's getting the job done. 4 consecutive not balls of seen scoring grind to a halt.
He seems to bowl, stop, and then have this little runner. Then he bowls here, stop, and then he starts running.
Yeah,
Never quite seen that before.
I don't understand the deceleration, acceleration.
Never seen that before. Just watch. I mean, if it's another
I
dot.
think he thinks actually should be following through, and he forgets because he's too busy watching where the ball goes. And then he's like, okay, I'm going to follow through.
He actually stops and then starts running.
He stops to see what happens. Now he's just stopped before he bowls it. He certainly doesn't look 100% though, does he, Babu?
Well, either way, at the moment, it's no runs of the first 4 balls he's bowled. This is exactly what the Knights needed to get back into it.
He's hitting this one. There you go. And now he wants to run. Of course he does, because it's the best he's done yet. The problem is he hits it back to Babu, so he can't get a run.
Yeah.
5 consecutive dots.
You're not going to get a run there from Babu because he's running there all the time.
That's right.
That's maybe his tactic.
Now you're between a rock and a hard place.
We're going to see another. We've had 2 maidens in Malta. We're going to see the 3rd.
I think we're going to see 3. The thing is, now you're back on the rack. Yusuf's gone cold at the other end. He wants to face. I don't necessarily say you refuse it, but I wouldn't be thrilled about it if I was Yusuf, if I was stuck at the non-striker's end again.
Okay, what do you reckon? Boundary or wicket here, I reckon? He's going to swing
I'm going to play
wild.
the odds and say swing and a miss. That's what I want to see so far. Wow, he gets some, and he'll get potentially 2, potentially 4. How about 4? Well, there's the boundary. I don't know where that came from, to be honest, but Hussein does take something out of the over from Babu. Just that 4. And after 4 overs, it's 34 for 1.
Well, he does get hold of this one, and he will get 4. It's not a bad shot to play once again. That's what I'm saying about you know where these guys are going to be bowling it. Hit it on the up, on the offside. You're going to clear the interfielders, but you got to go to the ball, not back away. He does that this time, and he gets the boundary. And look, they're still where they want to be here. And even though there's only 4 that come off that over, that rate is still very manageable.
That's correct. He didn't back away, but also I think it probably was slightly fuller. I think that was just slightly fuller, allowed him to get some bat on it. The ones that were pulled back a little bit seemed to be bouncing over the bat. So anyway, Yusuf practices a little paddle, and we'll see change of bowling. This is Basil George coming on to bowl now in over number 5. There's one reason they have 79 on the board to start with and not less. Here we go with Basil. Oh, see ya. Yeah, this is going to be gone. He steps across, and this hits him low. And although he feels it might be angling down leg side, I don't think so. I just think that was knocking them out. It's just so full. Doesn't really get a stride in forward. For me, it's a pretty good decision. Let's see it on the replay.
Yeah, it's absolutely plump. There's no way that this is not being given out. It hits him low down on the pad. Look at that leg. He's leaving it there for us to have a look. Thank you very much. Thanks for that batter. You can see that's going on to hit middle of the leg.
He probably thinks his pad is outside the leg stump. I just think he loses his bearings there, Zishan. So he went cold at the other end, didn't he? And when he comes back on strike, he can't deal with the first ball from Basil George, who does well. Gets it full, gets it straight. That's the second wicket, 34 for 2. Michael Gunatilaka comes to the crease in the number 4 position. So he's dropped himself a little bit lower. Let's see if he can engineer them through these middle overs and keep them on target for this chase of 80.
Yeah, I'd like to see him bat straight, Michael, because I think if they're bowled short to him on the legs, he will put it away. But he tries to manoeuvre something, or from when the ball is there, sort of middle and off, he's still trying to hit them on the leg side. I want to see him hit the ball straight. I want to see him trying to cut the ball a little bit, guide it to the third man area. It's sort of an innings. The match situation is set up for Michael to bat here. He can bat all the way through here and win them the match.
First ball's wide down the leg side. Yeah, just seeing the different sort of length that Basil George is bowling compared to what Nitin Babu was bowling last over. So you're less likely to be able to get away with shuffling across your stumps to Basil George, who will kind of attack the stumps and bowl a length that'll hit the stumps more often. Babu, a lot of them were bouncing over the top. Wow, this is close-ish. I think it's just going down the leg side, but I tell you what, not by much. And Michael gets away with one there.
That's the shot I'm talking. He doesn't need to be playing this shot. I mean, look, he doesn't move his feet. I mean, all right, that one he's probably backed himself to say he's gained down the leg side. I fancy it. Fair enough, but there's better shots to play.
Back to live action then. And next one is a wide. Yeah, even that, I mean, I think he's lucky that it actually moves off the pitch back towards him a bit, because I think if it just goes straight the way it was bowled, it was probably hitting the stumps, but it just deviated a little bit. Maybe that's why it beat the bat, but yeah, Tillicott needs to concentrate on the cricket shots. This time it's called wide, and the umpire doesn't think he hits anything. So that'll be another one to the total.
Yeah, he's letting himself down a little bit here, Basil. Okay, he's picked up the wicket, but look, that's 3 wides in the over. And that one is probably not far away from hitting the leg stick, but still.
It's very close. This one might have been a wide as well, but it's misfielded. So it'll be single, and good. Tillicott gets off the mark. Yeah, this is one reason. It's see how that's called a wide, despite it just missing the leg stump. But there's no complaints. There's no subjectivity to it. I think Basil knows it and gets on with the game. That's why we debate the offside wide sometimes. Wow, this is gone. It's full. It's straight, and Hussain is annoyed with himself because he tries to play across this and it crashes into middle and off. So the Crusaders lose a 3rd wicket. Both openers have been removed. Hussain goes for 13, 38 for 3.
Yeah, that's what George has been trying to do, and that's what he tried to do to Michael Guntelek at this delivery. And the thing was, though, he just sprayed it onto the leg sides too much. One just missed the leg stick, but he gets it spot on to Hussain. That's a good delivery, and especially when you see batters are not prepared to use their feet. He's deep in his crease. He's always going to be subject to getting yorked.
Well, we say it's good delivery. It's good delivery because Shaheen Hussain misses it. It's actually a full toss. Yeah, but it's a low full toss. It's not always the easiest one to put away. But he goes wrong, playing across the line, not playing it with a straight bat. That's when he can punch down to long off. If he had his time again, I think that's what he would probably do. Instead, he tries to get greedy, gets it wrong, trying to hit across it. So 38 for 3. Now, pretty much right on the money as far as the rate's gone, but those 3 wickets are a concern. I want to say a very, very good afternoon, or good early evening, I should say now, in Malta, to all of you out there. But he's out here, Mr. Maximo Rico Fulk with me, and it is Halloween today. So to all of you out there, if you are going trick-or-treating or you're receiving them, do it in good spirit. Be safe.
Happy Halloween. Yeah, be safe. Have a good time. And well, don't eat all those sweets at once, kids, when you get them. Yeah. Share them out. Share.
I still want to know. I'm going to ask random questions. I asked this earlier.
Go on.
Give us some tricks. Give us some tricks.
Tricks,
a few tricks.
Trick and treating.
Yeah, give us your ideas for tricks.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricks you can
Friendly
do.
tricks. You know the old knock on the door and run away? That's a good one.
That's not a trick, though, is it?
Oh, well, it's tricky.
Halloween
It's not that
trick.
extreme. I want to hear your tricks. We saw a few tricks earlier. Sweet United, sporting the orange. They had a few up their sleeve, didn't they? Here's Basil, and it's Maseet. Comes out and pinged for a wide.
It's another wide from Basil.
It's over the line. Yeah, I'll be curious. Does he move before the ball's bowled? Maybe. This is what's tough for the umpire. They look at the foot, then they're looking up. This time he's hit pretty confidently by Maseet. Down the ground. Both Paul does the fielding. Moves up to 40. So yeah, they're on track run rate wise, only just.
See, gets off the mark. Basil George, good over so far from him. Can he finish it well, though? Far too many wides, but if he gets a wicket here now, he'll say, look, because of those wides, I've got the wickets. And this one's been played away. There's a man out there. So once again, he's playing with the time with Michael Gunteleka. He wants him to play this shot. He's backing on the fact that he'll miss one, but he gets hold of this one, and it's a good job he does, because that's the one that was really, it was linked onto the stumps. Only gets a single, so not a bad over if you think of the number of runs that came off it, but still too many extras there. He'll go for 7 off his first, but he did pick up 2 wickets.
Yeah, well, let's go to ECL. I just rolled a dice on my computer, rolled a die to be completely correct, and it came up with a 5. So that's what group we're going to talk about. So Group E, let's talk about Group E. Roma CC, I know they're playing in the Italian finals at the moment. Spain, we don't know who that is yet. United from Romania will be there, Ramesh Sathis' side. Yeah. Croatia, I've got it pretty much confirmed now. Zagreb Sokol will be the team that represent Croatia. And then you've got the Luxembourg team, the Luxembourgers, Star CC, the Dancing Harpal. So that's a group that I think, with no British Isles / kind of Irish team / Netherlands, that's the one I think is is pretty open. And I'll be really curious to see who wins the Spain qualifiers. And I think they were around now. So I'm waiting on confirmation. Normally it's end of October, and today's the last day of October, right? Might be the start of November.
Yeah.
We know Spain will have 2 teams because Pac gets to come back as defending champions, but that means that Spain also get a qualifier slot. So yeah, looking forward to seeing that. Yeah, it's crunch time now, isn't it? As we've got Sarath Babu coming on to bowl now. And yeah, a good test for the Knights bowlers to see if they can sustain the work that's done. I mean, they're still very much in this game, and this isn't going to help because this is out of the ground. Maximo. And one thing about Massi, he's got great back speed and power if he gets it right. And that could be a big blow as he brings up the 50 in style for the Crusaders.
Yeah, good fast Massi. This is a crunching hit. And he just backs himself. He just thinks, he predicts that's where the ball is going to be. He anticipates well, and he dispatches it. He nails it. That's a big hit. And that will certainly take a lot of pressure off. When you're only needing 7 per over, well, look, they've got them already. So now all the runs they get here are bonus runs. He doesn't need to play another shot like this. He gets lucky because the field is quite defensive on the leg side.
That's the way he's going to play, though. So it's a good miss hit, right? He doesn't go all the way down to the fielder. Yeah, it's nervous times, even though you're 29 or 26, you'd say, yeah, easy. Not really, not against these Knights. Short, not a good ball. Needs to be fielded and is important. It's not really. We've seen those miss before.
Yep.
That was good work from Nitin Sunny.
Yeah, once again, that's where Michael is at his best. He hasn't managed to get the boundary just yet. I mean, that's one that you normally back into put away, but unfortunately for him, it goes straight to the fielder. So a bit of a let off there for Babu. Can he finish the over well? It's not going so well at the moment. And this one, does it go over the stumps? No, it just misses the leg stick, so it's more extras. This is where they let themselves down here. We've been talking about the Knights, how good they've been. That's 14 extras. That's the 12th wide, and just too many. Far too many. When you've only got 79 on the board, well, you're giving 12 extras away, and you're bowling them again as well. You're not going to win matches when you're performing like that. Edge.
Yeah, you need some luck, and you're going to get some here because Massi getting with the bat speed this time. It's just a little thin edge. Viswanath, 6 out of hand, can't get anything but fresh air. So the Crusaders get a couple away in the 6 that ends the over as well. It's 57 for 3.
Yeah, going well once again. Even though they lost those wickets, what they have been able to do with a bit of luck, so be it. But look, fortune favours the brave. That's what we say. And that's one thing I was saying that Crusaders had to do when they go out there when they bat against the Knights. Throw the bat and everything. Sometimes you get lucky, maybe once or twice you won't, but there's no point having 5 or 6 wickets in hand and not winning this match. You've got to throw everything at it. They've done that so far. They have lost 3 wickets, but they're right up with the rate. Now, it's under a runner ball required.
Yeah, you'd say on paper, that's easy. But guess what? You don't play cricket matches on paper, and I reckon they're feeling the heat. Nitin Babu bowled really well on his first over and he conceded 4. Needs something similar here. Yes, could be gone. It's off the gloves and it's been put down. We'll wait for the signal. And this seemed to be straight off the gloves. And Ginatiliga gets a bit lucky. Again, struggling with the extra bounce from Nitin Babu, but he has life on 6.
Yeah, you got to take this. I mean, he's got time to take it. He ends up
no.
powering it up.
Don't have little arms.
He doesn't get the jump right, so that's a big letter. If you're a bowler and this gets put down, you're seething because
maybe,
you planned that. That's what you want.
Almost bounced to the fielder, to be honest.
Almost did.
It got up, and the bounce is actually what did the keeper as well, Avinash Dalip. He just had to time his jump slightly better, I think.
Okay. Well, see, he's going to go after Babu. This is going to be an interesting contest. Babu's got the pace on it as well.
Just look at this setup. Look at the setup of Massi. He's got a really unusual bat grip. It's a really high kind of grip, and it's a bit like he's holding an axe. See, he's actually got the bat face kind of sliced out towards the offside. You see, it's a higher grip, and that can make it hard to time it right if you are trying to go leg side. So I'd actually expect someone with an inside out grip like that to hit a lot more over point. But it's the last moment he kind of shows the bat to the offside. That time he won't need to hit it because that's a wide. They'll take what they can get off Babu, I think. Babu's been one of the main threats in this innings.
Yeah, I mean, That's another one, so that just keeps it under on a ball. That's good.
Tense finish. Remember Southern Crusaders? They were in a cruising position on Saturday and they found a way to mess it up. Not saying that'll happen again, but I'm just saying we're a long way from home at the moment. Good shot. Something down here. Feel like Mussey's a big key here. Get it Tillicat. Got away with one already. He'll be happy just to take one a ball and get out the way. I think Mussey's the man. They think more likely to take the risks, get the boundary or two. They'll just settle the nerves here for the Crusaders.
Yeah, good Tillicat. Maybe he's feeling that Babu may bowl another slightly shorter one to him. Did glove one and get away with it. But I reckon he's ready. He's waiting. Ready to get the hook or the pull shot in play here. Babu goes fuller. Take the single.
That'll do. One a ball. Just being conspicuous at the moment. That's getting Tillica's role, is to be stable, to be there, not consume dot balls. If he gets one he thinks he can hit, by all means go for it. But yeah, he doesn't need to get out playing a crazy shot. Babu's got 2 balls to spend, and I think he hopes one of them has Korfraz Massey's name on it, because that'll put the Knights in a decent position, I think. And he might. No, he doesn't. That's gone nowhere. I thought for a second it was going straight back at Nitton, but it was going nowhere fast, and they'll get a single.
Well, look, when he has to run, he doesn't. This time around, he does stand still. Look, he stops this time. Normally, he's always running there. Look, he stops. Well, I reckon if he continues what he normally does, he would have given himself a position to take the catch. So, look, it's a game of small margins. Sometimes you get the rub of the green. Sometimes you don't. You just get the feeling here that up until this point, the Crusaders, they've had the bit of the luck, haven't they? They've had the edges that have gone for 4. They've had the catch out the gloves of the keeper. Hasn't been taken. And that one could have gone to hand as well. It's the way it goes, and that's why I think we always like these back-to-back matches. Anything can happen. The Crusaders looking to level this little mini-series. This one tucks him up. Once again, doesn't quite get it going. But look, he won't mind that. He's still there. It's a single. And as long as they're getting runs off every delivery, they can't lose this match.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the theory. But let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. And if the Crusaders find a way to mess this up, well, then it becomes huge against Overseas tomorrow, the only team without a win.
Yeah.
And look, they didn't play well, but they were playing the Knights. That's the thing. Knights were on fire on Saturday. So, yeah, that's the first 2 matches of the day, matches 29 and 30. Then we'll see the Knights back in the afternoon against Sweet United. But here's the thing. If the Crusaders can pull this off, well, they've got 4 points and Overseas have got none. Admittedly, Overseas have a couple of games in hand on them, but you know, Overseas, that becomes huge for them, because that if they don't play well in those 2 matches, then they're playing big game of catch-up. Here's Basil George, and the first ball, Tillica happy to take one. That's his role at the moment. And throw hits the stumps, but won't cause an overthrow. He's still got a bit of a tingle here.
Yeah, it's, you know,
mild.
You mentioned what happened with the Crusaders the other day, and how they did it the hard way. Well, they just threw a game away, didn't they, against Malta Day? But they did come back strong in the second one. Looking like they're doing the same here again. But you just get the feeling, you're right, if a wicket goes here, and George, we know he's got, he can get the wickets, though he does sometimes bowl a few extras as well. And that's normally the wicket-taking delivery. And, oh, that's great bit of fielding. Wow. And, well, look at this. That's, oh, wow, this
look at
this is team relay.
No, look.
That I've never seen. Now, where's the ball gone?
It's gone far.
No.
I thought that was going to be 6.
Have a look at the team relay bit here from Boss Paul. It was fantastic. I've never seen him pass a ball past to a further fielder before. He throws it all the way to Nitin Babu.
This is Harlem Globetrotters standard.
Watch
so
this.
He doesn't touch the boundary there. He hurls it like 25 metres. Then no one was expecting that, so no one's backing up that angle. And now the keeper's after it. I think that was 3.
It was 3. You're right.
Wow.
Gunter now back on strike.
It was 3. Oh, no, that would have been run out as well.
Oh, look at this.
Here's the thing. You back up the fielder that fields the ball right. What you're not expecting is the ball to be thrown to the other side of the fielder. And there's no fine leg, so there's nobody there.
That was thrown from long on to long off.
And
I've never seen
and the
anything
keeper
like that.
can't back that up because
No
what if
way.
he throws to the keeper? Then
Exactly.
there's no one there, right? So it was so bizarre. Anyway, that's why we love it. Every run's vital. Now, they'll concede one due to a wide. They are creeping up on this total. And Massey's been a difference maker, hasn't he, for the Crusaders?
Yeah.
What could be a crucial 2 points if they can grab a couple off the Knights here?
Yeah, massive. This is a massive match. It puts them in a good shape going into the matches tomorrow. This is a swing and a miss.
Longest relays, sideways relays, like a lateral.
Never
all that.
seen something like that before.
We saw, where was it? We were not too long ago where there was a catch. It might have been in Croatia where there was a catch taken that was thrown and just whoever was on the other end of it, because I think it was Vukasin Simonic, was it? Or he threw it and then whoever was on the end of it, the next boundary fielder fell over and it went over him. Remember that one?
Yeah.
I know that due to the bug stings, you don't remember a lot of Croatia already, but I was watching. All right, 11 off 13. Last ball for George. Oh, if that's off the toe, it's gone. He is out. And, yeah, Massey can't believe it, but that wasn't bat. And if it wasn't bat, I think it hits him in line, and it's going to crash into the stumps. So, boom, boom, Basil goes boom again, and potentially changes the narrative. Have a look at this come in. And, yep, that's hit him on the toe in front of the stumps. And there's no way that is going to miss. So, umpiring, I've got to say, the umpiring's been understated but good today. I think they've been very good. They've been calculated, and they've got most of them right. So it's a handy 17 from Gulfraz Massey. And, yeah, aside from Basil George, it's the highest score we've seen from individual in this game. It's the end of the 8th over as well. It is 69 for 4. So a nervy finish, I think, on the cards here. 11 required off the last 2 overs.
Well, remember that match. Again, let's go back to the match when the Crusaders were playing and they were in this position before. I think they needed 10 to win off 12 deliveries and they didn't do it. They lost to Malta Day by 2 runs. Well, they're in that position again. But this time the captain is still there. He's got to stay there and he's got to see it home. His boss Paul to bowl this one.
Yeah, huge over coming up. Curry Wassam, the new batter. Yeah, going back to the other day, they were in a similar kind of position. They just couldn't get home. George with 3 for 13. I think regardless, he's going to be player of the match, whether they win or not. He's the top scorer in the match. He's taken 3 wickets and he's kept his team in it. Now Bose forgets what he's there to do. And actually, we saw Bose struggling a little bit with his leg and when he made that boundary stop, right?
This is not a good call for me. If he's injured, don't bowl him. You'll need him later. They don't need to risk him here. They don't need to risk him. He ain't going to be able to bowl properly if he's thinking about that leg. I can tell you that now.
Let's find out. Well, there's a perfect delivery. So you don't need 2 good legs to bowl after all.
Nah, he's not going to finish.
I think he's done.
He's not going to finish off.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, it was a good delivery, but yeah, the arms did it, the legs didn't, and so that's a big moment. Seems certain. He's straight to the umpire saying, no, I won't be continuing. This looks like a hamstring to me. Yeah, whether it's a strain, I think it's more a strain than a tear. But yeah, there's no doubt for me, despite bowling a pretty good ball.
Yeah, this is worrying because he's been very, very good for them. Not just with the bowling, he's bowled brilliantly. He always bowls.
Will that help? I mean,
no, that ain't going to help.
tell me.
That ain't going to help at all.
I mean, I know that in Halloween people tend to gravitate towards dark places, but he's going to grab the ball back. So it's a miracle massage. Who was that? Maybe they're the player of the match.
Trust me, it's not a good idea.
Well, if he's bowling, he shouldn't be bowling off a run-up. He should literally be bowling off 2 steps. I want to know who the magic masseuse was, because apparently now he's fine. He's still gripping it. Oh, dear. Oh, well.
Isn't he gripping?
Here we go. It's a mystery man. I can't even see who that is. Anyway, he gets it right and just go for a single here. I won't want to bowl any extra deliveries.
Yeah, he's struggling here big time. I mean, remember, you've got important matches to come. You've got finals to come. You want this guy fit.
Still haunting him through. There's no real follow through, as you can imagine. Wow, like rubbing the genie's lamp. They give the hamstrings of Bose Paul a rub. And now we'll knock him over. Well, the one-legged bandit. Well, there's a bit of Mr. Miyagi from the Karate Kid about that when the secret touch got put on Bose Paul. And now he doesn't want to celebrate. It's getting worse. And there we go. I think it's Jace Matthew He is the Mr. Miyagi to both Paul's Daniel. And high drama here in the last game of the day on a Monday. 70 for 5. Still 10 required. But that 10 is looking a long way away. That was an absolute peach. You don't need legs to bowl. Who'd have thunk it?
It's an absolute beauty. Swinging away, Yorker net delivery, and Kerry Wasama, he'll go for a golden duck. Yeah, the new batter. This is the thing now. New batters gaining strike. You can see what Michael's saying. Michael is saying, get something on it. Let me get there. He doesn't want to take, 10 runs into the last over.
He's saying, don't be fooled by the fact that he's limping in. Hey, I want to get Chase Matthew over here to give my legs a rub. Because maybe I'll be able to bowl faster.
Let's have a look at this field.
All right, watch out. Here we go.
Oh, he's running now.
We're on.
He's running now.
Swing and a miss. This is incredible stuff.
He got that. Well, whatever it is, well, Matthews has got the Midas touch because now he's actually running it. It's another dot, though. Wow. Look at this now. He's not even limping now. Gets his on the money. Well, maybe it was more cramp than injury.
For after the game, I'm putting a link in the chat. And it's Mr. Miyagi, magic hands.
Oh, no. He's now bowled a no ball, and they're going to get to disaster. That is disaster because it's 2 runs, it's a free hit, and Michael Gunther gets on strike.
Yeah, well, you don't want him bowling extra balls, and this one is way too high. In fact, the keeper does well to block this. There's a little edge on it, I think.
Oh,
but anyway, wait till the end of the game, but copy and paste that Mr. Miyagi magic hands into your browser. But after the game's over. Yeah, so now you got a free hit. And what's better, I think, is that they scrambled the single. So Gunatilaka is the set batter. And 8 to win. Well, imagine what a boundary does here for your chances. Crusaders, they're creeping. That's a pretty good one. Now, run-out's on here with a good throw. It's not. There's nobody backing up. How far is this going?
Word.
Well, it's going, it's going, and it's not going to make it. Well, what's he doing
what's
here?
What's he doing?
Now, we have to check this now.
Where was his foot?
The ball has stopped, and if his foot hits the ball and his foot hits the rope at the same time, it's going to be 5. I don't know how many they round. I'm going to guess 3. But let's have a look what happens here. Yeah, so, I mean, this would have been out, well, maybe. But this is worse. The ball already stopped.
Yeah,
but what's he doing?
Stopped.
Let's have a look.
Does he touch the rope with his foot here?
I mean, it's close here. I don't think so.
I think he's okay.
It's a dumb idea. But I think I don't see the rope moving. If we go forward a bit, I don't see him touching the rope.
But what a great result that is because they get 3. Michael Gunther now will just stay where he is to stay on strike. And he's probably saying...
Don't do that. Yeah. Don't step on the ball. If you've ever done your ankle, and I have, stepping on a ball, it makes your eyes water.
Look at them.
This is 15 years later.
Look at the Crusaders. They don't want to sit down. They can't sit down. They are so much nervous energy.
It's a crazy throw. So it's 5 off 7.
License to go big here.
Yeah, go for it.
License to go big.
Post Paul is going to get hit, and this could go, you know. It's going to tie the scores. It's more foot fielding. Well, get your football boots on, and this one goes wrong. 0 broken angles, but 4 runs off this one. Viswanath chases it, and now they'll need a perfect over because the scores are locked here in match 28. 79-79 as the Crusaders get a bit of luck there. 79 for 5 after 9.
Well, Boss Paul, ever since he started running, he started getting it wrong. That was actually the end of the over as well. So, I mean, he should have just bowled when he was hobbling along and bowling. He bowled far better when he went back to his long run-up. I mean, he conceded runs.
I always prided myself as a good fielder of the stationary ball, but there's a way not to do it, and that would be it. When the ball's pretty much already stopped and just stopped inside the line by like 2 inches. And, well, if he was about 1 size shoe bigger, then that would have been 4 overthrows.
Well, they got 10 off
now, okay, you just got to hit one.
And he score.
Do you run straight away, or do you... I probably take at least 2 balls to make sure I get it through the field if I'm going to Gunatilaka. Any score wins it. Wide. Not wide. Wow.
Oh.
They've called these all day, and suddenly with the score tied, look, that's a massive
big wide.
He moves, but he moves after.
That's a big wide.
That's the pressure, but I like the call. You know what?
Makes
it more exciting. Here we go. Any score wins with the Crusaders.
But this one is a wide. Yeah, that's a go. That's a big
And look, there's the big punch. And why not? We almost punches Gunatilaka out. And the big shusha comes and he does it from the other end. And, well, if you fool me once, you can't fool me twice. The wide is the winning run. And the Crusaders steal one here. This is a really good performance. Could be an important win in the context of their week. And as you can see, Suraj Babu hunting the the offside tram line, but he just really twice got too much of it. So Gunatilaka, he does well to hold his nerve there, assisted by some crazy fielding, I've got to say, in the ninth over, and crazy decisions, I think, even though I think that he bowled pretty well, post ball, but he risking his fitness at this stage of the tournament. But Michael, he's pretty happy with it. He's smirking, and why wouldn't he be? Because the Crusaders, they win match 28 and basically split the series with the table-topping Knights.
Yeah, look, it's a really good result. We know the Knights are strong. We know that in the field, they're very difficult to deal with, and they almost pulled it off there. But yeah, when you look at that over from Boss Paul, and just the finish off it, the no ball, I mean, that was crazy. And it allowed Marco Gunatilaka to get on strike. And then, of course, you saw them running the 3 as well, the overthrows. But this is how it started. It started with a bang, with a boogie, oogie, woogie, woogie. Kookaburra 5-ball that knocked them over. But, well, then after that, there came the partnership. And it was a good partnership between Sachin Hussain and Yusuf. They played some nice shots. And it was brave batting. It was what they had to do. You have to score runs in the power play against a team like the Knights. If you don't, they're going to bog you down, and they did. 30 runs in the power play. They got the start they needed.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They didn't really have the ball on a string this time. And when you see a team like the Knights give up 15 wides and 2 no balls, and it wasn't all those kind of little tramline wides either. There were a few Gundy balls in there, and just a little bit of indiscipline. Having said that, when they got it right, the Crusaders struggled to deal with it, and that was Basil George's first ball. It was knocking out middle stump, and so the Crusaders, they just found a way to make it interesting. We said it was about a par score, an above par attack they had to face, but I think that Knights bowled below par for the talent they've got in their lineup. And I'm not saying they give it to the Crusaders. Crusaders had to work for their runs, but when it came down to it, just some crucial mistakes, I think, cost them the match.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, we've seen there Basil George knocking the stumps over. He did bowl well. He took 3 wickets, I think, for 13. But have a look how many wides that he bowled as well. Wides, extra balls, extra runs. That was a problem. And I said at the time when I think it was at about 12 wides then, and extras were around 13, 14. You don't win matches when you give that many extras away, especially close ones like this. And that's why they lost this match. It was all down to the extras, really, nothing else. And, they'll look back.
This was the one where they flipped it the other side, and then no one backed that up. And to be honest, I can understand why they wouldn't, because it was miles away from where anyone expected the throw to come in from. This was a plum LBW. And yeah, I'm going to say that Gulfraz Masih, though, has really handy contribution of 17. I think made a big difference. And without that, to be honest, I don't see them getting over the line. So it was all getting really dramatic. And then the Mr. Miyagi hands came out. Check out the link I put in the chat. It's worth checking that out. But in the end, you can see that he was on one leg, but he continued to bowl. But yeah, this no ball came up, and I think there's a little touch on it that got away from the keeper. But yeah, I mean, that was after that. There's more magic work from Jace Matthew. He's probably saying, hey, it's the other leg. But yeah, this was one that made a huge difference. Again, I probably would have had a fine leg there. I mean, it's not like they were hitting the ball anywhere else. And just with the pace of the ball, a few went in that direction. There was some crazy fielding. And then, well, that's another celebration worthy of winning the World Cup. Why wouldn't you? Because it's Monday Night Cricket live from Malta. And Rashmika is pretty happy. Goes to congratulate his captain, because the Crusaders come up with a bit of a surprise in what the Knights would only call a horror show on Halloween, as the Crusaders grab the points. That puts them 4 points ahead of overseas, who they'll play tomorrow. So overseas, it's really a line in the sand moment, I think, for them. That's coming up in the morning session. Then in the afternoon, we'll see the Knights, see if they get back on track. But Sweet United, well, they came to play this morning, and I think that'll be a very interesting doubleheader as well in matches 31 and 32. Join us at 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 8:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for more FanCode European Cricket Series live from Malta. Let's check out the scorecard. And they pieced it together with a few teeny scores, didn't they? With 17 from Masih. I think he batted really well. He did it quickly, didn't he? Apart from that, Yusuf with...
But look at the high score. High score at extras.
Yeah, extras at 15 wides and 2 no balls. But they do get 4 batters into double figures. So I think they did just enough. They built these partnerships that weren't huge. They were just enough to propel them forward. 3 for 13, George, probably the best of the bowlers. Apart from that, it's kind of an off game, I think, for the openers, who end up combining for 2 for 39 off their 4 overs. And if you look at their history, and they don't give away that many. Nitin Babu, I think, bowled really well, only conceding 10 of his 2 overs. But, well, Rico, really entertaining match to finish the day, and the Crusaders, they get there with 5 balls to spare.
Yeah, it was a really good. I like that match for a number of reasons. I think what we saw there, smart captaining from Michael Guntelika as well. I think he knew what the attack is. Like we were saying at the halfway point, they knew what the attack was going to be. You're going to have the likes of Matthew and Boss who are going to come in and move that ball away from you. You also had Nitin Babu who was going to bang it in short, but again outside the off. Have a think, who have you got that can really play the shots out on the offside and get you a good start in the power play? He put himself lower down the order. He made a few changes and they got the start they needed in the power play, and that kept that rate to about 7 or 8 and over, and they were able to win the game. So smart move there from the captain. Sometimes you've got to play smart, but you're right. I don't think that the Knights helped themselves. Too many extras, and that cost them the match.
Yeah, also I think the fact he batted a bit lower down, he felt he could make the decisions required if it came down to a tight finish, which it did.
Yeah.
And look, he did make the right call, but like I say, that 9th over, that was all going off. I mean, hopefully both Paul's okay, because he didn't look in great shape there. Let's see if he takes his place tomorrow. But I just want to say a big thank you to everyone. Hopefully you had a great day. I know that we had a great day here.
Yeah, we have.
It's Halloween, of course, tonight, so we've got a few decorations up, and Rico's got the flashing skulls. Are you going to
Can I wear these at dinner?
Yeah, of course you can.
That's all right.
I don't know if you can wear them there. You can wear them something else, wherever you like. But yeah, hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. It's been a great day. Big thank you to everyone here at the ground. And thanks to everyone that got involved. It was our first day where you could sign up as a member of the Silver Spanner Club or an ECN Superfan or the Golden Ball Club. So to everyone that wanted to get involved in that, big thank you. It all helps. And we're trying to put something together slowly but surely that can improve the user experience. But for now, we're going to go. Don't forget to go to our social media, because you can always check out some of the best bits of the day, and there were plenty today. And also our YouTube channel. If you haven't already, please subscribe. And big thank you to those that contributed as well. But it's been a great day. We'll be back and we'll do it all tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's a crunch game, I think, because overseas, if they go 0-4, it's hard to see a way back for them.
Yeah, it does. It's going to be a tough game. But I think the Crusaders did themselves a big favour winning that match. It gives them that cushion, doesn't it? So they can go into that fixture against overseas knowing that even if they get one victory, they're always going to stay above them. So that's it gives them that little bit of breathing space, I think. But still going to be 2 tough matches. But I just get the feeling we're going to see something better from the overseas tomorrow.
Yeah, look, the other thing is, we haven't talked too much about it, but Sweet United, I mean, they came and they played a really good set of matches this morning. And Mudda Day, who were really impressive last year in the group stage, they just didn't have the answers, did they? Sathi didn't have a good morning, even though he started well, but then getting run out in the fashion he did, going first ball to a blinder of a catch. And so they looked pretty thin without him scoring runs.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to see Waka Afridi again, because I think he batted really well. He's a talented player. He's obviously played some good standard of cricket. I think the way he batted was superb. That knock of 74, I think, is the best innings that we've seen so far. And he also, well, a bit like we saw Matthew there and Boss Paul, he gets that ball to swing around a bit. I think he's a top player, key player. He's added a lot of value to Sweet United here today, and I think we're going to see more from him tomorrow.
Yeah,
so
but I think the lesson there as well, hold your catches. Remember, that innings wouldn't have happened. He was dropped, regulation caught behind on 0. He was also dropped on 4.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got to go. We're going to have a nice dinner tonight, and we'll report back on how that goes during Food Chat tomorrow. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening, and stay safe if you are venturing out for Halloween. From everyone at ECN and the European Cricket family, hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't be scared. Be back tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Here's some highlights of the day, and hasta mañana.
Adios, hasta mañana.
Coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes. He sent that pack in. But the shaka. 6 more.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got.
The turbo earlier. That's kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.